J'ouvre les portes. Comme il est 11h05, la Chambre...
It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business, resuming consideration and second reading of Bill C-309, Gender Equality Week Act, standing in the name of Mr. Spengen.
Debate. Just a moment. Debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back in this House today. And today, I am speaking in favour of the important legislation of Bill C-309, which would establish a Gender Equality Week in Canada. This would provide a week to reflect on the importance of gender equality and the ongoing need to advance the cause of equality in Canada. I am proud that our government will support the passage of Bill C-309 with amendments that will be brought at committee. I would like to thank my friend, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore, for bringing this important legislation forward. This is an opportunity, colleagues, to remind ourselves of the work that still needs to be done to ensure greater gender equality. We know, Mr. Speaker, that too many women are still facing systemic inequalities in the workplace. We need more women in politics. And we know that we need more women in the judiciary and more women in STEM professions. We need to seriously address issues of sexual harassment in the workplace, and we've seen shocking examples recently of the harassment that women in public office face. It includes women in this chamber and women who have risen to become premiers of several provinces, including mine, across this country. This is unacceptable, and we know that awareness and education is one of the most important tools in beginning to correct these issues. A Gender Equality Week is a tool for spreading that awareness and bringing change in our country. It is important to remember as well, Mr. Speaker, the importance of gender equality for our transgender community. As Special Advisor to the Prime Minister on LGBTQ2 issues, I can say unequivocally there is much work that needs to be done in this area. Our government has been clear that equality of transgender Canadians is a priority for us because it is a priority for Canadians. Just this last week, I had the opportunity to hold roundtable conversations in 5 cities in our country, and it is critical for our government to make sure that both houses pass Bill C-16, which will extend rights to transgendered persons. However, there is so much more to do, and I look forward to working with members of this House and continuing to listen to the trans and non-binary community about further steps that need to be taken. However, we do know that there is a serious need for greater awareness and education surrounding the challenges this community faces. Bill C-309 gives us that opportunity. There are those who argue that this bill isn't necessary, Mr. Speaker. There are some who dismiss Bill 309 as merely a symbolic gesture that we shouldn't spend any time on. After all, they argue symbols don't matter. I disagree, Mr. Speaker. Symbols do matter. Symbols send powerful messages, particularly when we are discussing equality and human rights. They rally people to press forward, and they give hope and inspiration to those fighting for a better world. Take a look at the symbol of Angela Merkel, female Chancellor of Germany. How many girls have been inspired to rise to the top of their professions, not only due to her amazing work, but the symbol that she provides to the world. Il ne faut pas minimiser l'importance.
We must not minimize the importance nor the scope of symbols, nor should we pit symbols against substance. We must recognize the important links between them. Symbols lead to substance, and substantive changes flow from fully recognized symbols. They become forces of influence and change, and those symbols give us hope and determination that move the masses and give people the strength to move forward. These symbols help us to work together for a better world. That's why we want to create a Gender Equality Week. When we talk about inclusion and respect, when we march for LGBTQ2 pride, when we recognize differences, identity, and gender for all, we actively recommit to the support for rights and equality for all.
Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, it is both a symbol of equality and a sign of substantial action. Symbols lead to substantive change leads to more symbols, and we know that every young girl in this country will be able to point to the symbol of gender balance in our Executive Council and know that someday, should she want to work hard for it, she can also have a place at that table. It will also ensure substantive action in the changes that we need and the different perspectives we need to take in all elements of Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, equality is not just something that happens. Repression and discrimination don't just end overnight. It takes the work of activists and trailblazers. It takes time and self-reflection and tough questions. It often takes the support and leadership of government. It takes the initiative of members of Parliament to be bold, as has done my colleague. Canadians elected the members of our Liberal caucus to show that leadership, and this is one of the many ways that we are bringing real change to Canada and to all Canadians.
Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, usually this would be a time I would welcome everyone back and wish them a Happy New Year in my first speech of this session. Instead, I stand in this House devastated by the violent events that occurred yesterday. Members of our Muslim community were killed and many wounded in their sacred space of worship in Quebec. These violent deaths have rocked me to my core and has hit hard the foundation of my Canadian identity. When I worked at an immigrant serving agency, I assisted many families from across the world to join our Canadian family. In my new role, I continue to do this work in a new way. These people continuously reinvigorate my Canadian pride. Working with them as they prepare for Canadian citizenship and watching them as they receive it makes me so proud of this country. This is what I know. In Canada, we have generations of Muslim Canadians who have helped build this country. I am deeply saddened today and want to thank my constituents for the many emails I have already received. Thank you for your support and immediate call to action. We will stand together to say no to this violence. We will stand together because, as Dr. Christina Hubert said, we must not sit idly by as injustices abound around us. We have a voice and we must use it. We must advocate for those who no longer have a voice. We must love greatly. Many constituents have shared with me that we are living in scary times since the inauguration of President Trump. Now, when we look at our televisions and our social media, we see tens of thousands of people standing up against hate. On January the 21st, I was proud to stand alongside many inspiring women and men. I want to thank the Comox Valley Women's Solidarity Gathering for making the Women's March on Washington such a resounding success. This truly historic march drew an estimated worldwide participation of 4.8 million. After the march, officials behind the organization reported 673 marches took place worldwide. In the United States, the protests were the largest political demonstrations since the anti-Vietnam War protests in the 1960s and 70s. So here I am today, speaking on Bill C-309, an act to establish a Gender Equality Week, a bill in which the title says it all. The bill aims to establish the first week of October every year as Gender Equality Week. It is important to raise awareness of the significant and substantive contributions that Canadian women have made and continue to make to grow, develop, and add the strong identity of Canada. The NDP has been in the forefront and will continue to champion real gender equality. I fully support this bill at second reading. I want this to be studied in committee. As a legislator that takes her responsibility very seriously, I have to offer a cautious assessment of this bill and of this government's attitude in dealing with gender equality. Once again, we have in front of us a bill filled with billowing symbolism. By no means am I condoning investments in matters of symbolic. By no means am I reducing the possibilities this Gender Equality Week could have on our movement. And I know that 673 marches took place across the world, and it demonstrated a powerful fact. actions speak louder than words. When words are not followed up by action, emblems become tokenism. Then sincerity is put into question. I don't doubt the member of Mississauga Lakeshore's genuineness for bringing this forward. As a responsible lawmaker, context matters. After more than a year in power, this government has failed to translate feminist rhetoric into real change. The best way to honor women is by matching words with actions, none of which are included in this bill. How many statistics and figures must we repeat in the House for just a little movement on this very important issue? Mr. Speaker, rather than sharing figures, I'll share advice for future bills that will bring the significant substantive changes required to improve the daily lives of Canadian women. Hopefully, my colleague from Mississauga Lakeshore can share them with the government. How can women from coast to coast celebrate gender equality for a week when we know all too well that in the week they earn only 74 cents for every dollar earned by men? This is both a chronic and growing issue. This House sent the issue of pay equity to a special committee who returned with facts that have been repeated many times in this House and in many other committees. Women are still being paid less than men for the same work. Then this government has the nerve to say this is something we will address in 2018. That is not good enough, Mr. Speaker. How long do women have to wait? They have waited for 40 years and shouldn't have to wait any longer. Does the member for Mississauga Lakeshore believe in a more gender-balanced parliament? Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid he doesn't. He voted down the bill that would have done just that. The sad part is that he wasn't alone. Many of the Liberal MPs did the same thing, including the then status of women minister. Increasing representation of women in Parliament is the type of bill we are looking for. These are the actions we're celebrating. These are the bills that would take words and transform them into real action. How can we pay tribute when more than 500 women and children are turned away from shelters on a typical day? How can we pretend we've achieved gender equality when on any given day, more than 4,000 women and over 2,000 children will reside in a domestic violence shelter? The absence of a national action plan to end violence against women is making responses largely fragmented, often inaccessible, and inconsistent across Canada. New Democrats are pushing for more federal funding to support domestic violence shelter operations. Again, I ask, where is the action? High quality and affordable early childhood education helps women seek employment or improve their job skills, pursue careers, and eases families' financial stresses. Delays in the creation of a national childcare strategy will perpetuate socioeconomic inequalities for people in Canada. The NDP believes that the federal government should start tackling its fundamental responsibility to reduce inequality between men and women. In the 2016 budget, the government missed multiple opportunities to respond equitably to the needs of women and girls and to fully support the realization of their economic and social potential. This bill has a very lofty preamble. To be fair, it addresses a broad range of issues, including the fact that Indigenous women are disproportionately affected by gender-based violence and sexual exploitation. If this bill is passed, the preamble evaporates into thin air, and what remains is reality. A reality in which all Aboriginal women employed full-time earn 26% less than non-Aboriginal men. Even more devastating is the reality that Aboriginal women with a university degree earn 33% less. Yes, that is correct. The gap actually increases the more educated they are. And there is so much more. Shelters, safe drinking water, education. This bill aims to raise awareness, and you know what? I encourage it, and that is why I will support it in the second reading. But it's time to get to work and address some long-standing issues that would make a major difference in women's lives. I am so proud of the work and leadership of our critic for the status of women, the Member of Parliament for Nanaimo Ladysmith. We will be proposing amendments at committee stage, arranging that this bill not enter into force before the government implements proactive pay equity legislation and gender-based analysis legislation. We should take real action to achieve gender equality. The NDP believe that when women are no longer disproportionately affected by violence, inequality, poverty, then we could legitimately have a celebratory week. As the West Coast Leaf mentioned about this bill, and I quote, "Legislation and other actions like Bill C-309 not only do very little to address inequality in the everyday lives of women in Canada, but they also create a risk of misleading the public into thinking that the federal government is taking substantive action when they have little potential to create meaningful change." Mr. Speaker, the women of Canada are looking for action. I hope we see it soon.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to rise in the House today to speak to the bill brought forward by my colleague and fellow member from Mississauga Lakeshore. Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week, addresses a very important issue. As the text of Bill C-309 states in its preamble, poverty and inequality disproportionately affect Canadian women, particularly the elderly, disabled, transgender, and visible minorities. In Canada, women are more likely than men to be victims of gender-based violence, including sexual assault and intimate partner violence. Canadian women currently face barriers in pursuing and completing post-secondary education and pursuing careers in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. There is currently a wage gap between men and women in Canada. When I read all of these facts, I find it hard to believe that I am describing life in Canada in 2017. Even though our government has taken positive steps towards reducing gender inequality since being elected, the fact of the matter is gender inequality still exists in Canada, and more awareness needs to be raised. It is for this reason that I urge all members of this House to support this bill. This bill will not only raise awareness to the issue of gender inequality, it will create a platform to educate Canadians on the non-binary nature of gender. This bill will also encourage Canadians to recognize gender equality as a fundamental human rights issue, linked to other policy areas such as healthcare, crime, poverty, discrimination, and inequality. Throughout my life, I have worked with many intelligent, strong, and passionate women who have excelled and become leaders in their fields. This has not changed since I have become a member of Parliament. Every day, whether it's working with my staff or with my honourable colleagues here in this House, I'm reminded of the exceptional abilities of all women across this country. Women are an important part of the work we do here in the House of Commons. Every day we debate and discuss a wide range of policies covering a variety of different issues and topics. Due to the fact that we debate and discuss a wide range of policy and topics, we have to ensure that we are looking at these policies and topics from the widest lens possible. In order for this to be ensured, this House must be as diverse as possible. It is for this reason that women's viewpoints are so essential to the work that we do here in this House. Mr. Speaker, to be perfectly honest, if I reflect back, I can confidently say the most influential people in my life have been women. Whether that was my grade 7 teacher, my mom and her sister, or all of my cousins who are as close to me as if they were my sisters. Now, it just does not seem right to me that these individuals could or would be treated any different from anyone else. A Gender Equality Week would be a tribute to these women and women like this all across Canada. While this may not eliminate gender inequality, it is definitely a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, it was 1918 that Canadian women became eligible to vote in federal elections, and 1929 when Canadian women were considered persons under the Canadian Constitution. It is hard to believe that in 2017 we are still discussing gender inequality issues. Mr. Speaker, I speak at local elementary schools quite often and discuss gender inequality. I hope that by the time the students I speak to are old enough to occupy these seats, that they will no longer have to discuss the same issue. Thank you very much.
Right to reply, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore. Oh, I'm sorry. She's here. We seem to have had some changes. Resuming debate. Okay. The honourable member for Ottawa West, Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased today to have this opportunity to speak in favor of Bill C-309. But first, I would like to thank my honorable colleague from Mississauga Lakeshore for the substantive work that he has put into preparing this bill. It is always a pleasure to see such passion and effort directed toward the ongoing challenge of achieving real gender equality in Canada. Mr. Speaker, since 1992, October has been recognized as Women's History Month. I believe that this bill, which would declare the first week of every October Gender Equality Week, can serve a vital and complementary function to Women's History Month. Le mois de l'histoire des femmes et les actions et les efforts des femmes.
Women's History Month has long been used as a platform to recognize the contributions and efforts of women across the country throughout our history to advance gender equality in Canada. This year, we can offer an opening for parents to teach young Canadians about the struggles of the Famous Five and many other Canadian historical figures.
Congratulate the women on whose shoulders we stand and who have accomplished so much. It will also be a call to action, an opportunity to take stock of how far we have come and how far we still need to go. Gender Equality Week will be a time to acknowledge our ongoing struggles and the challenges that we still need to overcome, especially for women who are doubly marginalized. We know that there is an intersectionality between gender and other identity factors, such as race, indigeneity, disability, sexual orientation, and others who still face double discrimination, higher instances of violence, and tangibly lower standards of living. Gender Equality Week will be an opportunity to pause and to think about the work that we need to do today to ensure a better future. Nous, les députés de la Chambre des communes,
we, the members of this House, and our allies across the country still have so much work to do. 2/3 of Canadians say they personally know a woman who has experienced physical or sexual abuse. 1/5 of men aged 18 to 24 do not understand fully the concept of consent. In 2014, a woman was murdered by her intimate partner every 6 days. As of last year, the rate of female intimate partner homicide remained unchanged. On any given night, more than 3,000 women seek shelter from an unsafe home. And today, there are still over 1,000 missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls in Canada. This state of affairs is an unforgivable injustice, and it carries not only a profound social and cultural cost, but it is estimated that dealing with the aftermath of and the ongoing struggles of violence against women costs Canada billions of dollars each year.
Today, women still account for less than a quarter of jobs in science, in large part because many qualified, passionate women find themselves driven out of their field. In my own field, and those of the rest of us in this House, when it comes to women's political representation, Canada ranks 61st in the world. We trail behind countries like Sudan, Iraq, and Cuba. Women have never held more than 26% of the seats in this House. And women's representation at all levels of government has not increased significantly in over 20 years. Au Canada, les femmes sont de plus en plus...
Across Canada, women continue to attain higher levels of education, and yet they continue to earn less than men. Across the country, women make 73 cents on the dollar of what men make. This inequality is exacerbated in the cases of women who are visible minorities, women who are Indigenous, and women with disabilities. Women are more likely to be compelled into extensive periods of unpaid labor, such as caring for children or senior family members. Even when a couple is cognizant of the historical and ongoing social factors at play that pressure women to take on these traditional roles, a couple's economic reality, the reality of the pay gap, of the various barriers women face in the workforce, and of the deficit of affordable alternatives, perpetuates the problem, too often making it the rational choice for the woman to forego her salary and job security to take on a child care or other unpaid caregiving rather than the male spouse.
La semaine de...
To be clear, Gender Equality Week would not be a time to wallow in doom and gloom, but rather to motivate both women and men to commit to do better. For my part, I am proud of work that has been done and continues to be done on all of these fronts. This week, the Status of Women Committee will begin to draft its report on violence against young women and girls in Canada after hearing months of testimony. I am certain that this report will work in concert with the Minister of Status of Women's cross-Canada consultations to develop solutions to eliminate gender-based violence. A few months ago, the Minister of Status of Women announced $90 million in funding for transitional women shelters, and I was proud of that. On the Special Committee on Pay Equity, which I chaired, all parties worked together to draft a substantive report with broad agreement on all the principal priorities. That pay equity is a human right.
All of the issues that are so deeply rooted in our culture as misogyny and gender inequality requires more than legislation. It requires dialogue and the ability to share experiences across the country. Gender Equality Week will be a springboard for that dialogue. It will provide a logical opportunity for schools to introduce teachable moments, for governments to bring forward public awareness campaigns, for our ongoing issues to enter public awareness and the popular dialogue. Gender Equality Week will be a stepping-off point for inclusive dialogue and a contemplative, thematic preamble to Women's History Month's historical focus. Je suis fière de siéger dans cette chambre.
I am proud to be a member of this House, alongside so many other strong women and men who can call themselves feminists. I am proud that the Prime Minister is leading the way on gender equality, that we have a gender-equal cabinet, and that we recently formed an all-party women's caucus to move these issues forward. And I am especially proud of my honourable colleague from Mississauga Lakeshore for bringing this important bill to be debated today. I look forward to joining with all of my honourable colleagues and with Acadians next October to celebrate Gender Equality Week. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. I invite the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore to his right to reply.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, and welcome back to you and to all my colleagues. It's indeed an honour to speak on this first parliamentary day of 2017, the year of our 150th anniversary. And to start off, I would like to thank my colleagues in this House for their interest in Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week, and for their important contributions to the debate at second reading and for their support. I would also like to thank the members of my incredible team for their tireless efforts, and the stakeholders, community organizations, and Canadians from all walks of life who shared their views with us. In particular, I want to thank Rochelle Bergen and the Strength and Stories team for their ideas that helped bring us to where we are today. Mr. Speaker, this effort is about building a more inclusive society. We think about Gender Equality Week as an opportunity to rally all Canadians around a very important issue and to generate additional momentum for social change. It is not an occasion to celebrate accomplishments, but as reflected in the preambular paragraphs, Gender Equality Week seeks to raise awareness of the most profound remaining challenges and offers a platform to work collaboratively on concrete solutions. To be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of what we as Canadians are already doing to achieve gender equality and equity. In November 2015, our Prime Minister formed Canada's first cabinet with female-male parity. Our government has launched an inquiry into Canada's missing and murdered Aboriginal Indigenous women, and the Minister for the Status of Women is developing a federal strategy against gender-based violence. Et le gouvernement du Canada a déposé le projet de loi.
And Canada's government tabled Bill C-16 to protect people with minority gender expression by adding gender to the grounds for reasonable discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act.
Of Canada, the Minister of Finance and the Minister for the Status of Women announced that Nova Scotia businesswoman and civil rights activist Viola Desmond will be the very first Canadian woman to be featured on a Canadian banknote. But important as these and other actions are, Mr. Speaker, there's more work ahead of us than there is behind us. And to close the remaining gaps, the government will need the advocacy, the support, and the commitments of Canadians. Bill C-309 recognizes this need and issues a call to action to all Canadians to become involved. Men, women, Canadians of minority gender identity and expression, children, students, educators, civil servants of all levels of government, young and established professionals, new Canadians, our Indigenous peoples, Canadians in law enforcement and our armed forces, and seniors. Involvement in Gender Equality Week could take a wide range of forms, including town hall discussions, university and college colloquia, music, plays, literature, film projects, workplace roundtables, the formulation and presentation of academic research, public rallies, fundraisers, and social media, radio, and television events and campaigns. Monsieur le Président, nos consultations au...
Mr. Speaker, our consultations with the various groups across the country have helped us to draft a substantive preamble for Canadians, and it describes the challenges that await us. The challenges regarding pay inequality and gender-based violence are major obstacles that we as Canadians must thwart and eliminate. Through our active engagement, we can make concrete progress with regard to these aspects.
My colleagues on both sides of the aisle of this House in the days, weeks, and months ahead. And I encourage my fellow members to support this bill, as the time to act, Mr. Speaker, is now. It is only through concerted, sustained action that real and lasting social change can become a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Spangeman, seconded by Ms. Khalad, moves that Bill C-309, an act to establish Gender Equality Week, be now read a second time and refer to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Okay. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division is deferred to Wednesday, February 1st, 2017, just before private members' business.
Suspend until noon. Okay, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration and second reading of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, just on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, there have been some consultations among the parties, and I believe you would find agreement for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, statements by ministers pursuant to Standing Order 33 shall be taken up at 1:15 p.m. later this day, and that the representative of the Bloc Québécois and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands also be permitted to comment briefly thereon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Minister Bain, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really delighted and pleased today to rise to discuss Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. Mr. Speaker, as you full well know, statistics plays a critical role in democratic societies. Information is really essential to understand ourselves, our past, and our future. Businesses, civil society, researchers, the public, and the government itself rely on the integrity and accuracy of data. Il faut des données de
Good quality data are necessary to properly plan services, improve social outcomes, and help businesses grow. As such, the statistical information produced by government must be high quality, and it must respond to stakeholders' needs.
Partial data are essential for making informed decisions about the services on which all Canadians, and I mean all Canadians, rely. I'm talking about issues around housing, education, public transportation, and skills training, among other things, Mr. Speaker, because these services touch every aspect of Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast. Our government believes that decisions regarding official statistics should be made exclusively on professional considerations. Indeed, there is widespread agreement internationally that statistical agencies must operate with a high level of professional independence from the day-to-day operations and direction and oversight from the government. And what do we mean by independence? Dans le contexte des
In the context of national statistical offices, it means ensuring that decisions around methods and operations are based exclusively on professional considerations. This includes all aspects of the production of statistical information. It also means ensuring that these organizations are free from interference by government or outside interests.
Can be confident that their statistical information produced on their behalf is impartial and of the highest possible quality. Internationally, approaches to independence vary, Mr. Speaker. For example, the Netherlands, Ireland, and New Zealand have explicit provisions on independence in their legislation. The United Kingdom Statistics Authority is a non-ministerial department that reports directly to Parliament. Meanwhile, Statistics Netherlands is an autonomous body. Regardless of how countries around the world define independence, they all follow a common set of principles. And Canada endorses two documents that outline these international principles. And these documents are the United Nations Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics and the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Recommendation on Good Statistical Practice. These are the two documents of the principles that we follow. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that the proposed amendments to the Statistics Act are aligned with these documents. Avec ces modifications,
these amendments will ensure that data produced by Statistics Canada continue to be accurate, reliable, and high quality. The amendments will also ensure that Canadians have confidence in the impartiality of the information gathered on their behalf.
So the first point I'd like to mention is the need for formal independence. Currently, Statistics Canada is treated by convention, an arm's-length agency with little direction involvement by the minister overseeing it. So that's the current practice, Mr. Speaker. However, the agency's independence is not formally legislated, so it's more by convention, not by legislation. And the previous government's decision to replace the 2011 mandatory long-form census with a voluntary survey exposed a vulnerability in the Statistics Act. And this is an issue that we heard about often at times when we're at the doors during the campaign, Mr. Speaker. The legislation allowed the government of the day to make a key decision on a statistical matter. And the decision was made with very little openness and transparency. Le remplacement du questionnaire long...
The replacement of the long-form census with a voluntary survey compromised the quality and detail of data on the Canadian population. It denied many smaller communities of the information they needed to make important local decisions. This decision was denounced by many Canadians who use statistical data.
So the proposed amendments in Bill C-36 enshrine into law the long-standing Convention of Independence in Statistical Matters conferred to Statistics Canada. So again, we're taking convention and we're putting it into law. These amendments will safeguard the quality and impartiality of the information produced by Statistics Canada. Mr. Speaker, now let me outline the proposed amendments contained in this bill, because details matter. Under the current Act, the Minister responsible for Statistics Canada has overarching authority for decisions about the agency's operations and methods for gathering, compiling, and producing statistical information. In practice, this authority is delegated to the Chief Statistician. And the bill will amend the Act to formally make the Chief Statistician responsible for all operations and decisions related to statistical products. That includes the long-form census. As part of the amendments contained in the bill, the Minister will retain authority to issue directives on the statistical programs. So again, the Minister will still be responsible on what statistics and what information one needs. So for example, in the context of our government, as you know, we are investing a great deal of time and effort and energy in clean technology. And if we need information around clean technology, around companies and growth in the market, we will say that's what we need. And how that information is obtained is going to be the responsibility of the Chief Statistician. However, the bill ensures greater transparency around these directives as well. It empowers the Chief Statistician to publicly request written direction before acting on the Minister's directions for a statistical program. In addition, should the Minister deem it to be in the national interest to make a decision that directly affects matters related to operations or even data gathering methods, it would have to be authorized by the Governor in Council and also be tabled in Parliament. So that is the key component of the open and transparent aspect of this particular legislation. And the bill also proposes to create a new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council as well, which should replace the existing National Statistics Council. You know, the new Advisory Council will focus on the overall quality of the national statistical system. And that includes the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of the statistical information produced. And the goal of this new council is to increase, again, transparency and ensure Canada's statistical system continues to meet the needs of Canadians. And the council will provide advice to the Minister and, of course, as well as the Chief Statistician. To continue to improve transparency, the council will publish an annual report accessible to all Canadians on the state of the national statistical system. And in anticipation of the bill's passage, I would like to thank the members of the National Statistics Council for their service. They should be proud of the important contributions they have made over the past 30 years to the work of Statistics Canada. So thank you once again. The bill will also change the appointment of the Chief Statistician, and this is another important detail, and this appointment will be renewable term for no more than 5 years. The appointment will be made through an open, transparent, merit-based selection process in accordance with our government's new approach to Governor and Council appointments. So this is the process we will follow, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the selection of a new Chief Statistician. The Chief Statistician will serve during good behavior and may be removed by the Governor in Council for cause. So it's based on merit and performance. This change will strengthen the independence of the Chief Statistician in his or her decision-making. It's also important to highlight that the Minister will remain accountable to Parliament for Canada's publicly funded statistical agency. So the Minister presently responsible for this agency, I will be personally responsible, and so will my office, will be responsible for the accountability of this agency. But these amendments to the Statistics Act have been drafted to ensure the responsibilities of the Minister and the Chief Statistician are more clearly defined than they are currently. Le projet de loi.
This bill also addresses situations in which Canadians refuse to provide information related to the census and other mandatory surveys. There is general consensus that the penalty of imprisonment is disproportionate to the offence. This bill will therefore remove from the Act the possibility of a penalty of imprisonment for those Canadians who do not comply with mandatory requests for information.
Continue to face the possibility of fines of up to $500. The updated Act will also allow the transfer of census records after 92 years to the Library and Archives of Canada. That's another particular detail that I wanted to highlight. And that will apply to all census populations conducted from 2021 onwards, and for census taken in 2006, 2011, and 2016, and the 2011 National Household Survey, the records will be released where the consent has been given to the Library and Archives Canada after 92 years. So we are going to respect the previous census and the information provided by the individuals who filled them out, and also make sure we protect their privacy. This change in the Act will make a rich source of information available to historians, genealogists, and other researchers. So that is the reason why, because it's so important that we understand our past if we are to understand and appreciate the possibilities going forward. Enfin, les modifications.
Finally, the amendments update some of the language in the Act to reflect technological advances in data gathering methods. That includes the use of electronic rather than paper questionnaires.
Amendments in Bill C-36 will better align Statistics Canada with the guidance of the UN and the OECD. And they will ensure that Canadians can continue to rely on the integrity and accuracy of the data produced by their national statistical agency. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to highlight the outreach that's presently taking place with respect to this bill as well, because that is a key component. The amendments in this bill were developed based on consultations with many Canadians as well as with international experts and bodies. They include the OECD as well as the former heads of statistical offices in the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Australia. And the government also conducted a review of statistical legislation in 6 countries. They include, again, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Australia, United States, Netherlands, and Ireland. And these consultations allowed us to consider various approaches to international norms. And we also worked closely with stakeholders across the country as well. Statistics Canada consulted extensively with the National Statistics Council and the Federal Provincial Territorial Consultative Council on Statistical Policy. And the agency also engaged with 16 other federal departments that are major users of its information. So we really wanted to get a sense of the information, Mr. Speaker, and the concerns and the viewpoints from the users. They all support the proposals contained in this bill. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to highlight some of the actions already taken by our government. You know, reinforcing the integrity and the independence of Statistics Canada is a key priority of this government. It's something that we campaigned on. It's something that we put on our platform. And this is something that we're delivering on. My first official act as Minister of Innovation, and I vividly recall this day, as the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, was to restore the mandatory long-form census. And Canadians have responded overwhelmingly to the return of the long-form census. And I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, and proud to report that the 2016 population census was the most successful in our country's history. You know, after I made the announcement, I had the opportunity to go out in my constituency and knock on doors and meet with Canadians and talk to them about what our government was doing. And I can tell you, they all mentioned this issue to me at the doors because they were paying attention to the news and they really cared about this issue. And that was reflected in the overall response rate as well, with more than 98% of people responded, which was higher than 2011 and 2006. And frankly, it was the highest response rate in the history of the census. Je dois dire aussi que ce taux a...
What's more, at close to 98%, the rate of response for the long-form census was the best ever recorded. These impressive results demonstrate the commitment of Canadians to the census program. They prove that Canadians place a high value on having accurate and reliable information for evidence-based decision-making.
The university and college academic staff system survey as well. And I just, in the lobby was meeting with individuals from academia who were so proud of this decision. This survey provides up-to-date information about the composition of faculty members at Canadian universities and colleges. Data compiled through the survey will be used to recruit faculty that reflected Canada's diversity. Cette enquête appuie le programme.
This survey supports our government's innovation agenda, which was put in place, or which will rather put in place the conditions to drive economic growth, create good-paying jobs, and grow the middle class. Encouraging diversity and inclusion in Canada's knowledge institutions is key to that mission. That's because an economy that depends on innovation needs good ideas to come from a broad segment of society.
The amendments contained in Bill C-36 also support our government's commitment to promoting innovation. And by making decisions that are informed by reliable and accurate data, Canadians can turn information into useful insights or to solutions that benefit everyone. So this is a key part of our government's innovation and economic agenda as well. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we live in a world where knowledge drives innovation, and innovation depends on the free flow of reliable, accurate, and up-to-date information. And I'm proud to say that this bill reflects that direction and our government's desire to follow through on our campaign commitments and our government's desire to end the political interference in our statistical agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the great things about Canada is our diversity, and we celebrate that in many ways. But this particular bill causes me some concern, and that is that it's replacing the existing council, advisory council, that currently has representation from each of our 13 provinces and territories. Now, if you've traveled the country, as I have, Mr. Speaker, and you know that issues that are of primary concern in Nova Scotia may be quite different from those that are of primary concern in the Yukon. The council that the minister is proposing to replace the original council doesn't have 13 members. It only has 10. In other words, 3 of our territories or provinces is going to be excluded on the assumption that the others are evenly dispersed. My question to the minister is, first of all, why is he replacing the old council? And secondly, if he's so big on diversity, then why is he excluding 3 of our 10 provinces or territories on this structure of the new council?
The honourable minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and her insight, and I'm glad she was paying attention to the various details that we outlined, and that's one change that we are proposing in this bill. And that change does reflect the fact that we want this new Canadian Statistical Advisory Council to have a very strong mandate to not only provide advice to the chief statistician, but to the minister as well, and that's very important. And the composition of this advisory council would be done through the process that this government has promoted, which is a governor-in-council process, which is going to be merit-based, which will look at diversity, which will look at geography, which will look at making sure that we have individuals that have the skill sets to provide good, reliable advice to the minister and to the chief statistician. I'm confident that this committee and the composition of the individuals here will provide the diverse aspects, the diverse ideas that are needed for the agency to move forward in a very robust and productive way. And I can assure the member opposite the concern she raised will be addressed in this process. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his speech today. I would like to ask a question with regards to privacy and the census. The census first started to, I guess, have difficulty with its situation and confidence in the Canadian public when the Paul Martin administration at that time decided to outsource the census data collection to Lockheed Martin. essentially an arms manufacturer that also got involved in other census operations in other countries. But this public outsourcing of this also created issues under the Privacy Act, and subsequent to that, we've had a number of census issues related to confidence about personal privacy and information. In fact, the census then went through a series of, controversial measures of making it into a short-form census and then back now to a long-form. But at the end of the day, the outsourcing of information to the private sector that included exposure to the United States privacy was an essential part of the problem. What guarantees do we have from this minister and his administration that he will not outsource more public jobs related to the Canadian Census data collection to instill public confidence?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question, particularly around the issues of privacy. This is, of course, a concern to our government and concern to myself as well. And I can assure the member with respect to privacy, reliability, accuracy of data, that is why we're proposing this particular bill, because the day-to-day operations of how this data is collected, how the data integrity is maintained, how the operational matters are determined, will be subject to the Chief Statistician and Statistics Canada, who have the professional independence and the ability to proceed in a way without any political interference. But at the same time, I'm also the minister responsible in the House and accountable to the House. And I can assure the member opposite that both of these aspects are addressed in the bill. So the Chief Statistician has the understanding and the know-how at an operational level to deal with issues around privacy, to deal with issues around how the data is collected to make sure it's accurate and reliable. They're professionals. They know what to do. They know how to do it. And we trust them in these matters. That is why they're responsible for the how. And I'm responsible for the what as the minister and ultimately accountable in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So I can assure the member if any of these issues do come up, he has the ability to ask me in the House or he can call me anytime, and I'm accountable for that. But this bill does, again, enshrine that convention now into law and make sure that the operational know-how and the issues that he's raised around privacy and data collection are now done by professionals, individuals who have the skills and the ability to do so in a proper manner.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to commend the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development for his speech and for his bill that he has tabled in this House. It's a very important bill, and I'd also like to underscore the fact that I'm delighted to have the opportunity to work with him in future as his parliamentary secretary.
Speaker, the why question. Why do we need good data? What in the context of good governance, what in the context of the current economic situation necessitates this bill, necessitates the collection of accurate and reliable data?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too look forward to working with the new Parliamentary Secretary of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. He did a tremendous job as the Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade. Her loss is my gain, and I look forward to working with him on these important matters. With respect to the question that he asked, in terms of why good quality data is important, it has such an important impact on the lives of Canadians. You know, good quality, reliable data will allow, for example, municipalities and our communities to plan better, particularly in my riding, say, for example, Mississauga, Malton, or in that surrounding region. There's been enormous change in demographics and population. So to plan for schools and for housing, those types of changes require good quality data so we can provide better services and better outcomes to Canadians. And that is why our government is so committed on advancing the strengthening of the professional independence of Statistics Canada. That is why our government reintroduced the mandatory long-form census to make sure we had good quality, reliable data, because it's also part of our government's overall economic agenda as well. Because when you have good quality, reliable data, that's essential for innovation, that's essential for economic development, that's essential for developing our communities. And that is why this data is so essential for today and for generations to come. And the changes that we are proposing are designed to end any type of political interference, because it is important that Canadians, frankly, have trust in their institution. And Statistics Canada is such an important institution with a storied history when it comes to, again, collecting data, producing that data in a very reliable manner, and that data has, again, enormous impact on the day-to-day lives of Canadians. So I'd like to thank the member for that question, and again, I'd like to assure the member that our government is committed to good quality, reliable data. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the words that the Minister has put on the record, and maybe we'll just ask him if he could reflect in terms of the civil service that has actually been administering the census over the years. I think it's virtually known around the world in terms of how high the Canadian civil service is held in esteem for the fabulous work that they do. And when I look at Stats Canada, because as the Minister has pointed out, there are many different stakeholders that are out there, both non-profit, private, and of course governments of all different levels that are very dependent on Stats Canada doing a good job, and that's what Stats Can does day in and day out. And it's done that way because of a highly motivated, dedicated group of civil servants. And I'm wondering if the Minister can just provide his thoughts in regards to the civil service and the role that they actually play with Stats Canada.
The Honourable Minister.
Again, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that very thoughtful question, because as I mentioned in my remarks, the public service obviously was essential in the outreach that we had designed in terms of being able to look at users and some of the concerns and issues that they had. So we went out there, not only in terms of and helping me put together this very important piece of legislation, but we also consulted 16 different departments that use this data. And, you know, what do they use it for? What kind of quality assurances are they looking for? The type of data they're looking for. So it better allows me or enables me to make the decisions on the what. So again, what data are we trying to collect? What do we need the information for? So it's very important to understand it from a user perspective. So the role of the public service has been essential in this. And one other area I'd like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, in this as well, is that when we worked with the public service and in general, one of the changes that we discussed in this bill was, again, eliminating and removing prison time. I think that's very important as well because it was disproportionate to the offense as well. So we've been very clear about that in this bill as well. And we still will have the fines, Mr. Speaker, but I can assure the member that the public service played a critical role in the development of this legislation, and they're also users of good quality data as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this is the first opportunity that I've had to speak in this House since the start of the new year, I'd like to welcome back all my colleagues, and I hope that they and you, Mr. Speaker, had a wonderful break and are all charged up and ready to go for this new session. Now, before the House rose in December, the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development introduced Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. Now, the bill proposes a number of amendments to the Statistics Act that are intended to provide more independence to Statistics Canada and to the Chief Statistician. At least that's the claim. But in order for us, as members of this House, to properly debate these changes, I think it's important to first list all of the sections of this Act that will be modified or added. Now, first, these changes give sole responsibility to the Chief Statistician, or the CS, to decide, based on his or her professional opinion, how to carry out the methods and the procedures of all statistical programs. This includes the collection, compilation, analysis, abstraction, and publication of all statistical information. The Chief Statistician will have full authority over the content within statistical releases and publications issued by Statistics Canada, and how and when this information is circulated. What's more, the Chief Statistician will be responsible for all operations and staff at StatsCan and will be appointed for a fixed renewable term of 5 years. The bill will establish the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, which will be comprised of 10 members, only 10, and replace the National Statistics Council that has been functioning since the mid-1980s. Now, this new council will advise the Chief Statistician and the Minister, whereas the National Statistics Council solely advises the Chief Statistician. Key difference there, Mr. Speaker, in that they're saying The Liberals are saying that they're giving the chief statistician more independence, and yet they're increasing indirect supervision by the Council through the Minister. Within their mandate, the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council will focus on the quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of the statistical information that's produced by StatsCan. They will also be required to make a public annual report on the state of the statistical system. As well, Bill C-36 will allow for the transfer of census information from Statistics Canada to Library and Archives Canada after 92 years without the consent of Canadians. Now, once transferred to Library and Archives Canada, this information will be made available to all Canadians. Finally, the bill will repeal imprisonment as a penalty for any offense committed by a respondent, and it will amend certain sections to make the language more modern and eliminate discrepancies between the English and French versions of the Act. Now, after reading this bill at length, it's become evident that there are many aspects that could be of concern and possibly should be of concern to Canadians, and that will merit further discussion. As Her Majesty's official opposition, it's our duty to critique and highlight any issues that we find evident in all legislation put forward by the Liberal government. And as such, I'll be shedding some light on some of the concerns that I have regarding Bill C-36. Now, our Conservative Party supports the work that Statistics Canada does and the key statistical data that it produces. We know how important this information is for governments, for public policy makers, and the research and academic communities. It's essential for anyone who uses StatsCan data for any purpose, be that businesses, not-for-profit organizations, or individuals. And it's important that they find the data relevant and reliable. In other words, everyone needs to know that they can trust the accuracy and the quality of the data. But the privacy of Canadians is also fundamental, and fostering an environment that builds trust between Canadians and StatsCan is therefore crucial. The Liberal government must ensure that the right balance is struck between protecting the privacy rights of Canadians while collecting good quality data. In the past, Canadians have expressed concern with the questions asked of them in response to the census, particularly the long-form census, and in surveys conducted by Statistics Canada. They found questions such as the number of bedrooms in their house, what time of day they leave for work and return, or how long it takes to get there to be intrusion of their privacy. And indeed, in some cases, they perceived the cumulative answers as a risk to their very home security. Now, with the changes that the Liberal government has proposed in this bill, the Minister will no longer be able to issue directives to the Chief Statistician on methods, procedures, and operations. This means that the Chief Statistician would have sole authority to ask any and all questions that he or she deems fit on a census or survey, including those that Canadians could find intrusive. Now, the result of that, Mr. Speaker, well, it could potentially result in the creation of distrust and cynicism between Statistics Canada and the public, which would then, of course, hinder the quality of the data that StatsCan receives from those being surveyed. With the abdication of responsibility from the Minister to the Chief Statistician, who is responsible for answering to Canadians when they raise concerns regarding the methods used? This is an important question, and quite frankly, seems to be the opposite of the open and transparent government that the Liberals keep touting. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, I'd like to touch a bit further on the section of the bill that amends the responsibilities of the Chief Statistician. The current changes state that the Chief Statistician will, and I quote, decide based strictly on professional statistical standards that he or she considers appropriate, the methods and procedures for carrying out statistical programs regarding the collection, compilation, and analysis, abstraction, and publication of statistical information that is produced or is to be produced by Statistics Canada." End quote. Now, as a member of the official opposition, it's my duty to highlight any implications that a bill may have, regardless of intent. Even though it may not be the intent, this bill authorizes Statistics Canada to house all of its data wherever it chooses. Now, if the chief statistician would like to move the private information of Canadians to a third party, it would have the ability to do so if this bill becomes law. Now, this could be quite concerning. The security and safety of Canadians and their private information should be a top priority for this government. And any use of a third party to house this data could create security concerns and again damage the view that some Canadians have of Stats Canada. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development has also suggested that a Canadian Statistics Advisory Council be created to replace the National Statistics Council. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this new council would be comprised of 10 members and will focus on the quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of the statistical information provided. Now, for those who don't know much about the National Statistics Council, which is already in place and has been since the mid-1980s, I'll provide a brief background so that we can complete a full comparison of what is in place with what the government is proposing to change it to. Now, according to Statistics Canada, the National Statistics Council advises the Chief Statistician of Canada on the full range of Statistics Canada's activities, particularly in overall program activity and priorities. The Council was created in 1985 under the Mulroney government and currently has representatives from all 13 provinces and territories. And while the new Council will provide insight to the Chief Statistician and the Minister, as opposed to only the former, and will produce annual reports on the state of our statistical system, it will no longer have representation from right across Canada. This could result in one area of the country being favored over another, which certainly would not be fair to Canadians in those parts of the country without representation. As an example, if there's no representation from many of the East Coast provinces, the Council could fail to advise on potential questions simply because they don't have the strong knowledge of the area and of what matters most to Canadians who live there. As a result, we could miss out on important data that's crucial for making good quality decisions on behalf of Atlantic Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, why? I have to ask, why would the Liberals decide to create a council that doesn't fully represent Canada as a whole, when we already have one that does, instead of simply altering the mandate of the National Statistics Council, which already provides insight from all parts of Canada? Now, we've already seen the Liberals give out benefits to their friends, especially if they're Chinese billionaires or can pay $1,500 for access to government. Now, perhaps this council is another way that they can appoint and reward their friends, because, quite frankly, I don't understand why this government would actually choose in legislation to create an advisory body that doesn't represent all Canadians. Now, as Canadians, we're extremely fortunate to live in a democratic society where the rights of citizens, the protection of those rights, are treated with the utmost importance. In Canada, we have enshrined those rights in law, and without them, our society, our Canadian way of life that we cherish, would cease to function as it does today. Now, some of these rights include the right to freedom of speech, the right to privacy, and the right to consent. The main job of any government to make sure that these rights are preserved and protected. And since the government has a crucial role to play in the conservation of these rights, I have a hard time understanding why this Liberal government would choose to remove certain rights from Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking here of the right to consent. As I stated earlier, The Liberals want to take away the ability for Canadians to decide whether they want their personal census records made available to the public after a period of 92 years. Canadians should always have the right to consent to the transfer of any personal information obtained through the census. As a government that claims to be open and transparent, frankly, I see this as yet another failed attempt. Canadians should have the comfort of knowing that their privacy is being respected and having the opportunity, if they so choose, to make their information public. It's not the right of this government, or indeed any government, to decide what information should remain private and what should become public or when. The Liberals say that they're attempting to generate a system that is more accountable to Canadians. But by giving more independence to the chief statistician and passing off their responsibility, they are in fact creating a system that is less accountable to Canadians. Finally, this bill will repeal the imprisonment consequence for not responding to a mandatory question or for giving false information while maintaining the established fines. These fines include up to $1,000 for not completing a mandatory sentence and up to $500 for false information provided. The Canadians have always believed that jail time for not completing a sentence or a census or for giving false information on a sentence because they felt uncomfortable was an extremely harsh punishment for this type of offense. And when our previous Conservative government consulted Canadians on issues surrounding requests for information from StatsCan, this was a main concern. That is why we revoked the criminal punishment from all censuses and surveys that were not mandatory from 2011 onward. Further to this, in 2015, a former Conservative Member of Parliament, Joe Preston, proposed a bill to repeal the jail time associated with all mandatory surveys, which all members of this House voted in favour of. Now, unfortunately, the bill was killed before it could reach royal assent as a result of the 2015 election. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, there's no doubt that our society relies on information that it receives from the work done by Statistics Canada. It's important work, but the private lives of Canadians should never be put in jeopardy. Canadians in their personal and business affairs need to be able to trust the data that they give to and the data that they get from Stats Canada. And betraying that trust does not promote a stable environment where quality data can be obtained. The Liberal government must ensure that they have the right balance between the rights of Canadians and the collection of data, and they must be answerable to Canadians for their decisions, such as their decision to create another Statistics Council instead of altering the mandate of the council that already exists. I really think that it's crucial that we continue the debate around this bill to make sure that it protects the rights and the interests of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when the member makes reference to the idea of open and transparent government, we have taken that issue, Mr. Speaker, quite seriously. And since taking office, you have seen a national government here in Ottawa being just that, open and transparent. And I would add to that, Mr. Speaker, a government that has confidence in the public sector, a government that believes in the importance of statistical information and how important that is for the many different stakeholders. And I make reference, whether it's at the government level, the different levels of government, whether it's the private sector or the nonprofit, having stats and statistical information is critical in terms of making good policy decisions. This is something in which this government believes in. The former government, the Harper government, did not do that, Mr. Speaker. They didn't have the same confidence in the importance, whether it was the civil service or the stats. And we saw that in the policy decisions that were made back then. My question is related to recognizing that in order for governments and others to be able to make good decisions, It's incredibly important that statistical information be there and be accurate, and by this legislation we will see a more independent Stats Canada, which will in fact, I believe, enhance Canada's credibility on being able to collect the statistics that are necessary in order to see good, sound policy decisions that will have a positive impact on Canada's middle class and all Canadians in terms of going into the future. Would the member not agree with that?
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, before I had the great honour of representing the good people of Haldimand Norfolk, I was in the private sector and indeed also in the public sector for many years. And large parts of most of my jobs included doing a lot of research, whether it was to develop a new product line, whether it was to predict sales volumes based on demographic changes. And I was a very, very reliant user of Statistics Canada. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but as the Minister of Human Resources and Skills or Social Development for over 5 years, we, as a department, were the largest users, the largest customer of StatsCan. So I'm extremely familiar with just how important it is that StatsCan have good, reliable data. But my concern, Mr. Speaker, is that without the appropriate oversight representing the full scope of our country, without the appropriate accountabilities, there is an opportunity for things that we saw happening a number of years ago, wherein the census questions and survey questions that were being put out by Canada created a disturbance among, I know, many of my constituents because they talked to me about it, that Statistics Canada was asking too many of questions that were of concern to them. They didn't mind one or two, but when you put them all together, a picture formed, and people were getting worried. People thought that's none of their business. So they've told me that they were lying on their census. That is not going to create good quality information. That's not going to create the quality of information that we want to see and need to see and expect to see from StatsCan. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern here is about the appropriate accountabilities to make sure that the rights and privileges and privacy of Canadians continue to be respected.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for her intervention in this. I'm just wondering, though, one of the things that's been interesting about the consistency of the census and been inconsistency over the last decade, with all the changes that have taken place from the long form to the short form, into now new legislation that's being introduced. Her previous government, the Harper administration, was very much part of that. Now, what we're dealing with right now, though, is a situation where we're asking people in the public service, many have been maligned in the past, to say the least, about their treatment from the previous administration, to actually fix this and to go forth with further changes. And my question to my colleague would be this, is that since the Harper regime created the Phoenix pay system, which is now a debacle under the Liberals right now, what does her party have to say about this situation where public servants doing work for her and her colleagues to get, different legislation passed, to get other things accomplished for their constituency, not being paid on a regular basis and continue to have to be that way, including these members that we're talking about today that actually have Stats Canada?
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to correct the honourable member on his statement. In fact, it was this Liberal government that authorized the go-ahead for the Phoenix pay system, and the way it is performed is indeed totally unacceptable, completely and totally unacceptable, but I do need to correct the member on that statement. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we rely on the public service. These are professionals who are trained to do their jobs. They give their service to Canadians just as we do. Mr. Speaker, I've spent many years in this House, I've had that privilege, and have had the opportunity to work very closely and cooperatively and indeed very productively with a wide range of public servants from a wide range of departments. And, Mr. Speaker, it has been that great privilege that I've had to work with them.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. I want to remind the honourable members that they have to be at their seat in order to be recognized to speak in the House. Seeing no further, we have the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I was intrigued by one of the responses the member made to to my question when she said, implied, that many Canadians were in fact lying on their census forms because they were getting frustrated with the number of questions. And I'm wondering to what degree the member believes that was in fact a problem, or is that purely a speculation on her part or meeting? How did she become aware of that as being a serious issue? And if that is the case, has she advanced her concerns to Stats Canada?
The honourable member for Alderman Norfolk.
Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, when we're not sitting in this chamber, we're often back in our ridings, we're out meeting with people, we hear from our constituents, whether on a formal basis in our office or indeed at events that we attend. And usually at the time of year when census forms come around, people bring that up in conversation. And it did disturb me that so many of my constituents and people from whom I heard had concerns. They had concerns about the scope of the questions. They had concerns about what they perceived as the invasiveness of their privacy with those questions, particularly when the questions were taken in the aggregate. And Mr. Speaker, these are anecdotal stories, but they are enough to cause me some concern. And I do hear them. I have heard them over many, many years. And that's something that I think we need to be very cognizant of whenever surveys are being designed, because otherwise the quality of the data just will not be there. We have to make sure that Canadians are encouraged to provide full, complete, and accurate data, and so that they, in turn, when they need it for their business decisions or personal planning, will have access to good quality data that's relevant, that's reliable, and that's accurate.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, if you don't mind, maybe a short question, both question and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to bring the member's attention. There was a story in Maclean's in 2015 that talked about the small town of Melville in Saskatchewan, where fewer than 50% of the one-third of the people in that town actually completed the voluntary census. And as a result, it became a statistical ghost town. They knew how many people lived there, but not how many people were unemployed, who lived in poverty, who were immigrants, single, divorced, and so on. So, the member talked about, how the fact that we need to have all this reliable data, but it was her government's actions that resulted in this town becoming a ghost town, and we didn't know anything about it. So I appreciate her support of, statistical reliability now, but I'm just wondering how she meshes that with the government's actions previously that resulted in this actually happening. Thank you.
Short answer from the honourable member for Alderman Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we always want to make sure that we have good quality, reliable data, but we also need to protect the rights and the privacy and the privileges of Canadians. And that's our objective here today with this bill, is to make sure that any changes in this bill are going to pursue those objectives. Not just pursue them, Mr. Speaker, but achieve those objectives, because we have to have good quality data. If we don't, then we're in trouble in a whole lot of ways.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise again to talk about Canada Census. There's been several debates on this issue over the last number of years, and C36 is the latest machination of that. Basically, the census is a particularly important piece of information gathering that's critical for economic, social, and as well societal planning. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that information collecting through the census is important for not only just its particular use, but it's also important for, Mr. Speaker, other surveys and other types of public opinion research that is done on a multitude of issues where the census is used to so-called backstop those types of surveys, whether it be on agriculture, whether it be on economics, whether it be on public housing and transit. And as well, Mr. Speaker, it's important for our democracy. The fact of the matter is it helps generate the information necessary for everything from locations and geography of where people live and how they live, but also the distribution of seats in the House of Commons here, as well as ensuring that there's different population analysis requirements that are looked at when, say, for example, issues of urban transit planning more recently, but also the use of land in Canada. There's no doubt that there's dozens upon dozens upon dozens of Canadian professional associations that support a solid, robust census, one that is remains independent, one that is protects personal privacy, and one that can be valuable, and as well, too, Mr. Speaker, patterned so that we can look at historical changes in all the subjects that I mentioned before. The challenge that we have had in the previous Harper administration and the current one now to some degree, and more importantly the past Liberal regimes, has been the inconsistency as anomalies by playing politics with the census. And the first I mentioned was the ideological drive by the Liberals to outsource public service jobs. That was the first essentially attack on the census, in the sense that we had one of the best recognized information gathering and census distribution in the world. In fact, I participated in the year 2000 complete count as a city councillor, because the area that I represented often had a lot of people with new languages or different languages. They had some of them not become Canadian citizens at that time. Others that were not part of the community because I have a university, a college, at the full time of when a census is distributed, when it's returned. And as well, too, we had everything from just the fact of absentee and other landlords that decided not to respond to the census. So what was happened at that time, and that was the Chrétien regime at that time, is there was an attempt on a number of small circled areas, and one of the ones that I represented, the councillor, was just that, is to improve that, so we didn't miss out on opportunities to improve I guess the iteration and the activity with government. Then the Right Honourable Mr. Herb Gray represented the riding, and it was a good indication and a good measure of working together with the city and myself as a councillor on how to improve the response rate, which was less than 50%. So all that connects to C36 and what's taken place since that time, Mr. Speaker, because I come from a time where it wasn't politicized. And when we saw that the Martin regime of the Liberals wanted to privatize the census, they disrupted the long-standing and the secure foundation that was set up nearly 2 decades before that with regards to its implementation. In fact, Canada was often touted as one of those places to examine for census improvement and so forth. But the outsourcing to a private arms manufacturing company that was doing other privatization measures across the globe created certain problems when they actually went to implement that. First among us was the intervention of the Patriot Act in the United States. The Patriot Act breached Canadian privacy relations because under the Patriot Act, U.S. companies are not allowed to dispel or to acknowledge or provide information to those clients that they have that they're actually giving information to the federal government of the United States. So when the attempt was to outsource this to, my memory serves me correct, to Minneapolis, there was a long battle and fight that took place in this House of Commons by ourselves as New Democrats to retain that information here in Canada. In fact, the contract ended up having to be amended so that that information retained itself here. So then you enter into an age of this outsourcing where it clearly became a problem for many Canadians, and they certainly were not supportive of that, but we didn't have the census and headlines until that time. Now you move forward with regards to the next set of governments under the Harper administration. We quickly go through a number of different problems that emerged, most and foremost being moving to a small census that was not mandatory. So the challenge there, again, Mr. Speaker, and the outrage that we heard from a number of different scientific-based organizations, universities, colleges, research capabilities, was not only was the census information at risk, there was no doubt I guess a break in the lineage that could be used for actually making the further, I guess, assessments and the continuity, which was not there because we moved from long-form stable censuses to that of a short-term, short-form one, that certainly didn't cut the mustard in any way, shape, or form, and certainly became a controversy here in the House of Commons for a number of years, and eventually led to the resignation of Sheikh Munir, who was the previous census chief executive officer, and we've had other resignations since because there's been quite a connection between the political office and that of the census office. And Mr. Speaker, I think one of the primary importance of Canadians is the recognition that we have.
I just want to remind the honourable members it's nice to see everybody back from our break and wanting to speak, but all the excitement is causing a little difficulty in me hearing the person who's speaking. So I just want to remind everyone that there is someone speaking, and if you have a conversation, unless you're whispering, take it outside or into the lobby. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think everybody will be enthralled by my speech and will probably remain in the House, so hopefully that's the case to participate in debate. But I think it's important to note that to the issue, again, having the transition and the politicalization, it was a challenge for this country, and it's been a loss. And here's where I would give the previous Liberals some credit, because it was a co-campaign as New Democrats and Liberals fought about some of these things. And there was lots of shiny things that were thrown out there to follow, most importantly being addressed in C-36 as jail time for the census. It was certainly one of those things that was seen as, I guess, a way of raw meat on the issue thrown out by the Harper administration, and quite embarrassingly so, because we found the facts didn't, basically matter in that debate. So C-36 gets rid of jailing individuals for non-completion and compliance in the census. And I think that, when you think of it, Mr. Speaker, about all the court cases and the issues that we're dealing right now with, and the challenge of the courts for several issues that I won't get into that are highly complex, but the reality is that we have a serious issue with them, is that trying to send somebody for jail for not filling out a census is not the appropriate use of public enforcement, not the appropriate use of our court system, and not appropriate in general to convince people that the census is a value added for them, their family, and for our country. And so that I support wholeheartedly, the elimination of that distraction and that shiny bauble that is thrown out from time to time. It really was quite an interesting of that situation. The problem that we have a little bit with this census is, and we'll see at committee, is some of how the independence is still issued with this census bill. Now, one of the things that I've raised at committee is that there's the insinuation that there's a 92% response rate to this. And I haven't had a satisfactory response to the 92%, and we still are waiting for information on that. And that would be helpful coming from either the census or from the minister's office, because as I understand it right now, essentially you have a system in place where if they could be counting full census applications, they could be returns, they could be no, I don't want to participate, stuffed in an envelope and sent back. We don't know the full extent of that, but at least there has been a participatory rate that is high there. So one of the things that we actually have is an understanding of privacy and when it's released. That is critical. So after 92 years, there is going to be a release, and there's rules with that. And that may sound irrelevant up front, but I know that speaking with a lot of the community, there are people and individuals that are worried about their privacy and the spellment of their privacy and the use of that privacy, and having confidence is very important. So the 92-year set example is critical for us to ensure that. So This way, there's no distinguished difference. So people will understand if they want to change the 92 years, there has to be an amendment to legislation. And if there's an amendment to legislation, that will require a process in the House of Commons, a separate bill. Then it will have to go through the Senate as well, too. So there's at least some stability there and some protection. So even though it might sound trivial, there are a lot of people that are concerned about the 92 years that are there. And as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, one of the troubling aspects that we have is around still the concentration of power to the minister. It is diminished in this to some degree, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't separate that from shared services. The new government basically, I don't know how to even explain it to the public, but it's going to accumulate and dominate any information sharing that's out there. And we would like to see the preservation of the census independence capacity. And shared services is one of the reasons why Mr. Smith, the latest chief statistician, has decided to leave the position. And so we'll be looking for at committee this type of amendment or changes to continue to improve that type of independence. And Mr. Speaker, I can say that one of the things that I find intriguing about this this debate here today, which I think is really important, as New Democrats, we value the public service, not only in terms of saying that, but also delivering on that. And it is a central backbone of how we actually do business and operation. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, I've been at committee before when we have had chief executive officers complain about not getting their subsidies because they want this incentive from the program and this other tax break, and they want this other, measure in place. It's interesting because there are a lot that often complains that government has to get out of the way. They're often the first to come and ask for something. In fact, I can't remember a lobby situation by any business in my office or at committee that doesn't have a request attached to it. And that's fine, that's fair. But they had also been actively lobbying about the elimination in the so-called fattened public service. And they were complaining that they couldn't get stuff done because there weren't enough people. And so I question the fact that they had been champions of diminishing this group, and now that they couldn't get their paperwork done without assistance, that was shameful on their tactics. No, this connects very importantly, Mr. Speaker, to the Phoenix situation we have right now. And this Liberal administration, the disdain and the lack of concentration of a government that's more worried about where they go and how they party and how they plan their next wave than actually paying employees. There's no doubt that the Phoenix situation has gotten worse under this administration, but there's a connection to the Conservatives. They can't get out of that.
I just want to make sure everybody understands that there is a presentation being made. Someone is speaking in the House, and out of respect, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear what that person has to say. So if you have a conversation, either whisper or take it into the lobby. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that it's a sensitive matter when we, as a government, don't pay our public servants for the work that we're trying to have them do. I can appreciate that sensitivity on the other sides of this debate that have allowed the situation not only to fester but to have created it. But that's the reality, is we are continually asking our public service to do work on legislation like this, including StatsCan people and organizers, and that is and workers who haven't had their proper pay. And I know that some Liberals are laughing right now at this. They're making fun probably of it, and they're laughing even more now. But I don't think it's fair for people that have to send their children off to school, make plans, go into work every single day, have signed a contract of agreement of remuneration and aren't being paid. And their continual laughter about this is sad. It's sad, Mr. Speaker, because those are real lives, and they're asking them to help contribute to the organizational structure and disbursement of income in Canada related to it. And I know the continued laughter is just continuing to happen over here. It's something that won't distract me from the fact that Liberals are responsible for making sure that this situation hasn't even improved. And if that's the way that they want to operate and conduct themselves by laughing at public servants not being paid, men and women that are responsible under this, and I should just, Mr. Speaker, I just heard the word bull something. So, Mr. Speaker, I just heard the word bull. Well, apparently I don't even have the attention of the Speaker right now. But I just heard foul language from a member from the Liberal over there, the word bull, and I can finish it if you like to get the attention. I'd be happy to do so.
I encourage all members to exercise restraint in the language they are using. The member for Windsor West has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can just say that I don't care if foul language is used against me. I don't care if people are laughing at me on the other side when I talk about workers and them not getting paid. It won't bother me, and it will not stop me from talking about these issues in the House of Commons. We shouldn't have to do that in this place. It shouldn't be the case, and it shouldn't be the case, Mr. Speaker, that I can't even get the attention of the Speaker, as is the case right now. So I'll just continue, basically, because the microphone has continued on, and I'll just continue to talk about other things until we actually get resolution to the sad state of affairs in this House right now that I've never seen in the basically 15 years I've been. But you know what? The fact of the matter is when bull S is used at me on a regular basis, and we have continued laughter from the Liberals over here about me basically infringing on my privilege and my time to discuss something very important, and we have no intervention of seriousness from yourself, is a disgrace to democracy. And in fact, I think that the tapes of this should be used and should be looked at and the conduct on a regular basis, because I can barely speak in this manner, and I've been totally using my time for the last 5
The honourable member for Windsor West will take his seat for a moment. He referred to a comment from the other side. He did not indicate who he allegedly had made this comment. I did not hear the comment. We can review the Hansard for this or the Blues, but I certainly did not hear it. And so I called upon members very seriously to restrain themselves in their comments. So if the member, well, actually, we've come to the time for it to move on to the next item, as a matter of fact. It being 1:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to statements by, the House will now proceed, according to order made earlier this day, to statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's with sadness and horror that Canadians learned of the devastating terrorist attack that occurred last night in Quebec City. Based on current official reports, 6 people who were praying at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre perished, and many others were seriously wounded. These people were targeted simply because they were practicing their religion, and this is a terrorist attack. It is an attack on the most profound and dearest values to Canadians: openness, diversity, and freedom of religion. We are thinking about the victims. They were our fellow citizens, ordinary Canadians, brothers, uncles, fathers, and friends. They were men of faith and members of their community. And in a heartbeat, this horrific act took their lives away. I know that there's a very strong link between this community and the member for Louis Hébert, their member of Parliament. The member has visited the site on many occasions, and he is with them today. On behalf of my colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, I remind us all that we are all community leaders, and at times like this one, when our communities need us, we are there. We must display and be worthy of representing Canadians. Extend your hand to your neighbors, to your friends. Be there for the people you represent. They need you. To the people who are injured, to the people of Quebec City, and to all Canadians, I say, rest assured that we will get to the bottom of matters. An act of violence of this nature has no place in Canadian society. I want to thank the local police, the first responders, the municipal authorities, as well as the Quebec government. And I want to assure Canadians that we will continue to work together and closely in the days to come. I'd also like to thank the various political and religious leaders across the world who have contacted us since last night's tragic event. Your thoughts and condolences are greatly appreciated. Canada has long been a very diversified country, a country that welcomes others. We are compassionate and generous. We know that we are strong not because of our differences, but thanks to our differences. And it's at tragic times like this that we must stand united and move forward. Canadians will not be taken down by this violence. Our energy and unity will simply be stronger. People responsible for these types of attacks wanted to shake our values and affect us. They want to divide us, to create hate. We will instead open our hearts. Mr. Speaker, dear friends, fellow Canadians, let's show the best of ourselves at these difficult times. I want to speak directly to the more than 1 million Canadians of Muslim faith. We are with you. 36 million Canadians have also had their hearts broken. You are important to us. You make an important contribution to our country. You are at home here. Yesterday's tragic crime against Muslim community is a terrorist act against Canada and against all Canadians. We will mourn together, we will defend ourselves, and we will always be with you. In the days to come, I ask you to comfort each other. We will mourn this devastating attack, and we will move towards healing together as a community, as a country, and as a family. Canadians will not be intimidated. We will not respond to violence with violence. In the face of fear and hate, we will respond with love and compassion, and we will always do so.
It was with shock and sadness that Canadians heard about a despicable act of terror last night in Quebec City. By current counts, 6 people worshipping at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre have lost their lives, with many others seriously injured. This was a group of innocents targeted for practicing their faith. Make no mistake, this was a terrorist attack. It was an attack on our most intrinsic and cherished values as Canadians, values of openness, diversity, and freedom of religion. Our hearts go out to the families of the victims. These people were just that, people, ordinary Canadians. They were brothers, uncles, fathers, and friends. These were people of faith and of community. And in the blink of an eye, they were robbed of their lives in an act of brutal violence. I know that already there's a deeply personal connection here in this very house. The Member of Parliament for Louis Hébert knew this community and has joined them at the centre many times. He's with them now as we speak today. And to each of my 337 colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, remember that we are all leaders in our communities. At times like these, our communities need our leadership. It is in these moments that we must show ourselves worthy of the honor of sitting in this place for them. Reach out to your friends and neighbors. Gather your communities. Be there for their people, for your people. They need you. To the injured, to the family members of these innocent victims, to the people of Quebec, and to all Canadians, know that we will get to the bottom of this. Such senseless violence has no place in Canadian society. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the first responders and thank local law enforcement officials, local government officials, and the Government of Quebec. I can assure Canadians that we will be working closely together in the days ahead. I'd also like to thank the many political and faith leaders from around the world who have reached out since last night's events. Your thoughts and condolences are greatly appreciated. Canada has long been a diverse and accepting nation. We are kind, we are generous, and we embrace one another not in spite of our differences, but because of them. It is in tragic moments like this that we must come together in order to move forward. Canadians will not be broken by this violence. Our sense of spirit and our sense of unity will only strengthen. The people who commit these acts mean to test our resolve and weaken our values. They aim to divide us, to sow discord and plant hatred. We will not close our minds. We will open our hearts. Mr. Speaker, my friends, my fellow Canadians, let us strive to be the best version of ourselves in these dark hours. To the more than 1 million Canadians who profess the Muslim faith, I want to say directly, we are with you. 36 million hearts are breaking with yours. And know that we value you. You enrich our shared country in immeasurable ways. It is your home. Last night's horrible crime against the Muslim community was an act of terror committed against Canada and against all Canadians. We will grieve with you. We will defend you. We will love you, and we will stand with you. Over the coming days, take solace in one another. We will mourn this devastating attack, and we will heal together as one community, as one country, and as one family. Canadians will not be intimidated. We will not meet violence with more violence. We will meet fear and hatred with love and compassion. Always. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for permitting me to speak today. Although there are often heated debates in this House, today that we are all united in our chagrin, within our sadness for the victims of yesterday's attack. Only on the weekend, our caucus was in Quebec City to see the beginning of the Winter Carnival. And these should be happy moments of the year when on some of the coldest evenings, but the days are warmer and inviting. Quebec is a welcoming and inviting city. and it is one of the safest in Canada. That is something that all Quebecers are proud of. The victims of the terror attack have caused a terrible shock to the region. On behalf of the official opposition, I offer my sincerest condolences to the families of those who were killed senselessly at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre.
Innocent people killed by cowardly attackers. We're offering our thoughts and prayers to families in Quebec City that today are mourning their fathers, husbands, brothers, and sons. Innocent people who merely went to pray and who will not be coming home. This terrorist attack strikes at the very heart of one of the freedoms we cherish as Canadians, the right to practice one's faith, to worship without fear. It is the freedom to worship as you choose with your fellow believers as a community in safety and security. We have profoundly defended that right for people around the world, but it is most meaningful to us at home in Canada. An attack against a place of worship, against people praying in a mosque, is an attack on these very freedoms. It negates the principles on which Canada was founded. Dans cette chambre, nous avons nos
In this House, we have our differences on important issues for Canadians, but I know that no member in this House of any caucus would wish anything like this on anyone, and under the banner of Canadian citizenship, we shall stand together. This faith was broken yesterday in Sainte Foy. It is not the first time that this has happened in Canada, in a country that has often known relative peace for many years.
Motivations as hatred or ignorance persist. We cannot stand for it, and we must be ready to meet it. This attack offers another sad reminder that our country is not immune to terrorism, and it demonstrates that we must always be vigilant against this threat. And today we're incredibly grateful for those who stand vigilant on our behalf, including the police, the first responders, as well as the Canadian forces and our intelligence agencies. And we appreciate their swift response last night. Plus tard aujourd'hui, je vais me joindre.
Today, I joined the Prime Minister to travel to Quebec City, and I would like to thank him for this opportunity to show all Canadians that we stand united in our support for the victims and their loved ones. We will keep the victims and their families in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Outremont. The terrorist attack that was carried out last night at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre shook our country to its core. Right now, families mourn the loss of their loved ones, and they are praying for those who are injured and who are fighting for their lives. To all our Muslim brothers and sisters, we say that we share your mourning and we pray for you, and we pledge that we will stand united to fight against hate, intolerance, and Islamophobia, and against those who spread policies of fear and division. Today, people do not feel safe in their own places of worship. Many of them do not feel safe in their own community. And that is something that we cannot accept. That is not the Canada that we believe in. And it is not the type of society in which we want to live. Canada is a country of diversity, of peace, and of inclusiveness. We cannot and will not tolerate hate or violence, and we will not do so. Today, our hearts are broken. But with love and hope, We will stand together with the common conviction that we will overcome.
The Centre Culturel Islamique de Québec last night has shaken this country. In this moment, families are mourning the loss of their loved ones and praying for those who are injured and fighting for their lives. To our Muslim brothers and sisters, we mourn with you, we pray with you, and we promise that we will stand united and fight against the forces of hatred, bigotry, and Islamophobia, and against those who peddle the politics of fear and division. People today feel unsafe in their place of worship. Many feel unsafe in their communities. And that's just not something that we can accept. This is not the Canada we believe in. It's not the type of society we want to live in. Canada is a country of diversity, peace, and inclusion. We cannot and we will not tolerate hate and violence. Today, our hearts are broken, but with love and hope, we come together with the shared belief that we will overcome. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, death entered a place of worship armed with hate and guns to sow terror and despair. Yesterday, 6 of our fellow Canadians were assassinated because of their faith. 5 others are in the hospital in critical condition for the very same reason. Our hearts go out to them. Mr. Speaker, an unhealthy climate has taken root in our society and across the Western world, and the terrorist attack in Quebec City is simply the latest example of that. A climate of distrust and intolerance. Mr. Speaker, there's not enough love. All of that, everything we hear, everything that is coming at us in newscasts, on the news, on the radio, and on social media, Syria, terrorist attacks, always, all the time, calls to hatred, the abandonment of refugees for petty political gains, radicalization, the refusal of differences. Mr. Speaker, it means there's not enough love. We were all horrified by the terrorist attack in Quebec City, and we do not understand. We do not understand this violence, this barbarism. We do not understand that anyone can pull the trigger to kill people who pray, speak, and think differently than themselves. We denounce this. We reject it, and we refuse it, this violence that makes us sad, that makes us angry, that causes us to despair. We do not understand it, and we will not accept it. How can someone do this? It simply doesn't make any sense. This type of thing should not exist. It must stop, Mr. Speaker. We are in desperate need of love, Mr. Speaker, love and solidarity. Yes, we stand with our fellow citizens in the Muslim community. We stand with the families and friends who yesterday lost a loved one for nothing. Our thoughts go out to the children and the spouses of the victims of this senseless and cowardly massacre. Solidarity, Mr. Speaker, solidarity. We stand with all those who mourn today the unjust death of the victims of the Quebec City terrorist attack. We stand with all those who are ashamed of what happened at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre, who are ashamed that such a terrible thing could have happened in our society, ashamed that January 29, 2017 will go down in history as a black day in our society. We stand together in mourning. We stand together with all Quebecers who are affected by this event, all those across the world who feel shocked and devastated by what happened yesterday. And we will also stand in solidarity when it is time to find solutions. This must stop, Mr. Speaker. We mourn Quebecers of Muslim faith because it is time to weep, but it is also time to love and to stand in solidarity. Tomorrow, we will look inward. We will reflect. We will find solutions. And please know that you can count on us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peace be upon us, Canadians. C'est un grand honneur de parler.
It is a great honor today to speak to my colleagues. I share all the feelings, the sadness of my colleagues, of the Honourable Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Outremont. All members here today share these sentiments of sadness, and I send my condolences.
Leader of the Bloc said it best, we don't understand. This is Canada. This is Quebec City. This is a mosque where innocents gathered to worship. We know that much, but we can't understand it because it's so out of order. Does it belong in Canada? It feels as if it couldn't possibly have happened, and yet it did. We will pray, we will work, we will reject intolerance and hatred, and we will say, as our Prime Minister has said, to every single Muslim member of the Canadian family, today we are all Muslims. We stand with you, and we will never let there be daylight between a Christian, a Jew, a Sikh, an atheist, and a Muslim in this country. We are Canadians, and we stand together in love. Thank you.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the attack on the Centre Culturel Islamique de Québec. I now invite honourable members to rise.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act.
I wish to inform the House, because of ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 23 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West has 2.5 minutes remaining in his speech on debate. The Honourable Member, just maybe we'll wait a minute till things quiet down a little, or ask members to keep it very quiet if they're going to be leaving for a moment or two. Let's do so quietly. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm coming from Windsor West in our area, which has a significant Muslim population and as well a significant connection with our American cousins on the U.S. side who have friends, families, neighbors. The last 48 hours between the presidential ban and this heinous act has been very difficult. And hence, I think that, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us at this point in time to at least have this House carry voices in a way that we actually can talk. And I don't believe that's been my experience here this morning. And it's sad. It's sad that I've had to fight to have my say in this chamber, and I hope other members at some point reflect on what's taken place this morning. And I'll conclude with that, Mr. Speaker, because I fought long and hard to be in this chamber many times. And to have swearing at me, and to have laughing, I don't think is appropriate tenure for this place.
Order. I appreciate. Order. I appreciate the attempt of the honourable member for Windsor West to call upon members to be attentive and listen to other members and show their respect. And on a day like today in particular, we ought to be mindful of our duties and of the need to be respectful of each other, as we must be respectful of this place. Resuming debate. The honourable, questions and comments. Question on comment to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his remarks. As I understand the provisions of C-36, one of the provisions are effectively that it's replacing one existing review or advisory committee with another, and it's not clear to me on first glance what the purpose is of moving from an existing oversight committee to a new committee, and I wondered if the member had reflected on that particular provision of the bill and if he had any thoughts on why the government might be making this particular change.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It actually is an interesting one brought up by his critic related to the fact that we're going from a 13-member council to that of 10. Which makes it difficult if we wanted some regional representation. I think it's one of the things in the bill that needs to be examined and looked at. It also questions in terms of their relationship with the chief statistician and how they relate with regards to the minister, and once again making sure we have independence as much as possible. So the member brings a very valid point that I believe will be addressed at committee or be part of the debate at committee, and I look forward to amendments because there is an argument to be made for the regionalism aspect that could be accommodated by 13 as opposed to 10.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, at the beginning, just to acknowledge and share many of the thoughts that were expressed, whether it's from the Prime Minister, the Leader of official opposition, and others, in regards to their thoughtful expressions of love and caring for what has taken place, Mr. Speaker, and just to express my best wishes and condolences, Mr. Speaker, to what is a very tragic moment that has taken place in Canada. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I listened thoroughly to what the member was commenting on prior to the interruption that had taken place. I was listening attentively, and just to assure the member that as a government, we talk a great deal about the importance of the public service. We recognize the hardships that have been caused with respect to the Phoenix. The member made a great deal of interest in the Phoenix, and just to let the civil service know that this is a government that is very much listening and doing what we can to try to fix a problem that was handed down to us with the transition into the Phoenix process. But my question to the member is more so with respect to the legislation that we have, and just ask the member to reflect on the positives of the legislation by enabling a more independent thinking Stats Canada And at the end of the day, when we take a look at the importance of statistical information for good, solid, sound policy decisions, whether it's at the national government level, the provincial, municipal, school divisions, nonprofits, and even the private sector, that this is indeed a step forward, and therefore we highly recommend that this particular piece of legislation be passed. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. And he wasn't the section where the foul language was coming from to me, so I appreciate him noting that he did actually listen to me during that. And I appreciate the fact that he has recognized the importance of the census. We are supporting it to go to committee, and we have no will to hold up any changes that could actually be very important for timing of how to improve the census for the next census. Given the extreme amount of work that needs to be done from here to there. As far as Phoenix, we still that this government has not resolved enough to fix Phoenix. It's simple as that. At the end of the day, we have people that are not being paid, people that have families. Some have other that have been overpaid, underpaid, clawbacks, a series of different problems. And yes, I agree with the member that you did inherit it from the previous administration. They had argued that they didn't, but I believe that is correct. But as far as where this goes, it is critical, as you have noted, as the member has noted. It does go down to municipalities, it does go down to planning, and does affect social services for children. It affects the provinces on how they actually deliver the different types of program funding. All of those things are the part of a robust census that we need to departisan. So when it comes to the independence of the minister versus that of the chief statistician, we'll be looking for amendments at that period of time to make sure that we have that validity stamped out, because we have a previous chief statistician who has basically quit because of the relationship strength between that and the problems related to Service Canada. Service Canada.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
I want to echo the comments that have been made by our Prime Minister, our Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, and indeed all of the Official Opposition leaders. The comments, what a sad day it was when we woke up this morning. We heard of the shootings in Quebec City, as mentioned earlier on. Our National Caucus was just there over the weekend, and words cannot express how our heartfelt condolences to those friends and families of the victims. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-36 carries a few concerns at first glance. The government would like to centralize this position or this role that StatsCan has in taking away the role of the provinces, 3 provinces and the territorial governments as well. And I failed to see the necessity with that. But also that the concern that we have is every day we turn on the TV or hear of another cyber attack where information of Canadians and of those around us, where that privacy or the public information has been, or very private information has been, attacked and given away and found out by other parties, third parties, for nefarious reasons. But the full role of the chief statistician and the authority of the chief statistician could indeed move this information that is gathered by Canadians that now they don't give consent to be shared with this Bill C-36. We believe that the privacy of Canadians should be paramount and that Canadians should have a say whether their information is shared, Mr. Speaker, and we should know where that information is going to be stored. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-36 will allow the chief statistician to be able to move this information to a third party, which, in today's world of cyber attacks, who knows? I shudder to think, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if our honourable colleague from Windsor West has the same concerns, A, with privacy, and B, with moving the goods or housing the information of everyday Canadians to a third party that to this day has not been vetted.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I thank my colleague for expressing his concerns with the tragedy and obviously the acts that took place that have defined many of people's lives over the last 24 hours. And again, nothing can take back the concerns that we'll continue to have, and appreciate that element to it. Now, with regards to this bill, there's a good example that we can continue with. That well, that conversation appears to be ending, Mr. Speaker, so I'll now continue because the members are leaving. I can't, well, no, it's continuing. Well, I'll just say, Mr. Speaker, that it's pretty hard to be able to debate properly in the House here with continued ongoing discussion. And quite frankly, I'm not afraid to raise it. I'm not afraid to say that it becomes almost impossible in many aspects. And to have swear words used at me and laughing, I'll continue to raise it. I'm not afraid about that. Those are things that I...
Is the honourable member raising a point of order?
Yes,
Is the honourable member raising a point of order?
Yeah, I would, Mr. Speaker, and that I could say that as a point of order. I think that there has been so much discourse during my speech here. I'd ask you to review the tapes to find out the level of discourse. Also, I'd ask you to I do know it came across from the aisle here, and we do have members that were in the House that the tape will decide on who used foul language. There was 2 occasions that were used at me to try to talk. There was an extraordinary amount of laughing and catcalling. So I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to review that. And as well, too, you can review the most recent being the extended conversations that continue to take place. I know that some, are going to happen in the House of Commons, but clearly I've never witnessed to this extent. And I would also ask that the tapes review the Speaker's interaction with regards to this, is that how much time and how much the tapes would show that conversations would go on, and the fact that I would continue speaking and there was no acknowledgement. Hence, I've had to basically take to myself to pausing quietly here to get some type of matter. That would be my point of order. Is the point of order my parliamentary privilege has been basically affected by the conduct and behavior in the House here today, and I think it's diminished my capabilities to be able to articulate this particular bill in particular. And I, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, as a Dean of the NDP caucus and someone who's been here through several different party machinations of the different ones that have been here and come and gone, and the current ones, I'm quite perplexed and saddened that I have to intervene in such a way. I would like to answer my colleague's question real briefly, because he has brought up some very good points, but I hope so I can do so without being...
First, we'll deal with the point of order first before we go back to answering the question. I believe when the honourable member was speaking that both myself as Speaker and the Speaker who was in the chair prior to me tried to bring people in and rein people in. We made efforts, but what we'll do is we'll take it on advisement, we'll bring it back, and we'll come back to the House should we find anything to report. Now, I'll allow the honourable member for Windsor West to continue with his response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to that. To answer the question with regards to the honourable member, there is a good example to look at. Back in 2003, it was raised by Bill Blakey at that time, the outsourcing of the census to Lockheed Martin. And in 2004, that continued until a final contract was actually awarded to Lockheed Martin, where the census was then provided by them, the data and so forth, as you're concerned about breaches and security, fell into a third party. So I've asked a question previously to the Minister about concerns about third-party ownership of data, and I would look forward to that committee as well, too, and the honourable member raising that important issue of that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to strengthen Statistics Canada's independence. To achieve this, the bill introduces 3 key legislative amendments. The first assigns authorities for decisions on statistical methods and operations directly to the Chief Statistician. This amendment will ensure decisions of a technical statistical matter are based strictly on professional considerations. The second key amendment changes the appointment of the chief statistician from one at pleasure to one during good behavior for a term of 5 years with the possibility of reappointment. This will protect the chief statistician from being potentially dismissed for unfair and unjust reasons. The third key amendment, which I'd like to spend a bit more time on today, is the creation of a new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council to replace the existing National Statistics Council. This new council will be created to increase transparency and ensure Canada's statistical system continues to meet the needs of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the National Statistics Council has been a useful consultative body. Established in 1985, it is a non-legislative consultative body with the mandate to advise the chief statistician in setting priorities and regionalize Statistics Canada programs. It currently consists of 35. Okay. I only got 5 minutes, probably. It currently consists of 35 to 40 experts who serve in the public interest without pay. This council has made important contributions to the work of Statistics Canada, including helping revise and update the Statistics Act. How many minutes do I have?
You have to say it. Just have to say those words.
Okay. I'm splitting my time with the member for Winnipeg North. But its mandate, structure, and the composition have not evolved to match the changing nature and the demands of the statistical system and the Statistics Canada. The new council's mandate will be to advise both the minister and the chief statistician on any matters either of them may refer to it. Its focus will be on the overall quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and the timeliness of data it produces. Unlike the current council's work, which is not in legislation nor mandated to be done transparently, Bill C-36 introduces the requirement that the new council's work be done in a transparent manner. It also requires that the council make public an annual report on the state of the national statistic system. Keep going on.
The honourable member for Don Valley North will have 6 minutes and 30 seconds when he resumes after question period. Statement by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Darkness knows no borders, and last night, Itidas at home on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I unreservedly condemn the terrorist attack that plunged the city of Quebec and the entire province into mourning. We are all devastated to see how much cowardice and barbarity men can use. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer my sincerest condolences as well as my unwavering support to the loved ones of the victims and the Muslim community of Quebec. I also want to underscore the exceptional work done by the law enforcement community, the Quebec City Police Force, the Montreal Police Force, the Quebec Provincial Police Force, and the RCMP, as well as the people in the hospitals who treated people and continue to do so. We stand alongside all Quebecers of Muslim faith. We stand in solidarity. Today, we must continue to stand together and state loudly and clearly that there is no place at home for intolerance, nor will there ever be. The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Marcel Prudhomme, a senator who passed away recently, last week, in fact, at the age of 82. He spent 20 years as an MP and 16 years as a senator. He spoke frankly on the subject of foreign affairs, defended difficult causes, namely in favor of Palestinians. Marcel, you gave true meaning to freedom of expression, which is one of our fundamental values. Thank you for having been an important player in this country. Marcel, thank you for having helped our country progress. We say to you, thank you. We will always remember the friendship that you shared with us. And from above, Marcel, continue to build bridges on behalf of Canada.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, all I wanted for Christmas was to bring back some fantastic craft beer from my home province of Alberta here to Ottawa without breaking the law. But government interference in interprovincial trade has weakened the Canadian economy and impeded consumer choice. A Senate study states barriers to internal trade cost the Canadian economy nearly $150 billion.
Wow.
In a new and uncertain world, freer trade amongst the provinces and territories will grow our economy. However, an agreement with dozens of exemptions like beer, wine, and cheese is not free trade. Conservatives want to see a full free trade deal benefiting all Canadian industries, not just a select few. Before endorsing a fake free trade agreement with the provinces, the Liberals must ask the Supreme Court for clarification on Section 121 of the Constitution, which states free trade is a constitutional right for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's time to free the beer. It's time to free the Canadian economy.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the holidays, communities and families in my riding were devastated to learn that Linda Vatcher was the Canadian who had been killed in the terrorist attack in Jordan that claimed 10 lives and injured several, including her son. Linda had been on holidays visiting her son. It became clear as the news of this cowardly attack and terrible tragedy spread just how many people Linda had touched throughout her life, especially in the communities of Burgeo and Cornbrook. Linda was a selfless, loving woman with a kind and big heart. Many have told stories of Linda's compassion and determination to help others. For example, as an elementary school teacher, she often reached into her own pocket to ensure each student received a book at the book fair. As an avid volunteer, she worked tirelessly to help organizations like the Canadian Cancer Society and the Salvation Army Food Bank. Linda had recently initiated a program of Women Helping Women to further help those in need. And the day she left for her holiday, she dropped off a donation for the Christmas programs and said she'd be back to help as soon as she returned. It was clear Linda made the lives of everyone she met better, Mr. Speaker. I ask everyone to...
It is with heavy heart that I rise today and to honour my friend and hero, Larry Costello. Larry, a veteran of the Canadian Naval, passed away at the age of 92. Larry was a decorated veteran and respected soldier of the Canadian Navy who served 25 years of distinction and fought bravely in the Battle of the Atlantic, the longest engagement of World War II. His storied military career is only equaled by his fight to choose to take on his post-active service life as a tireless and determined advocate for veterans. Whether it was helping a specific group or organization or veteran, he was always up for the cause and served as a warrior, advocate, and champion. He executed this with dignity, grace, and dignity. I want to extend my deepest condolences to Goldie and the Costello family, and as well as friends, as well as the community. Life was exceptional with Larry. We have him as a role model. We thank him and his family for that.
Member for Cambridge.
It's with a sad heart that I rise to pay my final respects. The Honourable Andrew Peter Talegdi passed away a week ago, January 23rd. He served this House from 1993 to 2008 as MP for Kitchener-Waterloo, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, and the Chair of the Citizenship Committee. His life was one of service. He served as a city and regional councillor, founded the nonprofit organization Youth in Conflict with the Law, and sat on several boards. It's my solemn duty to rise to offer my thoughts and prayers to Nancy and Aaron, and to dedicate our actions to his ideals, building Canada, strengthening our communities, and providing a voice for the voiceless. Many will remember him from his time in this House as a great member of Parliament. I and many of us here will remember him as a friend and mentor. Andrew, on behalf of Canada, thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, Bill S-217, Wynn's Law, sponsored by the member for St. Albert, Edmonton, will soon be up for final debate in this House. Tragically, in January 2015, RCMP Constable David Wynn was killed and Auxiliary Constable Derek Bond was severely wounded by a career criminal who had been let out on bail because the prosecution did not disclose his criminal history to the judge. S-217 would ensure that judges have the relevant facts about an accused before granting bail. As members of Parliament, we have a moral duty to our men and women in uniform and to the communities we serve to ensure our criminal code adequately ensures justice is served. I urge all members of this House to join together in passing this much-needed legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Today I rise to thank all Canadians. Since November 2015, I had the honour of serving Canadians as Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour. It was my pleasure to work with the dedicated public servants in ESDC, and together we made history over the last year and a half. I'm proud to sponsor pay equity for federally regulated sector, sign Canada's ban on child labour, improve funding and job training for Indigenous people, help secure a settlement for Canada Post, and make education and training more accessible for Canadians. I'm excited to focus my energy on working for the people of Kildonan St. Paul. It's an honour to serve them here in Ottawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, all this month, Canadians have been celebrating Tamil Heritage Month from coast to coast to coast. At the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, Tamil Heritage Month was marked by a $2 million endowment to the Tamil World Initiative by Dr. Ravi Kugadasan of Digital Specialty Chemicals. This generous gift will allow the university to expand Tamil studies, including digital archiving, scholarships, and a postdoctoral fellowship. Dr. Kugadasan came to Canada at the age of 18 with his parents from Jaffna, Sri Lanka. In 1986, he obtained a PhD in chemistry from UTSC and established Digital Chemicals, one of the top enterprises in Scarborough, currently employing 21 PhDs. What a way to mark Canada's 150th birthday and the first pan-Canadian Tamil Heritage Month celebrations by enshrining the study of the Tamil language, culture, and its people at one of Canada's top universities. I'm proud to welcome to Ottawa Dr. Ravi Kugadasan and Dr. Bruce Kidd, Principal of UTSC.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Speaker, I'd like to join with the rest of my colleagues in this place to express my deep sorrow at the horrific terrorist attack that took place in Quebec City, Sainte-Foy, yesterday evening, and offer my sincere condolences and prayers to the families who have had loved ones lost so senselessly. To those still fighting for their lives, we offer our prayers for strength. In my role as public safety critic for the official opposition, I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank my honourable friend, the Minister of Public Safety, for briefing me this morning on the situation as it was unfolding. As we condemn this act of violence and terrorism, we also reach out with compassion to the Muslim community of Quebec City and of all Canada. Places of worship and freedom of religion are sacred to Canadians, and we must stand against all those who oppose these enshrined values. Acts of evil know no bounds, and at times like this, our collective understanding, grief, deepest sympathy, and a call for justice must also know no bounds. We must stand together, and we will stand together, Mr. Speaker, and we will find those responsible for the murders, and they should be held to their fullest account. Thank you.
The member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this past Friday was International Holocaust Remembrance Day, a somber anniversary when we remember the murder of over 6 million Jews at the hands of the Nazis during the Second World War. It's also a day when we recognize and remember the indomitable spirit of those who survived this evil and the thousands of Holocaust survivors who built new lives for themselves and their families in my riding of York Centre and across Canada. Their enduring legacy of courage and triumph of spirit must continue to inspire us to combat anti-Semitism and all forms of systemic racism in our communities and around the world. We must ensure that we never forget our obligation to stand up and speak out against hatred and prejudice wherever it rears its ugly head, as it did so tragically last night in Quebec City. We must all stand together in condemnation of this heinous act of terror and in support of the Muslim Canadian community. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, I believe many parliamentarians have been participating in Spring Festival celebrations in ridings across Canada with their families and friends. It is the most important celebration of the year for many Asian Canadians. Thanks to the passage of my Spring Festival motion last June, the Government of Canada now proclaims the first day of every lunar year as the beginning of the 15-day Spring Festival. To celebrate Spring Festival on the Hill, the Canada-China Legislative Association is hosting a reception tomorrow, Tuesday, January 31st, at 4 p.m. in Room 160S Central Block. It is my pleasure to invite all my colleagues to attend. Happy Chinese New Year. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, 6 Canadians joined in faith were victims of human cowardice in its basest form. Today, our thoughts are with the loved ones of these victims, the orphaned children, the widowed spouses, for the friends they'll never see again. Our thoughts are also with the police forces, which acted swiftly, and we must also acknowledge the Quebec medical practitioners, who are working hard to save the survivors as we speak. Terrorism knows no religion, race, nor nationality. It is cowardice in its basest and weakest form.
As we can read in the Quran, the taking of an innocent life is the taking of all mankind. So this is why I want to express my deepest sorrow to the Muslim community. Nahud, Allah, Hal Karahiyya, wa Halirhab, Bil Wahada, Hal Tadamen, wa Halma Habba. Ce que j'ai voulu dire, Monsieur le Président.
And what I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that to respond to hate, we use solidarity, unity, and support. We stand alongside Quebec's Muslims.
Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Salam alaikum. The greeting for Muslims means peace be unto you. That peace was shattered yesterday in Sainte-Foy. The shooting at the Centre Culturel Islamique de Québec took the lives of several of our fellow citizens. This was not simply an attack on Muslim worshippers. It was an attack on the values that all Canadians hold dear. That our diversity is our strength. That by not only tolerating but by celebrating different faiths, we are stronger as a people. Nous sommes sur le choc.
We are in shock following the tragic events that we condemn in the strongest of terms this terrorist attack against Canadians who were in a place of worship and refuge.
The family and friends of those who died, and we wish a speedy recovery to those injured. To Muslim Canadians, know that we stand in solidarity with you against intolerance. Wa alaikum salam, and unto you be peace. That is the commitment we make today to Canadians, that in this country, all persons can worship in peace and in safety. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a rich and diverse country with a vibrant multicultural mosaic that reflect the faces of the world, and nothing brings culture and communities together than through love, compassion, and respect for each other. The Chinese community leaders co-organized the 44th annual Lunar New Year parade yesterday with tens of thousands of people from all walks of life taking part in celebration of the Year of the Rooster. The streets in Vancouver's Chinatown was an incredible array of colorful lions, spirited dancers, dragons, marching bands, and troops and Aboriginal drummers. The century-old cultural tradition wasn't just celebrated in Vancouver. Indeed, it was celebrated across the country in communities big and small. As we celebrate our nation's 150th birthday as well, let us also celebrate the contribution and strengths of the multicultural communities. Gong hei fa choi. Happy Lunar New Year to everyone and to all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, following the events that occurred last night at the Quebec Islamic Cultural Centre, I am profoundly affected and saddened. Unfortunately, the unique and respected strength of Canada's multicultural people was hit directly. Intolerance has struck at our differences, which make Canada such a vibrant place to live. We are experiencing once again a wave of hatred and anger against Muslim people. I hope that we will rise from this tragedy stronger and more united than ever before. To the Muslim community of Canada, more specifically the community in Quebec, know that our hearts are with you, regardless of our religious beliefs. Mr. Speaker, I want to offer my sincerest condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims of this tragedy. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, yesterday horror struck at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Centre in Sainte-Foy. A place of worship for the Muslim community, a place of refuge and meeting, was the theater of a shooting that cost the lives of several people and injured many others. Lives were lost and families were broken. We unreservedly condemn this horrible crime. Our thoughts are with the victims, their families, their loved ones, the Muslim community, and everyone affected by this terrible tragedy. And in light of this senseless act, we must remember that we are all Canadians. Remember that our diversity unites us. It is our strength, regardless of our origin, the color of our skin, or our religion. Muslim Canadians are an important part of our national fabric. Horrible actions like the ones that occurred yesterday have no place in our communities, our cities, or our country. Today, more than ever before, it is our duty to openly express tolerance towards all of our fellow citizens. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are shocked by the terrorist attack against a Quebec City mosque yesterday night. We offer our sincerest condolences to the families of the victims, and we wish a prompt recovery to those who are injured. All Canadians have the right to practice their religion. They should feel free to do so safely. The people who committed this horrific crime must be brought to justice. And we would like to thank the federal government. What will its response be? The Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank the Leader of the official opposition for her question and for her leadership and the leadership of all members in this House in this difficult time. We stand with the Muslim community of Canada, the community of Quebec City, who is suffering right now because of this tragedy. We are working together with all levels of government. I spoke with Premier Couillard, Mayor Labaume, and many other people who are working very hard on the ground to address the situation, to find out what happened. The investigation is ongoing, but Canadians should know that we stand together as Canadians, and we will do so in the weeks, months, and years to come. We know the diversity is one of the strengths of our country, and our Muslim brothers and sisters are important for all of Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Last year, this House unanimously voted to recognize that violence perpetrated by ISIS against the Yazidi people constitutes genocide, and committed to providing asylum to women and girls from this persecuted minority within 120 days. Time is almost up, and the U.S. travel ban on refugees from the region has made this rescue operation all the more critical. Can the Prime Minister update this House on how many Yazidi women and children have made it safely to Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question. The new Minister of Immigration is working very hard on this file. We know that the end of February deadline is rapidly approaching, and the solidarity shown by all members of this House is standing with the vulnerable Yazidi people and wanting to do more here in Canada is something we take very seriously, which is why we are working very hard on this issue and look forward to having positive things to announce in the coming weeks.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a lot has changed for Canada in the last few months. The new U.S. administration is lowering taxes and cutting regulations with a promise to bring back jobs to America. Canadians are worried this means their jobs might be heading south. When is the Prime Minister going to get serious and present a plan to protect our workers and their families?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the focus of this government is on growing the middle class and supporting those who are working hard to join the middle class. And that means good jobs for Canadians, which is why we've recognized that building a strong economy and protecting the environment need to go hand in hand, which is why we've approved pipelines at the same time as we're making innovative measures towards lowering our emissions and creating the clean, green jobs of the future. We're investing in training for workers. We're investing in post-secondary education and research facilities. We know that we need to be smart about our investments to create the good jobs of the future, and that is the primary focus of this government.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Conflict of Interest Act is clear about the Prime Minister accepting travel on private aircraft. And it says, I quote, "No Minister of the Crown shall accept travel on private aircraft for any purpose unless required in his or her capacity as a public office holder or in exceptional circumstances or with the prior approval of the Commissioner." So, Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister violated the Act in this context. So my question is simple. Why does the Prime Minister think the rules don't apply to people like him?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, my office is working very closely with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner to resolve all these questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that the Ethics Commissioner has launched a formal investigation into the behaviour of a Prime Minister. This is not good for the country, especially when Canadians need their Prime Minister focused on jobs. They need him focused on his job and jobs for Canadians, not distracted by ethics investigations. How can Canadians have confidence the Prime Minister is focused on their interests when he's spending all of his time defending his own?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to get out across the country to 10 different town halls where I heard directly from Canadians who, yes, are very worried about their jobs, are very worried about the future we're building together. And that's why I was able to highlight the significant investments we're making in Canadians' future, of defending Canadian jobs, of building the jobs of tomorrow, of working with Canadians to ensure that we have the skills to take on the challenges and the opportunities that are coming at us in the coming years. That is the focus of this government. That's what we will remain focused on.
Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in Quebec City, a number of the members of the Muslim community were murdered while they prayed at the Great Mosque. Our sympathies and our prayers and our love all go out to the families and loved ones of these victims. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to ensure that these religious institutions across Canada are kept safe? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, our authorities and our communities are being vigilant and monitoring our religious institutions of all faiths, but at the same time we know that the best way to defend Canadians is to have a united society that is full of compassion, that helps each other and who are there for each other. Yes, we will be vigilant, but we will also underscore the fact that we are strong, not despite our differences, but because of them, and we will always work together.
Loss and suffering in Quebec City is being felt across the country and indeed throughout the world. The mosque in question had been the target of hateful acts in the past, and the victims were murdered last night in the middle of prayer. Will the Prime Minister commit to immediate support for the affected families, and will he also commit to greater dialogue with concerned religious and faith groups across the country?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, over the past hours, but indeed over the past months and years, all Canadians, all parliamentaries, not just of our party, have been very much engaged with faith leaders in their communities as MPs, as community leaders. We are very aware of the pressures of intolerance that exist within our country and around the world, and we know that opening dialogue, fostering understanding, reducing ignorance, and combating fear and division with unity and messages of positive and hope are the kinds of things that we need to do a lot more of, and I look forward to working with the member opposite and all.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the American president has implemented a ban on all individuals from a number of Muslim countries. There have been no justifications offered, but we all know that there can be no justification for this. Does the Prime Minister agree that this targeting of people based on their religion or place of birth is an affront to our shared values as Canadians and supporters of human rights across the world?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I will always stand and defend the Canadian values of openness, of diversity that we cherish so much, that we understand are essential not just to our success in the past, but our success in the future. We are a strong, united people that are generous and open because we've seen how much openness to the world and diversity not only makes us more prosperous, but more safe as a country and as communities. I will continue to stand for Canadian values any chance I get in this House and elsewhere. Merci beaucoup.
Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, further to the American announcement of this ban implemented on people from Muslim countries, we in Canada were proud to see the government take measures to offer temporary residence to people who were banned from entering the United States. But now the government must commit to taking the next step in this collaborative effort. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to provide permanent support to the thousands of refugees who are now banned from the United States? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I can say that once again I am tremendously proud of Canadians, individuals, communities, municipalities, provinces who are all open to doing more, who have promised to be there, to be more open, and provide even more support. So I asked the Minister of Immigration to look at the different ways that we can help out. And obviously I'm open to discussing this with all the members in this House to see how we can once again show the planet that being open, generous, and compassionate is good for us, it's good for our economy, and it's good for our security. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, one of the resolutions of our Prime Minister should be to obey the law on political fundraising, but he'd rather change the law. This law needs to be respected. Does the Prime Minister commit to working for all Canadians and just instead of just partisan work for the Liberal Party?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government was elected on a platform of openness and transparency. I look forward to working with all members in this House, particularly with the opposition parties, to work to provide information and access to all Canadians, information and access that will help us to continually improve our democratic institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Dollars, Mr. Speaker. Le défi auquel le Canada devra faire face cette année.
Canada is facing many challenges this year, Mr. Speaker. So the government has to stop taxing taxpayers. The forestry workers need a new agreement to ensure stability in their field. And obviously, with free trade with the Americans, we need to preserve Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stop changing the ethical rules that don't suit him, and finally look after the Canadian economy and Canadian workers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about the softwood lumber agreement. As you know, it expired under the former government. Our government will staunchly defend the interests of workers in the forestry sector. We will continue to work closely with lumber workers and producers, and I want to emphasize the fact that we are seeking a good agreement for Canada, not just any accord.
It has come to the Prime Minister's attention that the Prime Minister has been breaking the Prime Minister's own ethical rules. So now the Prime Minister is creating new rules for the Prime Minister to follow so that the Prime Minister will no longer appear to be breaking the Prime Minister's rules. Can the Prime Minister please confirm?
Honourable Minister, Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is taking concrete action to provide more openness and transparency to Canadians. We restored the long-form census. The Prime Minister made mandate letters to ministers public. We unmuzzled government scientists to talk freely about issues like climate change. And the Prime Minister just concluded an open town hall tour. 10 town halls, 7 provinces, 12,000 Canadians. We will continue to take action to make government and all aspects of our democracy more open and transparent.
Here for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is now changing the rules for the Prime Minister to follow after the Prime Minister was unable to follow the initial rules the Prime Minister made. So, if the Prime Minister can't follow the first set of rules for the Prime Minister made, what makes the Prime Minister think he can follow a new set of rules for the Prime Minister? Or does the Prime Minister now realize that the problem is not the rules, that the problem actually is the Prime Minister?
The Minister of Democratic Order. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to restate that the Prime Minister just did something unprecedented in Canadian history.
Order. Order. Let's start the new year with decorum and proper respect for each other and for this place. Order. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He traveled across the country, 10 town halls, 7 provinces, 12,000 Canadians, where he was open and accountable. He let people ask whatever question they so choose, and he answered Canadians. That is something that we are incredibly proud of on this side of the House, engaging with Canadians, listening with Canadians, and being open and transparent.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Section 12 of the Conflict of Interest Act says that no minister, including the Prime Minister, should accept travel on private aircraft except in exceptional circumstances. I don't think a holiday to the Bahamas is the exceptional circumstance. But, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister seems to have no regard for the rules or even the law. So we ask again, and we ask him to answer Canadians today. Why does the Prime Minister think the rules around travel in private aircraft don't apply to people like him?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as it is my first time standing in this House for this year, I would like to welcome back all members of Parliament, and I look forward to working with each and every single one of them on behalf of Canadians. And as was previously stated, the Prime Minister was on a personal family vacation with a long-standing friend. The Prime Minister has known the Aga Khan ever since childhood. The Prime Minister will answer questions the Commissioner may have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Well, he either didn't know the rules, which doesn't make any sense, or he blatantly broke them, and he needs to tell Canadians which ones of those he did. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner, the Lobbying Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner, even a Languages Commissioner have placed this Prime Minister and his Liberals under investigation. Now, that is unprecedented. As we saw, Mr. Speaker, from Jacques Carvaux's sentencing last week, the Liberals have a history of breaking the rules. And sadly, this Prime Minister is no different. Does the Prime Minister not understand that there are consequences to breaking the law? And why in the world is he putting his own personal gain against the highest office?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this government always follows the rules, and as the Prime Minister has stated, we will answer any questions that the Commissioner may have. We will always work with the Ethics Commissioner. We will always work with every office in this place to ensure that we provide the information necessary, to ensure that we work hard on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, here's a very simple question for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Has the government expressed to the U.S. authorities its concerns regarding the Trump administration's decision to ban citizens of 7 Muslim-majority countries from entering the United States? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie for her question, and I hope that we will be able to work productively together, because I have a great deal of respect for that member. I would also like to begin by extending my condolences to the victims of the shooting yesterday in Quebec City and their families. We are all against such terrorist attacks, and as Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is my duty, it is my job to work for our economic interests and at the same time to always affirm our Canadian values.
Canadians are alarmed and outraged by President Trump's immigration and travel ban. Inscribed on the Statue of Liberty are the words, "Give me your tired, your poor, and your huddled masses." But now it falls to other nations to step up and provide shelter to those fleeing violence and persecution. Canadians are staunch defenders of human rights who reject a ban based on race, religion, or place of birth. Will Canada do its part and immediately lift the 1,000 application cap on privately sponsored refugees?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the 1,000 cap on refugees only applies to a group of 5 members. There's other avenues, sponsorship agreement holders and others, where the honourable member must know that you can use to sponsor privately sponsored refugees. Our immigration levels plan for 2017 includes a historic level of 16,000 spots for refugees, and that is something that we can be very proud of. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, a few hours before Christmas, on December 23rd, the Minister of Finance published a document that concludes the following. If nothing changes, Canada is headed straight for a debt of $1.5 trillion in 2050. And if nothing changes, well, we'll return to a balanced budget. You know when? 2055. So the Liberals have missed their target by 36 years. So you're going to be sending your bill to your children and grandchildren. Is that right? So for the 15th time, I'm calling on the Minister of Finance to answer. When will we return to a balanced budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, experts say that our economy is viable for the long term. But at the same time, we know that it is important to make investments in the future to improve our level of growth. The report says that we must be prudent with our investments to be sure that we can grow the economy for now and for the future of all Canadians.
Député de Louis Saint Laurent.
Honourable Member Louis Saint Laurent. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is showing that there is no plan to return to a balanced budget, but he does have a plan to throw a spanner in the works of our business people because they want to levy a liberal carbon tax and new taxes on health and dental benefits. And at the same time, the people in the United States, they're lowering taxes on workers and businesses. Why is this government neglecting the Canadian economy so badly? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, with regard to taxes, we want to be clear with Canadians. We want a system that works for middle-class families and those working to join it. We need a system that is fair for all Canadians, and that is what we did with a reduction, a tax break for 9 million Canadians at the beginning of our mandate, and we will continue with our program to ensure that our system is fair, responsible, and effective.
The Liberals seem to have something against workers earning just $45,000 a year. Such a worker does not earn enough to get anything from the so-called middle-class tax plan, but he does qualify for new carbon taxes on gas, home heating, and electricity. And today, a Dental Association report showed that a worker earning $45,000 a year would pay $1,200 under the new Liberal plan to tax health benefits. What has this government got against people earning just $45,000 a year?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the very first thing our government did was lower taxes on 9 million Canadians. We know that it's important that we have a system that's fair, that's efficient, and that's responsible. We announced in Budget 2016 a review of our tax system to make sure that it is just that. We'll continue on this and ensure Canadians that we will come up with a system that is fair, that's responsible, and that's efficient so that we can have a system that works for all Canadians.
Member for Carleton.
Fair. He thinks it's fair that he has a middle-class plan that doesn't give anything to people earning just $45,000 a year, a plan that forces such a worker to pay higher taxes on home heating, gas, electricity, and maybe even lose his job because the employer can't afford that tax. And now a new tax on health benefits that could force that family to have to buy its own private supplementary plan, which would cost thousands of dollars. In what universe is such an approach fair to the middle class?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we think it's important to consider the real facts. The real facts are that 9 million Canadians had their taxes lowered last year. The real facts are that the Canada Child Benefit helped 9 out of 10 families with children with more money in their pockets, significantly more money, on average $2,300 after tax. Mr. Speaker, we will move forward with the review of the tax system to make sure that we continue to make a difference for Canadians, middle-class Canadians, and those people that are working hard to get there.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, not even a week in, and already the new President of the United States has announced that he is in favor of using torture. Torture is immoral, and it doesn't work, and I congratulate the Minister for speaking out against torture at every opportunity that he has had. However, here in Canada, a ministerial directive which allows the use of information obtained through torture is still in place.
Speaker, with such a frightening normalization of torture by a Five Eyes ally, will the Minister finally repeal this directive, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I have noted, torture is contrary to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's contrary to the Criminal Code. It's contrary to virtually all of the international treaties and conventions to which Canada is a party. Most importantly, torture is found to be abhorrent by Canadians, and we reject it. The ministerial directives that issued previously, as I've indicated many times in this House, are under review to ensure that they are consistent with the policies and practices of the Government of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, we're also thinking about the people of New Brunswick who are still dealing with the consequences of the ice storm that has left 133,000 homes in the dark. Many still don't have electricity, heating, or other necessities. 2 people have died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and another 7 have been severely injured. The Premier of New Brunswick asked on Friday for help from the Canadian Armed Forces, and they've just arrived, among others, in Miscou and Lamec today. Can the Minister of National Defence please explain why it took 3 days after the formal request for the troops and for the troops to be sent in?
Defence.
Mr. Speaker, whenever time a disaster strikes the Canadians, the Canadian Armed Forces are always ready to help. There's a system in place to allow for the provinces to do their own assessment. We're always ready and prepared to provide support. And as soon as the request was made and the response was there, and we have now right now 200 members of the Canadian Armed Forces proudly helping Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, and as was said by my colleagues across the aisle, last Wednesday, January 25th, the East Coast, mainly New Brunswick, was hit with its worst ice storm in history, and thousands of homes and businesses, including many from coastal and First Nation communities, are still without power today.
Canadians who have already faced similar circumstances understand the devastating effects and the fear that people are feeling faced with this disaster. The situation is critical, Mr. Speaker, and conditions are going to get even more difficult as the mercury drops in the days to come.
Please update this House on this emergency situation. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of New Brunswick who have suffered the impacts of this storm, and particularly with the friends and family of those who have lost their lives. On Saturday, we received and accepted a request for assistance from the provincial government, and the Canadian Forces members are now proudly engaged in the emergency response effort. Our government will continue to support the people of New Brunswick, both in the immediate term and throughout the process of the recovery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, for years, Canada's intelligence services have warned that China's trying to steal Canadian advanced technology. In 2015, our Conservative government ordered Chinese divestment of ITF, a Quebec high-tech company, on national security grounds. 3 months ago, as the Liberals rushed to satisfy Chinese demands at every level, coincidental with the Prime Minister's cash for access events and the Chinese billionaire shopping spree, the Liberals cancelled the Conservative cabinet divestment order. Why?
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question, and the member understands that all foreign investments in Canada are screened for national security in accordance with the Investment Canada Act, and this rigorous process is undertaken in consultation with the government's national security agencies. So any decision we make is done in conjunction with the guidelines provided by the National Security Advisors. And I can assure the member in this House that any decision that we take going forward will be in the best interest, national interest of our country.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't just any Canadian company. ITF has worked with Canada's Communications Security Establishment, the National Research Council, and the Department of National Defence. ITF's various technology applications have military applications. More than a quarter of the Hong Kong company is held by a Chinese state-owned enterprise. And, Mr. Speaker, we know minority ownership by Beijing means control by Beijing. Again, why are the Liberals risking Canadian national security to play up to the Chinese Communist government?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, we will never compromise our national security, we'll never compromise our national interests, and any decision we make will be in the benefit of all Canadians. I can also tell the member opposite that we've increased transparency by publishing national security review guidelines and information on national security reviews in the ICA annual report. This will help investors and Canadian businesses in planning investments while maintaining our authority to take action to protect national security.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last week when the Prime Minister was asked at a town hall why the Liberals oppose Wynn's Law, he said he didn't know anything about the bill. A bill that has been before Parliament for more than a year and that his cabinet presumably has vetted. So it begs the question, just how many other decisions of his cabinet is the Prime Minister in the dark about?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly with respect to Wynn's Law or the public members bill that the member is referring to, we want to acknowledge and recognize the suffering that has been caused with respect to the loss in Alberta. And we are committed to reforming the criminal justice system to improve the efficiencies and the effectiveness of that system. We recognize that there is a need for information at bail hearings, and we are committed to the objectives of this bill. That is why we're working very collaboratively with our partners in the provinces and territories, the steering committee, to ensure the efficiency.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister incredibly said that he was at a disadvantage when it comes to learning the facts about Wynn's Law. Yeah. You know, Mr. Speaker, who was at a disadvantage? Constable David Wynn was at a disadvantage when he was shot and killed by someone who shouldn't have been on the streets and wouldn't have been on the streets had Wynn's Law been the law. So now that the Prime Minister is in the loop, will he do the right thing and pass Wynn's Law?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm pleased to stand up to speak about the mandate that the Prime Minister has given me to reform comprehensively the criminal justice system, to improve the efficiencies and the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, including bail reform. I acknowledge the honourable colleague across the way for his involvement and his commitment to ensure that we improve the effectiveness. This is exactly what we're doing, working with the provinces and territories, working with stakeholders, working with a steering committee that is focused specifically on assisting us with bringing forward substantive solutions, and we will move forward in due course.
Honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has clearly shown the extent to which he is disconnected from the real needs of Indigenous youth. The priority of young people isn't their canoes, Mr. Speaker, but rather fair and adequate services. My question is very simple. When will the government finally respect the decision from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and our unanimous motion in this House and immediately invest the $155 million that are needed? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to completely reviewing all First Nations Child and Family Services. We have invested $635 million over 5 years, and we are determined to work with First Nations, the provinces, and agencies to see real reform for the well-being of all children.
Nothing, Mississippi, Churchill River.
The money is still not flowing, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are also concerned that the Enhanced Service Delivery Program will end in March. Hundreds of youth benefit from this program, giving them important job skills. Let's face it, Mr. Speaker, that's not what First Nation youth want. According to Indian Affairs, an assessment of the program should have been completed last year. It is now 2017. Will the minister commit to ongoing funding so that Northern youth are employed?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you for the question. And as you know, listening to youth, that it is hugely important that they want the skills to be able to participate in the economy, but they also want the language and culture, and they want to be back in touch with the land and to be able to be proud Indigenous people. We will work on both fronts to make sure that happens.
Well, member for Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple. Has the Government of Canada received in writing from the American government that the U.S. travel ban on the citizens from affected 7 countries will not affect Canadians with dual citizenship and permanent residency traveling to the U.S.? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Canada continues to be a welcoming country to newcomers, including those refugees fleeing persecution and war. U.S. authorities have assured us very clearly that anyone with a Canadian passport and Canadian permanent resident card holders will be allowed entry to the United States. We continue to monitor the situation closely and work with our American counterparts, but Canada continues to remain open and view immigration as a key ingredient in our economic success. Thank you.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the private-sponsored refugee program uses donations from Canadians to support refugees, which means that we don't need to rely solely on taxpayers to help those who are in need. The Prime Minister's weekend tweet did absolutely nothing to explain his decision to prevent privately sponsored refugees from being admitted to Canada this year. So with over 45,000 PSR applications in the queue, why is the Prime Minister limiting the generosity of private sponsorship groups and shifting the responsibility solely to taxpayers?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the honourable member asked that question because it gives me an opportunity to clarify some of the confusion around this. 2016 was an unprecedented year for our country. We welcomed more than 40,000 Syrian refugees from November 4th, 2015, and we're proud of that record, Mr. Speaker. Wait times for privately sponsored refugees continue to balloon under the previous government. We intend to take action against that. Our immigration levels in 2017 create 16,000 room allocations for privately sponsored refugees, which is triple what the previous government created under the administration.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, if this government is so welcoming to refugees, why, since the motion around Yazidi genocide victims was passed in October, has this government admitted exactly 0 Yazidis to Canada? So, Mr. Speaker, my question is very simple. If this government truly supports this motion, why did the Prime Minister dodge this question? How many Yazidis are they bringing to Canada, and will they meet the timeline associated with the motion?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been recognized widely as being a great government for welcoming and creating and resettling refugees from across the world. We are committed and proud of the fact that all members in this House supported the resettlement of victims and survivors of Daesh. We have a plan that is underway. Our operation is underway. We're committed to meet that goal, and we'll be providing an update to this House in the near future.
The member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour and I were pleased to reopen one of 9 Veterans Affairs Canada's office closed by the previous Conservative government. The nearly 1,700 veterans in our region can now be served by Veterans Affairs staff who will now provide restored service and access and benefits to veterans where they need them and when they need them. This is not just a gain for Thunder Bay, but for all of Northwestern Ontario. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs give the House an update on office reopenings?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I am extremely proud to be reopening doors that were previously closed to veterans and their families. Veterans have selflessly served our country, and our government is recognizing their service by enhancing financial benefits, restoring and expanding access to critical services, not just in Thunder Bay, but in Corner Brook, Brandon, Sydney, Kelowna, Saskatoon, Charlottetown, where we also will open offices. We will open 3 more offices in Windsor, Prince George, and Surrey, BC, all by May of 2017. We're getting it done, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stated that he knew better than the Chiefs, and the top priority for Indigenous youth was a place to store their canoes and paddles. That's unbelievable. We have a suicide crisis. We had 2 12-year-olds from Saskatchewan who took their lives. Our committee has traveled across the country with panels listening to the youth. They've talked about safety, they've talked about security, they've talked about education and hope. Canoe storage came up 0. Will the Prime Minister retract these condescending and out-of-touch comments?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, any loss of life is a great tragedy, and it grieves us when we hear about young people, Indigenous young people, taking their lives. We know that the roots of the suicide crisis amongst Indigenous youth are deep and complex, but we are working with our partners, the Indigenous leaders and provinces, to make sure that we have supports for people. Our government has invested $69 million to make sure there will be 24 mental wellness teams as well as crisis support teams. We will continue to support these youth and put an end to this crisis.
Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Askey.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are increasingly worried about their economic situation, and this is tied to the emerging crisis of precarious work that we're facing in our country. While the economy is staggering, this government is failing to protect and create good, full-time, permanent jobs. They've also failed to react to this crisis and instead prefer to tell Canadians to just get used to it. Canadians deserve a government that will fight for good jobs. So when will they show leadership, stand up for Canadian workers, and fight for the good jobs that they deserve?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government knows that our prosperity relies on young Canadians getting good jobs and contributing to the economy in the most full way. And that's why we're investing historic amounts into ensuring that young people have the diversity of skills to bring forward new ideas, new talent, and new creativity to the emerging workforces of Canada. I look forward to working with the member opposite on a plan. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Last year, small businesses and nonprofits in my riding of Brampton North hired 134 students through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour tell this House how many jobs across Canada have been created for young Canadians this year?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Brampton North for her question. And we know that it's important for young Canadians to have access to opportunities to gain the skills that they're going to carry forward into their careers. And that's why I'm so excited to say that we're again supporting small businesses, not-for-profits, public sector employees, and small businesses, as I said, to hire young Canadians this summer through the Canada Student Job Program. So I encourage all employers to apply for funding at canada.ca, and the deadline is Friday. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, 2 events took place in January where the Prime Minister should have answered a question in one language, but instead he answered in the other language. The Prime Minister showed his well-known arrogance and his lack of respect for the people of Canada and for official languages. I ask for a public apology on behalf of linguistic minorities across the country for his clear lack of respect for them. The Prime Minister, will he apologize and respect Canada's official languages? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Our Prime Minister is a great defender of official languages, and that's why he gave me the strong mandate to support him on that issue. Official languages are a priority for our government, and beyond words, we have acted. And that's why we brought back the Francophone immigration program. We have also committed to appointing bilingual Supreme Court justices. We have also brought back the Court Challenges program. Those aren't just words, those are actions. And we are also coming forward with a new 2017 Official Languages Action Plan. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government will table a bill to legislate its $1,500 fundraising cocktails, which allow privileged access to the Prime Minister. But this bill isn't going to fix anything. There's nothing to end the undue influence of bagmen, nothing as well to end privileged access for rich lobbyists who have $1,500 to invest in a Liberal cocktail. The Liberal proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to advertise their fundraising activities. When will the Liberals realize that it's not by advertising privileged access to the Prime Minister at $1,500 that that's not going to make it more ethically correct? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We believe that Canadians need to be more informed in a more open and transparent manner concerning political party fundraising activities where ministers, leaders, and candidates for leadership are present. And we will table a bill to that effect, and I'm very happy to work with all parliamentarians to ensure that political fundraising is more open and that it be more accountable. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Mr. Speaker, a month ago, a cocktail with the Prime Minister for Chinese investors who wanted to advance their interests cost $1,500 a ticket. Today, with the Liberals' bill, this will continue. There will be a report, it will take place in a public place, and it'll be advertised. But other than that, nothing will change. Instead of encouraging voter cynicism, will the Minister of Democratic Institutions take inspiration from Quebec, limit political donations to $500, and re-establish public funding for political parties through the per-vote subsidy? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that I am very happy to be in this position and to serve Canadians to improve our democratic institutions. Our government was elected on the basis of openness and transparency. Our government considers that it must be open and transparent with Canadians. Our government will make political fundraising more open and transparent, and I'm looking forward to working with all my colleagues on this issue. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, protectionist discourse from the Americans is very worrying, and Quebecers have the most to fear. Our regions are already suffering from the federal government's lack of a backbone faced with the United States. Diafiltered milk, softwood lumber, spent fowl. Canadian borders are a sieve when the Americans get their way, but a wall when Quebec could come out the winner. All the parties in power here have let the Americans trample NAFTA. What will this government do differently to protect Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada and the United States have a strong trade relationships, and we will work with the new American administration to protect this integrated relationship. I am proud to have worked with the government of Quebec on CETA. I have already spoken with representatives of the province of Quebec on NAFTA and our relationship with the United States. As Minister of Foreign Affairs, I understand very well what Quebec's interests are, and it's a privilege. And
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Dave Levac, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. And the Honourable Linda Reid, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia. This will conclude question period for today. Order. J'encourage les députés d'avoir le...
I would encourage honourable members to hold their discussions outside of the House.
Discussions outside. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre que l'honorable...
I have the honour to inform the House that the Honourable Mr. Rodriguez, member for the electoral district of Honoré-Mercier, has been appointed member of the Board of Internal Economy in place of the Honourable Mr. Leslie, member for the electoral district of Orléans, for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act.
L'honorable ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
President,
Mr. Speaker,
the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and pursuant to Standing Order 32, 32. I have the honor to table in both official languages treaties entitled Résolution 88-15 instituant un
Resolution 8815, setting up a European support fund for the co-production and distribution of creative cinematographic and audiovisual works, adopted by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe on October 26, 1988, as amended.
production treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, done at Amman on October 31st, 2016. Une note explicative accompagne chaque traité.
And notes accompany both documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that Thursday, February 2nd will be an allotted day. Thank you.
This is tabling documents. The Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 109, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government response to the second report of the Standing Committee on National Defence, entitled Canada and the Defence of North America, NORAD, and Aerial Readiness, tabled in the House on September 19th, 2016. I also, Mr. Speaker, have the honour to table, pursuant to Standing Order 109, in both official languages, the report, the government response to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts report, entitled Report 5, Canadian Army Reserve, of the spring of 2016, reports of the Auditor General of Canada, tabled in the House of Commons on October 3rd, 2016.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table under provisions of Standing Order 32-2. I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the Manitou First Nations Final Agreement Implementation Report for 2013-2014. Also, Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2013-14 annual report of the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. I request that this report be referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copy of the NIJGA Final Agreement Implementation Report for 2012 and 2013. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 130 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration du ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to Bill C-30, an act to implement a comprehensive economic and trade agreement between Canada and the European Union and the Member States, and to provide for certain other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Sur le projet de loi
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
As you know from the many passionate statements we've heard today, all Canadians are shocked and saddened by last night's attacks in Sainte-Foy, Quebec. In light of the vigil organized this evening on Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion that will allow all members in this place to stand in solidarity with those victims and those grieving their loss. The motion would be that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day at 5:55 p.m. later this day and shall not take up adjournment proceedings pursuant to Standing Order 38. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Motions. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And over the break, I heard from many people in my constituency concerned about the economic impact of job losses and the other challenges we're facing in Alberta. So I'm pleased to table a petition today that's calling on the government to do something concrete, and that is to support the Energy East pipeline. People across the country support this project, see the value of it for helping Albertans get back to work and also creating jobs across the country. So I'm pleased to table it. Thank you.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House today to present a petition where the petitioners recognize that there's a very big demographic shift happening in Canada today with respect to seniors, and that Canada needs to prepare for these dramatically changing demographics and the unique needs of seniors. Therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to appoint a Minister for Seniors and develop a national strategy for seniors. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the great work of the member for London Fanshawe and the work that she's done in this regard. Yeah. Thank you.
Honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present two petitions as the Member of Parliament for London West. First, I am pleased to present a petition on behalf of over 400 people across London. The congregation of Lambeth United Church has undertaken a private sponsorship of the Gazel family. Currently, the family resides in Aleppo while they wait for their immigration interview process to begin. The petition asks that the Gazel family's immigration file be expedited due to their high risk of injury or looming threat of death. The second petition has over 24 signatures of individuals in London, Ontario, who are asking the Government of Canada to undertake public consultations to amend the Canada Elections Act to ensure voters can cast an equal and effective vote, to be represented fairly in Parliament regardless of political belief or place of residence, be governed by a fairly elected Parliament where the share of seats held by each political party closely reflects the popular vote, live under legitimate laws approved by a majority of elected parliamentarians representing a majority of voters, and expect an introduction of a suitable form of proportional representation as a result of the requested public consultations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the pleasure to table a petition signed by 284 people from the MRC of Desmoulins, which is also being circulated in 13 other ridings and being headed up by other members. The petition urges the government to look into the new CRTC policy with respect to community independent TV channels in Quebec and abroad. Petitioners want independent community channels to survive. They want local media to be represented in regions of Canada and want to ensure that there are adequate resources for this. So I urge the government to take into account this reality. Thank you.
Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petitions from residents of Gabriola Island who are opposed to establishment of 5 new bulk commercial anchorages, each to house 300-meter-long vessels that are going to be exporting Wyoming coal to China, where it will be burned in power plants. This is bad for climate change. The petitioners point out it's bad for the sensitive ecology. It's bad for the sport fishery in the area. No local jobs are created. Oil spill risks our local economy. We urge the federal government to take the petitioner's advice and also to follow the government's commitments to restore habitat protection to the Fisheries Act and to restore the protections of the Navigable Waters Act. If the government had done its work, this petition would not be necessary and the community would not be so risked. Thank you.
Here. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. She looks. I have notice of a request for emergency debate. Well, I still member for Vancouver East Rising. Just a moment, please. Would you just? I'm going to ask her to wait just for 1 second. Sorry. My apologies. I forgot one step. We have to do questions in the order paper. Excuse me. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 596, question 598, question 605, question 606, question 608, question 609, question 611, question 613, question 615, question 622, question 626, question 628, question 629, question 631, question 634, question 642, question 644, question 653, question 654, question 660, question 663, question 664, question 671, question 672, question 673, question 676, question 680, question 684, question 688, question 694, question 697, question 702, question 725, question 726, question 734, question 737, question 740, question 742, question 744, question 755, question 757, question 761, question 762, question 770, question 772, question 777, question 782, question 785, question 788, question 789, question 791, question 792, and question 793. More to come yet. And Mr. Speaker, furthermore, if supplementary responses to questions 425 and questions 467, originally tabled on November 4, 2016, as well as question 538, originally tabled on December 2, 2016, and the government's responses to questions numbers, and there's a number of them here, Mr. Speaker, question 592 to question 595, question 597, question 599, question 600, question 602, to question 604, question 607, question 610, question 612, question 614, question 616, to question 621, question 623, to question 625, question 627, question 630, question 632, question 633, question 635, to question 641, question 643, question 645, to question 652, question 655, to question 659, question 661, question 662, question 664, to question 670, question 674, question 675, question 677, to question 679, question 681, to question 683, question 685, to question 687, question 689, to question 693, question 695, question 696, question 698, to question 701, question 703, to question 724, question 727, to question 733, question 735, question 736, question 738, question 739, question 743, question 745, to question 754, question 756, question 758, to question 760, question 763, question 765, to question 769, question 771, question 773 to question 776, question 778 to question 781, question 783, question 784, question 786 to question 790, and question 794 to question 796 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions, and I won't list them, be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then, Mr. Speaker, finally, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. And now, having had notice of the Honourable Member Vancouver East of a equestrian emergency debate, turn to her now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 52.2, I'm proposing an emergency debate on President Trump's ban on immigration and travel from 7 countries in the Middle East and North Africa. The ban will have disastrous implications for thousands of innocent travelers, family members, students, business people, indeed travelers of all kinds, but most disturbingly, the men, women, and children who are seeking asylum and fleeing persecution. Additionally, many Canadians are uncertain about the circumstances around their own travel into the United States. Canadians are staunch defenders of human rights, and they reject a ban based on race, religion, or country of birth, implemented by our closest ally and neighbor. This matter needs the immediate attention of this House. An emergency debate would allow parliamentarians to address this unacceptable situation and allow the Government of Canada to hear suggestions from parliamentarians and to develop and implement a response strategy. For example, the idea of Canada stepping up and sheltering the refugees being shut out of the United States is an important one, and lifting of the 1,000 application ban on privately sponsored refugees is a valid suggestion and should be considered. Mr. Speaker, Canada must do its part to address this urgent situation, and an emergency debate will greatly help begin that process. I thank you for considering this request, Mr. Speaker, and if you grant it, I respectfully ask that the debate take place tomorrow to allow for the attendance of memorial events this evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Thank the honourable member for raising her request for emergency debate. I am prepared to grant her request, and pursuant to Standing Order 52.9, I am happy to have the debate to begin at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment tomorrow. Orders of the day. On a point of order, the honourable member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering if I could get permission with unanimous consent to revert back to reports from committees, please.
Consent to return to reports from committees. Agreed. The honourable member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans in relation to a motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, April 21st, 2016, on wild Atlantic salmon in eastern Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I want to thank all members of the committee and certainly our analysts who worked very diligently, as well as our clerk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-36 introduces the requirement that the new council's work be done in a transparent manner. It also requires that the council make public an annual report on the state of national statistical system. The new council's membership will also be much smaller and more focused compared to that of the existing council. The council will consist of a chairperson and up to 9 additional members who will be appointed by the governor in council to hold office during pleasure. The chief statistician will also be a member of the council. Unlike members of the current council, all members will be paid. The pay level will be fixed by the governor in council. The members will also be entitled to be paid any reasonable travel and living expenses incurred while absent from their ordinary place of residence to perform their duties under this Act. Given the reduced number of members compared to the current council, there will not be any additional costs associated with the new council. Establishing the new Canadian Statistics Advice Council in the Statistics Act as proposed on the Bill C-36 will be beneficial in at least 3 ways. First, it will strengthen the accountability of Statistics Canada, which will balance the increased independence secured on the other suggested legislative changes. Second, it will increase the transparency of the Council's work, thereby increasing its own accountability, in addition to that of the Minister and of the Chief Statistician. Third, it will publish an annual report on the state of the statistical system, including the quality, relevance, accessibility, and the timeliness of the data it produces. This is particularly important given the critical role that statistics play in evidence-based decision-making. The statistical information produced by government must be high quality and responsive to stakeholder needs. Otherwise, it will not be trusted, nor will it be used. Businesses, governments, nonprofit organizations, the research community, and the public rely on the integrity and the accuracy of this data. Statistical information helps us better understand ourselves, our past, and our future by providing information on our economic, democratic, social, and environmental situation. As such, it is essential that statistical information be impartial, reliable, relevant, accessible, and timely. In essence, it must be of the highest possible quality. The new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council will play an essential role in ensuring that Canada's statistical system continues to be one of the best in the world. And this government is committed to ensuring its decisions are evidence-based and reflective of the needs of businesses, institutions, nonprofit organizations, and Canadians. To meet this commitment, we need quality data. And this is why we reinstated the mandatory non-farm census, and that is why Bill C-36 is so important. Together, the legislative amendments proposed to strengthen Statistics Canada's independence will ensure Canadians can rely on and trust in the official statistics produced. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Longueuil.
Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we can appreciate the effort that's being made in this bill, but I'd like to ask my colleague if he has any doubts about how important it is to listen to the chief statistician who resigned recently, and who said that there are flaws and that are not addressed in this bill. For many years, with the cuts to Statistics Canada, there were serious consequences, and it is very important to be able to measure and evaluate all our markets and all our figures. So we need to hear what the chief statistician said.
That's exactly the purpose of the C-36, Mr. Speaker. In this society with such a high pace, data is so critical, and we have to make a decision based on the accuracy of the data, and we have to make a decision in a timely manner. So this is why in the Bill C-36 we give the chief statistician the authority and make it very independent. And we even introduced a fixed term, 5 years term, for the chief statistician, so he can work independently based on the evidence, based on the studies, and not just under the influence of other political tendencies. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Before I get to my question, I just want to correct previous discussion here regarding the Phoenix pay system by my friend from Winnipeg North and also from Windsor North. It's very clear. I've worked on this probably more than anyone else in the House. It's very clear from the Gartner report as well as access to information reports that have come in. That was very clear the Liberal government knew there were issues with Phoenix and went ahead with it anyway. So to blame it on the previous government is incorrect. I just want to correct that. For a member regarding the new bill, the past president of StatsCan quit in a disagreement with the Prime Minister about shared services, specifically stating that having to go through shared services infringed on StatsCan's independence. And I'd like the member to explain very clearly, because it's not in the bill, where's the government going to go? Will StatsCan servers be with shared services like other government agencies, or are they going to be going it alone? It's not clear in the bill. I'd like clarification, please. Thank you.
For Don Valley North.
I want to thank the member for the question. As I mentioned, just mentioned that we give the independence to the chief statisticians. And we also reduce the size of the board, and we bring in more expert and give them pay so they can become more dedicated in terms of time, energy, and in terms of quality of their decisions. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, and while New Democrats are happy to see measures that would promote independence of the chief statistician, I have to say, as usual with the Liberals, the devil is always in the detail. I'm not sure how having a 5-year term that's renewable makes them more independent than having an essentially career-long term. I'm also not sure when it's a Liberal government that previously, in its previous incarnation, started privatization of statistics services and handing over control of data to private organizations. So when we get to committee, I think we're going to have a lot of very detailed questions. And my question to the member today is the government open to additional measures in the Act to make sure that the chief statistician is actually independent and the privacy of Canadian data is protected?
Member for Don Valley North.
The Bill C-36 proposed to make some changes to make our Statistic Canada more independent and make sure that their decisions are made based on the evidence and the study. And we also make this process more transparent. And in this Bill C-36, we propose that the new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council will produce an annual report on their status, on their state of their job, so the Canadians will have access to review their work and make comments. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I rise today to talk on a very important piece of legislation. I say it's important because many listeners or members will recall that there was a campaign commitment given by the government just prior to the election where we said that we believe in Stats Canada and the fine work that is done there. And there's a multitude of reasons as to why it is that Stats Canada is so very important in many different ways to our nation. But we made a commitment to try to bring a higher sense of independence and to provide assurances in terms of our chief statistician that under a Liberal administration, that we will see a stronger Stats Canada and a more independent approach at dealing with what is so critical when it comes to be able to the gathering of information in order to see good, sound policy decisions being made. So it's a good day here in Ottawa in the sense we see yet another commitment that's being fulfilled by this government. We have consistently talked about the issues of transparency and accountability, the importance of information, science-based decisions, Mr. Speaker. These are the type of things in which we've heard a lot of from this particular Prime Minister, and today we have before us yet another piece of legislation that advances and election commitments that were made to Canadians from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. So it's with pleasure that I stand to rise and address Bill C-36. When I think of what is happening today in this legislation, it is important to point out right at the beginning some of the things that this bill will in fact be doing. When I talk about reinforcing Stats Canada's independence, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about things such as assigning to the chief statistician authorities for the decisions on a number of things Things such as statistical procedures, methods and professional standards employed for the production of statistics. Things such as the content of statistical releases and publications. The actual timing, Mr. Speaker, and methods of dissemination of statistics that have in fact been compiled. The operations and the staff at Stats Canada. We're looking at increasing the transparency and around the decisions and the directives, Mr. Speaker, all of which within this legislation that we're debating here today. Appointing the chief statistician during good behavior for a fixed renewable term of 5 years. Very much aware of the concerns that the New Democrats, and we look forward to presenting those concerns at the committee level. Mr. Speaker, it deals with the creation that the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council. I know some changes in which the Conservative Party across the way has expressed some interest. So again, we look forward to seeing this bill go into committee to hear in more detail as to how it is and possibly listen to possible amendments being brought forward. It's important that within this legislation that we are to recognize that we are removing the penalty of imprisonment, Mr. Speaker, while retaining retaining financial penalties. Mr. Speaker, this is often something that I've heard as a member of Parliament. You know, if you don't fill out the form, the government of Canada is going to throw you in jail. I think this is one of those things that's probably been long overdue, Mr. Speaker, because in reality, it really never happened. I think over the years, maybe once, and it was likely because of the individual wanting to protest it by doing that, Mr. Speaker. So it's good to see that that particular aspect is being removed. Removing the requirement to seek consent for the transfer of census-related data to Library and Archives Canada 92 years after the taking of the actual census, Mr. Speaker. I think in the bigger picture, in terms of just the way in which we evolved, that is a very positive initiative. Of course, there's going to be a number of technical amendments that will, in fact, be made, such as the modernizing the language to better reflect the current methods of collecting stats information, correct errors in wordings of the statutes, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity to ask a number of questions already today on this legislation of others. And I, for one, have always recognized the important and critical role that Statistics Canada plays in terms of allowing, whether it's governments at the national level, provincial level, municipal level, school division levels, and beyond governments, Mr. Speaker. I would argue nonprofit groups, private groups. There is a great deal of stakeholders that have a huge interest in terms of what it is that we are talking about and the type of a mandate and legislation that provides the guidance that's so absolutely necessary for us to have a Statistics Canada that we can continue to be proud of well into the future. And I think this is a step forward. It's important for us to recognize that Stats Canada and the public service that has made Stats Canada what it is today is virtually recognized around the world as a professional organization that knows how to get it right, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the reasons why when the previous Harper government had changed the mandate by saying we no longer want that long-form census being done in a mandatory fashion, people were really quite disillusioned as to why it is a government would make such a decision. And that was another commitment that we indicated that we would bring back that long-form census gathering, Mr. Speaker. I look at it from a practical point of view. Yes, there is a difference often in terms of approach dealing with Stats Canada, but for me, I want to try to raise the issue of why it is that we need it from a practical perspective. You know, I, prior to getting involved in politics many years ago, was quite involved in community revitalization. I was on a Western Revitalization Board. I've been on a co-op boards, Mr. Speaker, or a housing co-op board. And having strong and sound information and statistics was really important. I can remember community profiles, and you'll find that municipalities still invest a great deal in terms of community profiles. And those community profiles, the type of information that they draw upon, is often comes directly from Stats Canada. And it's the things that really matter in terms of being able to decide, well, what sort of a program do we need in a community or in a neighborhood that's going to allow that neighborhood or community to be, whether it's a safer place to be or whether it's an area that's going to see more revitalization. Some areas need a little bit more attention than other areas, getting a better sense in terms of the economics of that particular community, what types of stores might be necessary from a community. There's a litany of things in which when you take a look and you break it down into those small communities, that it really makes a difference to have information that is accurate. And there is no organization. I would suggest to you that Stats Canada is second to no other organization that I am aware of in the world, not just nationally, but in the world in terms of providing the information that is so critically necessary. Now, that's just talking strictly at that community level. We can talk about that national level. You know how important it is for provinces that Ottawa gets it right in terms of everything from population numbers to the demographics. When it comes time to do things such as transfer payments, provinces, there are many provinces that are have-not provinces that are very dependent on those social transfers or the equalization payments. Those are billions of tax dollars, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely critical in order to be able to assist those provinces or those jurisdictions in making sure that they're able to get it right. Imagine the importance of healthcare and long-term policy development in healthcare, knowing where it is that our senior populations are based, being able to predict in terms of how you can provide sound healthcare policy that could see access centers opened up, certain types of home care services being delivered, all of which are very much dependent on good, sound statistical information in terms of long-term, and I would also suggest to you short-term planning. So I would argue that by making Stats Canada that much more independent in the way in which they operate, providing the type of support that this government has provided, both in different ways, legislative and moral support, Mr. Speaker, I believe will in fact assist having the type of statistical information that will enable Canada and the many different stakeholders in making good, sound, solid policy decisions which will be to the betterment of all Canadians. And that's why I would encourage all members of this House to get behind this bill and let's see it get to committee because it's good for all of us, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is good to hear from my friend from Winnipeg North again. Two quick questions with respect to his speech into this legislation. Maybe I misheard, but he seemed to imply that somehow the previous government had done away with the long-form census, which I'm sure he knows isn't the case. A decision was taken for it not to be mandatory, and we can debate that decision, but I'm sure the member would want to at least be clear about the facts with respect to it. There was no desire to do away with the long-form census. Secondly, I want him to maybe explain to us the rationale for that one aspect of the bill where we have the government essentially doing away with an existing committee and replacing it with a different committee providing oversight. And it's not clear to me why we're switching from one committee to another. I think a good point was raised by the New Democrats with respect to the smaller number not as effectively facilitating those opportunities for regional representation. And it's the sort of thing where it makes you raise your eyebrows and wonder, well, what's going on here behind the scenes? So I wonder if the member could reflect on that as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my colleague from across the way. I, too, enjoy his interjections in the House, and I'm anticipating that there will be a good number of them over the coming months, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, the member is right. The Harper government did not get rid of the long-form census, but he needs to recognize that the Conservative government did make it non-mandatory. And the criticism of the Harper government back then was very extensive. From virtually every sector and every stakeholder that understood the importance of having it being made mandatory, Mr. Speaker. And I would think that if the member across the way was to reflect on it, I'm sure that he would not suggest that today that it should be non-mandatory, because by having it mandatory, Mr. Speaker, we will have better information. And as I tried to illustrate in the limited amount of time that I had, that information is so very critical in order for governments of all different levels, not to mention, as I say, the nonprofits, the privates, there's so many others that are so much in need of getting the type of information that we know that Statistics Canada can provide as long as they're afforded the right tools. And one of those right tools is a mandatory, Mr. Speaker, mandatory long-form census form.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague how not having the census be mandatory in the past, how it impeded historians, genealogists, scientists, and many other research areas in the past, and how implementing Bill C-36, all of the benefits that these researchers could have in your community and across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I love the question, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important for us to recognize that in different ways, you know, when you get the mailings, they come out, and these surveys, long-form surveys, are sent out to Canadians, to all residents, depending in terms of the numbers and the draws. And I am not a stats person per se, but what I do know, Mr. Speaker, that there's a certain percentage that will get that long form. And if you get a number, and it's a significant number in certain areas that do not or choose not to fill it out, it has a profound negative impact on the overall collection of information. And it can, in fact, put in a bias for a number of different reasons, Mr. Speaker. I wish I had the time to be able to expand on those biases, because at the end of the day, it doesn't give the best type of information that we require, and that's what I think that Canadians and others have expected of Stats Canada, so that's why it was great to see it made mandatory once again.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad my colleague from Winnipeg North has admitted he's not good with stats. I think if they were, that we wouldn't be sitting on a $30 billion deficit this year. I'm going to ask the same question I asked previously about shared services. Wayne Smith, highly respected, past head of Stats Canada, 30 years with them, quit specifically because his government would not address his concerns with shared services. He wanted StatsCan to a separate server. Is the government going to keep StatsCan on a separate server, or keeping on shared services? If going to a private server, how much is the cost going to be?
Parliamentary Secretary.
First, I didn't mean to confuse the member, Mr. Speaker. I'm a big fan of using and reviewing stats. Stats are something that is incredibly important. It enables you to make good, sound policy decisions. The member raises some concerns, and I would highly recommend that maybe if he can detail those concerns and bring it before committee, I think that would be most helpful. I will hopefully be here. I suspect I will if the member does choose to speak on this legislation, and maybe he can kind of expand on this point. I can assure the member that the government is open to looking at what opposition has to say in terms of whether or not there are ways in order to improve legislation. A number of members have brought up the issue of the appointment. Why is it a 5-year term appointment? I've served in the Manitoba legislature. We've had independent officers. They usually are fixed-year appointments. I don't, to be able to indicate why 5 or 6 versus 4 and so forth, I think those could be good questions that the member could, in fact, advance again at the committee stage. I don't have the specific answer at this point.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to rise and address this important discussion. It's good to be back in this place. Maybe I'm the only member, but when I'm away on those long breaks, I do kind of miss the House of Commons. So it's good to be back and speaking again. Now, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to discuss this legislation, I hope you'll indulge me just on a few brief remarks on the events of the weekend. Canada is a nation defined by unity in the midst of our diversity. An attack on one person or one community is an attack on all of us. And indeed, we must and we have already responded together across faith lines and across party lines, and that response has to continue. Details remain unclear about the motivations of the attackers, but in whatever sense, I think we know that this terrorist attack, which targeted the Muslim community in Quebec, seeks to undermine our unity. And I've already seen comments by those who want to blame this on our commitment to pluralism. And this is precisely what terrorism seeks to do, to undermine our values and our sense of solidarity. Terrorism does not just seek to take life, it also seeks to undermine our way of life. So today we must continue to stand together and to fight back, and to downgrade and defeat radical violent extremism in all of its forms. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to just very briefly extend my well wishes to those across the way who have been affected by the cabinet shuffle. We know that in this government there are those in cabinet and there are those working hard to join it. So congratulations to those who have succeeded. In particular, I want to extend my best wishes to the former Foreign Affairs Minister. This member has been relentless in his service of Canada. Of course, given my interest in the Foreign Affairs file, we've had a chance to cross swords quite a bit over the last year and a bit, and I know this member is intelligent and deeply thoughtful. His vision for foreign policy was one with which I passionately disagreed, but it must be said that he did articulate a vision for Canadian foreign policy which reflects his values, and it was a vision that he developed with sincere motivation. And perhaps more importantly, his commitment his ideas about and commitment to the idea of a unified Canadian nation have stood and will stand the test of time. So I wish him very well in whatever next steps he takes. And I look forward to debating with the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, although I was hoping that the member for Winnipeg North would get that position so he'd be traveling more and I could finally catch up to him in the word count. Now, today we're on to debate Bill C-36, an important piece of legislation about the Statistics Act. And this government introduced this legislation on December the 7th, so we see that we're moving along relatively quickly with the debate and the discussion on this. Certainly, it contains some important measures that we're looking at, and we've heard different and I think thoughtful arguments from members throughout the House today. I'll start by reviewing some of the substantive content and also what appear to be the objectives of the bill, and then I'll react to them and discuss them. But I will say at the outset that my objective in rising today is not to speak definitively for or against the bill, but rather to raise some issues that I think require discussion and consideration in the context of this legislation. And then following that, I'm intent on listening to the ongoing conversation that happens on this legislation and evaluating some of the pros and cons going forward. So with that in mind, certainly for those who are watching or perhaps reading the transcript of the debate afterwards, I look forward to hearing substantive feedback from my constituents and others on how they see this debate proceeding with respect to this important legislation. Now, when most people hear that we're talking about the Statistics Act, perhaps they might imagine something fundamentally dry and technical. And of course, there are technical aspects to all legislation that we deal with in this House. But this bill is very practical and very important for the collection of statistics and the use of statistics in the real world. Indeed, the kind of information gathered by government, the way that the gathering of that information is overseen, and the way that information is shared and used can touch on research, can influence research, which then touches on every aspect of our lives. And I had the honor, before getting elected, of working for an opinion research company and seeing and being involved in this process firsthand, whereby in all kinds of different ways, research and statistical information impacts all sorts of practical aspects of our daily lives. We live in a world today, Mr. Speaker, of big data. Every aspect of our lives are influenced by data, from the choices and prices we see at the store to the social outreach activities of religious institutions. These things are often informed by all kinds of complex calculations involving data. And certainly with the advent of the internet and then of social media. There is more data out there about the world as well as about us than would have been imaginable even a short time ago. And this use of data has many positive impacts for our lives. It also raises lots of different kinds of questions that perhaps were not at the forefront of our public conversations, again, a relatively short time ago. So the role and the approach of government in the collection and use of statistical information is a critically important and very interesting discussion, especially as that information interacts with other data sets that are collected privately. The information gathered by the government can be used as a basis for weighting other kinds of data, for everything from social research to medical research to market research to political polling. I generally believe that the government should stick to doing the things that it does best, but gathering important baseline data is certainly one of those things, and there's a very important role for government involved in that. And certainly, as I mentioned in my prior life working in the private sector, involved as the vice president of an opinion research company, we would use data gathered by the government as part of the benchmarking for the various research initiatives that we were involved in. The use, and also, by the way, the misuse of data, which we see in the context of politics often as well, is and will continue to shape many different aspects of our regular daily lives. Of course, the government does not just gather data for the use of others, but the government also conducts policy research that shapes its own decisions. And I'll return to that insofar as how this legislation might interact with policy research as well. But here again, we can see both the use and the misuse of data. I think we would agree in principle, notwithstanding the possibility of misuse, that governments should always try and base their decisions on the best available information and be diligent about identifying and utilizing opportunities to actually gather that information. So with that general introduction about the importance of this discussion, about the importance of this area, let me return to the specific provisions of the legislation that we're talking about. So Bill C-36, introduced, I believe, by the Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology in December of last year, proposes amendments to the Statistics Act with the objective, the stated objective by the government, of strengthening the independence of Statistics Canada. And part of what we're evaluating is whether it actually succeeds in those objectives. And there's some other things which are, at best, tangentially related to that identified objective. Under this legislation, we would have the appointment of a chief statistician for a fixed renewable period of 5 years, removable only for cause, as identified by the Governor and Council. And it also assigns to this chief statistician the powers related to methods, procedures, and operations of Statistics Canada. The Minister is still able to issue directives on statistical programs, but then will no longer be able to issue directives on methods, procedures, and operations. The chief statistician might require that any directive given be made public and in writing before acting on that directive. So there is still the opportunity for the government to direct a particular statistical program, but there is a level of independence within the general ambit of that in terms of the chief statistician being able to define exactly what kinds of operations, which kinds of methods, the sorts of procedures that make the most sense in that context. Now, this may perhaps not be the direct intent, but the legislation also means that the chief statistician may have to have authorization to make decisions about where the data is housed. So this raises, of course, another set of questions in terms of what this means for the practical use of data. The chief statistician, in the context of methods, procedures, and operations, has authority to develop questioning within surveys. And that's quite a bit of flexibility to be held independent of the government. And again, there's a discussion to be had about what the role is for the elected government in terms of development of those things versus an independent officer like the chief statistician. So, and I raised this separate issue in questions and comments a number of times. The bill establishes what it calls the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, which replaces the National Statistics Council. The former was comprised of 10 members, the new council will be comprised of 10 members. This council will advise the chief statistician and the minister and focus on the quality of national statistical systems, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of statistical information that is produced. And as well, as part of its responsibilities, the council will be required to make an annual public report on the state of the statistical system. And the question I've asked to members of the government, and maybe we'll hear an answer to this soon, is just what motivates this replacement. This is a new opportunity to appoint new people to this body, and it would be, I think, important if the government felt that there was a need for something new to exist, that they actually develop some argumentation around what was wrong with the old model and new about the new model. It's the sort of thing that I think needs to be explained, and so far I don't think hasn't really been explained at all what the objective that they have in mind are. Now, the other thing to note, and this has been raised by other colleagues as well, is that the existing council, the National Statistics Council, being replaced by the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, the existing council has representation from 13 provinces and territories, hence the number of members. So we can presume that the new council means 3 either provinces or territories will lose representation. So again, this speaks to a question about why moving from one council to another. Those of us participating in this debate, I think, are asking legitimately, why is this happening? The bill no longer requires the consent of respondents to transfer census information to Library and Archives Canada, and that's a point of important discussion in terms of whether or not that consent should be required. And it also repeals the penalty of imprisonment for every survey except the mandatory short-form census. And I think, as members of the government have said, I think this particular provision, at least, is a common sense change, that people not be imprisoned for instance, failing to fill out the long-form census. And this was certainly a concern that we had when we were in government, and that we spoke about. Again, not doing away with the long-form census, but moving back on those mandatory provisions with a concern about some of these issues, for instance, the possibility of imprisonment. Now, it's worth underlining in the context of the discussion about mandatory versus not around the long form, that this bill does not change whether or not the long form census is mandatory. That specific element is not affected one way or the other by the specific provisions of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the different details that we're debating, and some of them have a clearer rationale than others of them. And hopefully, over the course of this debate, we'll hear a little bit more about those rationales. Now, this question of the independence with respect to methods, with respect to the types of questions that we are being asked, I think there is an important discussion to be had here, because on the one hand, it is important for the government, which is elected by the people, to be able to get statistical information that it needs to answer, it may be policy questions that they feel are important, that they feel need to be answered. On the other hand, it certainly makes sense to have experts defining what methods make sense for achieving those objectives. I think that's generally the model that's envisioned, but you could also imagine a case where a minister might have an opinion about the kind of method that was most suitable to get certain kinds of data. You could also imagine possible problems with that. In the context of this debate, I think we should think a little bit about this government's experience with the mydemocracy.ca website, because this was an example of the government wading into it was claimed into an exercise in research, in gathering Canadians' opinions. But we know that there are horrendous problems with the kind of survey that was developed, the way it was developed, that it didn't actually ask clear, direct questions in terms of people's opinions about specific issues, that it didn't get clear feedback from people, and there was all this ambiguity about whether people had to actually give their information or not. And this This perhaps speaks actually to the importance of having independence when it comes to developing statistical surveys, because it really looks like mydemocracy.ca was developed clearly with certain objectives in mind by the government, which is to obscure the information and to not actually do what seemed much more natural and straightforward and obvious, which was to ask people questions about their opinion. So I think there's a worry when it comes to an elected government being involved in information gathering, that there is a loss of independence and that the government seeks to use their desire for certain policy outcomes to obscure the collection of information. Over the break, I had a constituent write to me about his experience with the mydemocracy.ca website, and it speaks to some of the problems with statistical information. So I do want to share what he had to say with you, Mr. Speaker. Now, his name is Mike, and he said I could share his name because I think this is important information. He says, I live in Sherwood Park, and I received a card to fill out the survey at mydemocracy.ca. I went to fill it out and ran into a major issue. I spent a bunch of time, and when I got to the profile section, which states that it's entirely optional, but it would not let me proceed. I called the number and spoke to the person's name. He told me that it was fail-safe to ensure it was filled out, even though it was optional to fill out that portion, and he suggested that I could put in false information if I did not want my real info in. This is insane, he continues, and defeats the entire point of the survey. For a federal government employee to suggest putting false info in is unbelievable. It's clear this is a skewed survey. At the end of the day, my opinion was not registered, and something is wrong with that. The deadline for this survey is December 30th. I received this card yesterday, December 7th. The fact that the government sent this out at the busiest time of year with only 3 weeks to contemplate it, and with a major flaw that eliminates certain people's responses, is a major problem. Most people will not take the time to report this problem. Who knows how many people's opinions have been excluded? This survey has no validity now. I cannot adequately express how troubling this is, and makes me wonder what the federal government's real motivation is. Further to the above, the survey questions are very repetitive, and they basically ask the same questions 2 and 3 times. That's correspondence that I received from a constituent about the mydemocracy.ca, and of course, it's correspondence that has important implications for the electoral reform discussion, but it also has important implications for our examination of what the relationship should be between the elected government and those developing statistical tools, because it speaks to the fact that we have a government here that was actually, I believe, trying to set up a system for gathering information which was designed to produce the kinds of outcomes that they want, rather than engaging in a more serious, sincere consultation or survey to figure out what does either those that want to participate in giving us information or what do a representative sample of Canadians think. So this speaks to the importance of independence, but on the other hand, does the change to the Statistics Canada Act actually affect this kind of ad hoc, one-off policy research that the government might choose to do? Maybe we should look at actually saying that specifically when the government has these kinds of political objectives in mind, that's where that independence would be critically needed, so we don't run into these sort of false research exercise by the government when it's trying to get specific outcomes that it wants in order to justify a course of action that it has already identified. That's not meaningful research, Mr. Speaker. That's certainly not meaningful consultation. Now, another point I want to make just on reflecting reflecting on the content of this bill is that we're changing the council that provides oversight to the activities with respect to statistics. Again, the old council was the National Statistics Council, or NSC, and we're moving to the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council. The possibility that this is actually a tactic that compromises independence, because it opens up an opportunity for the government to appoint an entirely new council, presumably that would all be appointed by this government, which might not be as effective at exercising oversight as the existing council, the existing group of people, with the existing infrastructure that's in place. That transition creates an opportunity for the government to appoint a wholesale group of new people. And again, we have yet to hear from the government some degree of explanation or rationale with respect to what the objective is, what they're trying to achieve with this new council. So, Mr. Speaker, just to summarize, then, the ongoing discussion about this bill is important. There certainly are some important objectives here, but there also are some outstanding questions about what the real objectives are and whether some of these changes will actually achieve the objectives that the government has defined. So I look forward to that continuing conversation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's wonderful to ask my first question in this role. Let me just take a moment to express my sympathy for the victims of the terrorist attack in Quebec City last evening, and our hearts and souls go out to all of those people affected by it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the honourable member for a bit more clarification on the matter of the long-form census. I think he's technically right, Mr. Speaker, but I think maybe he's missed an important element to the facts, and that is, it's true that the mandatory long-form census wasn't eliminated by the previous government, but they did make the political decision to render it non-obligatory, and then, and this is the part perhaps that this act is going to hopefully correct, then they tried to pass off the decision on Canada's chief statistician and say he was in agreement. He said he wasn't. He effectively resigned over that matter. That's the part I think the honourable member is missing. That's what this act is trying to correct, to increase not necessarily the ability, to increase the transparency. It will make governments responsible when they do issue that kind of political directive. So I'd ask him to comment on that.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, with respect to the member, I mean, in terms of the premise, he said I'm technically right. Well, there's only one kind of being right, and I'm glad he acknowledges that everything that I said about the mandatory long-form census was correct. The fact that there was no intention, there was never a plan to do away with the long-form census, and it never happened. Now, in terms of that, though, and he should acknowledge, as I said, that this bill doesn't change any of that with respect to the mandatory long-form census. Again, it's come up in discussion. It's sort of approximately related. And one thing this bill does is it repeals the possibility of imprisonment for those that don't fill out the survey. So I'm glad the government has at least come along with us that far in terms of realizing that incarcerating someone isn't an appropriate response for them choosing not to fill out or perhaps forgetting to fill out the long-form census. And that at least is a step towards proportionality. And I'll just say, again, I mean, the objectives in a lot of this bill are important. It's just a question of whether or not the provisions realize those objectives. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? La députée d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Since we're talking about statistics generally and the census, I'd like to raise an issue with my colleague, something that I've experienced in my riding, and I'd like to know if he's experienced it as well. The census is conducted during the summer, in the early spring, in fact, in May. And when we talk about census, there's also an agricultural census that's conducted. So the agricultural companies participate in the census, and it happens at the worst time of the season because that's when, in fact, they're seeding the fields. They need to get ready for summer. So in his view, is that something that will encourage farmers to participate, or shouldn't we, instead of just talking about this, find a solution that will enable our farmers to participate at a time when it's not detrimental to their operations?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for the question, and I do have the honor of representing a constituency with a significant farming community. It's not a majority of the population in my riding, but certainly it's a vital part of the community. And yes, she makes an excellent point about the timing of the agricultural census, and I certainly think that that's an issue worthy of ongoing consideration in terms of looking at possible other times when that could take place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague, underline his concerns about the use and misuse of data. With the last voluntary survey that was done, it was noted that some jurisdictions in Canada had a low response rate in their survey, and that certain groups within Canada tend to respond to voluntary surveys better than others. So we get a real hodgepodge of data that comes in, and some places in Canada leads to an absolute black hole. So some communities reported that there was problems with their data. They didn't know where their citizens worked, what their education levels were, what their marriage status was, immigration status, and poverty levels. And so no socioeconomic statistics that can help these local communities make the policies that help their citizens. So I want to ask my colleague, I know he's withholding judgment on this particular bill, but I want to know his particular thoughts on the long-form census. Does he personally believe that a mandatory long-form census should be instituted? And is this something that the committee should be studying and implementing to make sure that the data across Canada is used appropriately to help Canadian citizens where they need it?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for the question, and I thank him for the information he's shared, the point that he's raised. And my response is maybe somewhat technical, but I think it's important just to clarify. The short form census continued to be mandatory. The long form census, for a time under the previous government, was not mandatory. But when you have a short form census that everybody is still filling out, you still have the opportunity to benchmark or weight the data you're collecting from a long form survey based on the data you're collecting from the short form. In other words, if you can make up for the possibility of underrepresentation of certain groups in a response sample then by weighting, given that you still have the data from the short form. Now, he might have a point about a data black hole if the short form of the census was no longer mandatory, but that was certainly never undertaken, and as far as I know, never contemplated. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to one of the responses that the member across the way gave, and he was talking about an important aspect of the legislation, which ultimately says that if you refuse to fill out a census form, you're no longer going to be going to jail. Well, people haven't been really going to jail under that, even though within the legislation it allowed for it. But the member seemed to be of the opinion that it was nice. He's trying to give the impression that the Conservatives support that aspect, and it's good to see that this government is bringing it in. And the question that I have is that, the Conservative government at the time was very anxious to make it non-mandatory for the long-form service forms, or census forms. Yet it didn't seem to me, it seemed rather odd that they never got rid of what it is that we are getting rid of, the jail time penalty. Maybe the member could explain why it is that the Conservatives didn't deal with that particular issue when they had the opportunity to.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's be very clear that the law allowed someone to be sentenced to jail for not filling out the long form census at the time when it was previously mandatory. That's a problem that it says that in the law. And do I know offhand the number of people that were sentenced recently under that provision? No, but it's not a matter of small consequence that is still at the present time that is still the law. Now, of course, at the time the government made the decision to have the long form census not be mandatory. That particular provision was not relevant because it wasn't mandatory. So under a framework where it wasn't mandatory, there wasn't a need to repeal the provision. But given that the government has made the decision to make it mandatory, again, they have taken quite a while to get around to repealing this provision, but at least they recognize, again, the fact that people shouldn't be incarcerated for not filling out the long-form census. That, at least, is progress.
Time for one more question. Questions and comments. Qu'est-ce que commentaire? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we've been over the years very reliant on outside expertise to bring some fresh perspective to things and make sure that programs that are being presented and are being executed still are grounded in the real world. And back in about 1985, the Mulroney government established the current National Statistics Council. It had representation from all 13 provinces and territories, and people have served well. I haven't heard any complaints about it ever. And I'm wondering if the member could comment on his thoughts as to why there would be a need for a new council and any concerns he might have about losing institutional memory of the members who've been sat on that council for quite some time and replacing them with people who would be brand new out of the chute.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our critic for her question and also for her great work in this area. Now, this is a great point that you have the government that has a part of this bill that really is not explained at all in terms of the rationale, and it removes people that have experience, have been working in this area, have the intimate knowledge, and it creates an opportunity for the government to appoint a whole new slate of people. And when the government all at once appoints an entire slate of people, that has the potential to really compromise, actually, independence, because the same government is appointing all of those people right out of the gate. And again, there's a loss of the institutional memory and the experience. Sometimes what we see from this government is change for change's sake. And there's benefits for change if there's benefits for change in a particular case. But we shouldn't be just changing things for the sake of changing them. And in the absence of some kind of rationale around this, that's kind of what it looks like. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to take part in this debate after two illustrious members of the House from both sides. While I won't claim that my word count is anywhere near either one of theirs, Mr. Speaker, I'm not too shabby myself, I think. Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole au sujet.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. The purpose of this bill is to strengthen the independence of Statistics Canada. This government is committed to evidence-based decision-making, and this bill supports the production and distribution of statistical information that's reliable and impartial. BC 36 ensures that Canadians have full confidence in their national statistical agency and the quality of the information that it produces. The purpose of this bill is to ensure that decisions made about data collection, analysis, and distribution rest with the experts in the fields of statistics, not the politicians. Statistics play an essential role in modern democratic societies. They are critical to good government and evidence-based decision-making. They inform the decisions made by businesses, nonprofit organizations, governments, and the public. Public confidence in the quality of official statistics is critical. So is public trust in the institution that produces official statistics.
Canada's statistical agency is a world-leading organization and must have a high level of independence. In fact, the agency must be able to operate at a healthy distance from day-to-day political direction and oversight. Statistics Canada must be guided exclusively by professional considerations on decisions relating to its operations and data gathering methods. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I should note that I'm sharing my time with the honourable member from Brampton North. That's it. Any perception of interference inevitably leads to a loss of public trust. The decision by the previous government to turn the 2011 mandatory long-form census into a voluntary survey highlighted a vulnerability in Canada's statistical legislation. It raised public concerns about Statistics Canada's independence, and it compromised the quality and detail of the census data. This unilateral decision prompted a swift reaction from Canadians who objected to the change. Par le passé, Statistics Canada a exercé ses activités.
Historically, Statistics Canada has been treated at arm's length by convention rather than by legislation. Because this practice was not enshrined in the Statistics Act, it left the agency and the Chief Statistician of Canada vulnerable to political interference in statistical matters. This bill strengthens Statistics Canada's professional independence by enshrining it in law. The bill accomplishes this goal in a number of ways. First, it protects the independence and integrity of the Chief Statistician. Under the current Statistics Act, the Governor and Council appoints the Chief Statistician of Canada to be the Deputy of the Minister. The Chief Statistician also holds office during pleasure of the government. The Act sets no specific terms or conditions about the employment of the Chief Statistician. In effect, the Chief Statistician can be removed arbitrarily from office at the government's discretion with or without cause. This legislative gap potentially leaves the Chief Statistician vulnerable to political pressure. It also risks undermining his or her ability to make decisions based on professional, statistical, and ethical principles. Furthermore, the Chief Statistician could effectively be dismissed at any time without public justification.
Potentially leaves the Chief Statistician vulnerable to political pressure. It also risks undermining the Chief Statistician's ability to make decisions based on professional, statistical, and ethical principles. Bill C-36 addresses these legislative gaps. It proposes to appoint the Chief Statistician on good behavior for a 5-year renewable term. It protects the Chief Statistician from being dismissed for arbitrary reasons. It provides greater clarity around the Chief Statistician's terms and conditions of employment. And it places a greater onus on the government to explain a decision to remove the Chief Statistician. Ensemble, ces changements qui sont proposés dans le projet de loi C-36 protègent.
As a result of these measures, this bill will protect the public and reinforce its trust in the ability of this organization and protect the confidentiality of the information. And they will enable Statistics Canada to continue to produce high-quality statistical information that all Canadians can rely on. A fundamental role of the government is to safeguard the integrity and quality of the statistical data that is produced on behalf of all Canadians. Bill C-36 allows this government to fulfill that responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his new role and for his first speech in the role. One of the things that is really important is with the Chief Statistician taking over the responsibility for choosing methodology and choosing data and all that kind of thing, it's very important that the Chief Statistician then have some credentials or some understanding of statistics. And so I wondered if he could tell me what the current Chief Statistician's credentials are.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
I thank the honourable member for her question. I don't have the Chief Statistician's CV in front of me, Mr. Speaker. What we hope to do in this legislation is to improve the quality of the Chief Statistician. How, Mr. Speaker? By subjecting the appointment of the Chief Statistician to our Governor and Council appointment process, which we have revised to make into a process of the highest quality, of the highest transparency, in order to get the single most qualified person in the job.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'Honorable Député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I would also like to commend my colleague for his very enlightened speech. Obviously, he's very interested in this topic. However, we're talking about the Chief Statistician quite a bit, and so let's talk about the former CS. You know, like as well as I do, that he left his position because he felt that there were problems with the goals of the former government regarding Statistics Canada. Can we expect that a committee to hear his testimony so he can give his version of the facts? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yes, indeed. We're talking about two chief statisticians, because there are two who actually resigned. The first, Munir Sheikh, was consulted on this process, and we took his recommendations into account. We didn't accept all of them, but we did take them into account. We consulted him. And the second CS, Mr. Smith, was already part of the reform process for this bill undertaken by our government. And so he played a very important role in the process. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to say that he is in complete agreement with all of the recommendations in this bill, but there are certain aspects that do reflect his opinions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable L'Honorable Député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another thing that I often hear in my writing from my constituents concerning the census is access to paper forms, because before there used to be assistance provided for people with low levels of education, people who had trouble understanding or reading and understanding the questions in the census. So is it not important to ensure that those services continue to be available for people who need them? To ensure, for example, that the paper forms remain available, that the phone number it can be readily available and accessible for people who want to request paper forms and they don't have to wait online for an hour. And it is also important that people are there to help citizens fill out the paper forms if they need help. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. She is talking about the how, the methodology of the census, and what we're doing is to give the power to the chief statistician and his department, obviously in consultation with the advisory council, to take into account such practical questions as she mentions. Those are not questions for the government in principle. Those are questions around the methodology, and that is going to be turned over to the department under the authority of the chief statistician, so that his expertise can be put to good use. So the how, the practical part, the methodology, will be transparently transferred to where it should be.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by taking a moment to express my grief for the victims and family members of the terrorist attack in Quebec and against our Muslim brothers and sisters. I know that all my colleagues stand with me in standing in solidarity with them at this terrible moment. So now moving on to the debate of the day, C36, I'm pleased to rise and speak about one important particular amendment to C36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, which relates to the release of census records 92 years after any given census. Consistent with this government's commitment to open and accessible data, Bill C-36 proposes to remove the requirement to request consent before transferring census records to the Library and Archives of Canada after 92 years, beginning with the 2021 census of population. Researchers, historians, and genealogists require this information to conduct research to help us better understand our past and to build our future. There has been little opposition to the release of these records, and as many other countries have come to understand, preserving information about our past is of great value. The US, New Zealand, and the UK, and Australia are among many countries that preserve census records for release. In the US, the time lapse is 72 years. In New Zealand and the UK, it's 100 years. In Australia, it's 99 years. Until recently, Australia and New Zealand's census records were actually destroyed. Then they passed laws in 2000 and 2005, respectively, to allow such records to be released. They recognized the value of these records. They did this after campaigns by networks of family historians, genealogists, and interested citizens. In Canada, we are fortunate that we have never had a policy to destroy census records. The notion that such records provide valuable historical information has always been upheld in this country. And up until 1993, census records were routinely released after various lengths of time, ranging from 70 years to 98 years, with no restrictions. In fact, it was not until requests for the release of the 1901 census records that an impasse over access arose. It was noted that legislation at this time did not allow for the release of individual records from censuses after 1901 because of confidentiality provisions. On the other hand, the National Archives, heritage and genealogy groups, and others have argued that census records constitute a national historic treasure that should be preserved. They argued they should be made available after a sufficient number of years for privacy concerns to no longer exist or hold sway. They believe that the number of 92 years to be in accordance with existing regulations in the Privacy Act. So why 92 years? At the time that the Privacy Act was adopted in 1983, data from the 1891 census had yet to be released. To facilitate its release, the Privacy Act regulations included a provision for the release of census records after 92 years, the number of years between 1891 and 1983. That 92-year precedent was applied to the Statistics Act when a section about releasing census records was added as a result of the passage of Bill S-18 in 2005. The enactment required that Canadians consent to release their census records beginning with the 2006 census. It also provided for parliamentary review of the administration of that requirement. The experience of the past 3 censuses indicates Canadian support for the release of census records after 92 years. It's important to note here that in 1999, the Honourable John Manley, the Minister of Industry, called for a creation of an expert panel on access to historical census records. That panel, which was chaired by former Supreme Court Justice, issued a report after an in-depth inquiry. It found no evidence that legislators in the early census days intended census records to perpetually be confidential. The panel recommended allowing public access after 92 years. But the government at that time stated that this issue would be considered as part of a review on privacy legislation. In our view, the passage of S-18 only partially resolved this issue. Our government believes that census records constitute a national historic treasure and therefore should be preserved. And more importantly, they should be released for research purposes after 92 years. Census records are essential to understanding our society's past, present, and future, which cities like Brampton, the one I'm from and represent, that have large immigrant populations can definitely benefit from. There are so many Canadians that are desperate to find out more about their roots. That's why Bill C-36 proposes amendments to the Statistics Act to remove the requirement for consent for all census records beginning in 2021. As Canada becomes more diverse, cities like Brampton could use this historical data to see if policies made by previous governments reflected their populations. It will also help emerging cities compare their growth patterns to Brampton and better compare policies that did or did not work for their people. Records for the 2006 and 2011 and 2016 censuses were consent required, will be released only if consent was given. Where consent was required would only be released if consent was given. Two key considerations in deciding to include this amendment in the bill related to privacy concerns and response rates. On that privacy front, as in other countries, we believe the proposed amendments strike a balance between the right to access and the right to privacy. We believe that 92 years is a sufficient lapse in time. The other issue relates to the potential, however remote, for response rates to fall if people think the data will eventually be released. But we're talking about more than 9 decades after the person has taken the census. And experience shows that the automatic transfer of census records after a sufficiently long period of time does not adversely affect census participation. Response rates to census have remained very high over time, whether or not consent was sought before the release of census records. In making this change, we're ensuring that researchers can eventually be able to access what many consider a national historic treasure, a treasure that may help us understand both our own and individual lineage and the evolving social fabric of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
My question to the member is on this council that we're getting, I guess, rid of. Now, the National Statistics Council is being changed into Canadian Statistics Advisory Council. My question is about this: I have never heard a complaint about the good work that the National Statistics Council is doing, and I've actually had a very hard time finding who these members serving on the council were, but from what I gathered, there were many senior journalists on it, usually specializing in social and economic affairs. There were junior journalists. There were also members from the Statistical Society of Canada. When I did find a list, I noticed that there were provosts of universities, there were many professors on it, and it's being reduced. Now, it's not quite clear why the government is going in this direction. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm interested to hear from the member why she thinks the government has chosen to do this. And we heard from the minister this morning, he did not indicate whether the previous council had done a bad job. In fact, he just said they're moving on, and these previous people, I guess, will have their appointments rescinded. So to the members, why does she know why the government is moving ahead with removing the previous council and the creation of this new one, even though there's been no complaint about the work of the previous group?
Honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you. Just like my colleague has said, he hasn't heard of whether there were complaints. I also I'm not sure and cannot validate whether there were or were not complaints, but I do understand that this new Canadian Statistics Advisory Council, that they're calling it, is one that is going to be focused on presenting quality statistical data to Canadians. And that is something that I believe all of us can be proud of and can benefit from in the future. Having accurate quality statistics is important for all our cities in order to develop and make good policies. So it's hard for me to comment on something that is unknown to me or the member, but it's something that we can inquire on. Whether that information is available or not, I do not know, but quality is what we are concerned with, and I know that we can trust that this new advisory council is making that their their focus and their main mandate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate hearing the member's speech, and we'll certainly be looking forward to this bill going to committee so that we can give it the proper scrutiny that it deserves. My question is sort of related to the bill, but more on the government's policy. The previous chief statistician of Statistics Canada resigned from the agency, and his main reason for doing so was he complained that there was a lack of independence that the organization had, that it was sort of tied down to Shared Services Canada. And I'm just wondering if that member can inform this House of what the government is going to do to inoculate Statistics Canada against any kind of interference from Shared Services Canada, and how they plan on making it a truly independent agency that Canadians can have full trust in. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question. Creating this advisory council that will advise the chief statistician, and with the combination of having open transparency and removing, creating that distance between the minister and the council, the advisory council that will then inform the chief statistician, I think is a great step to putting a distance between the two departments and making sure that there is more independence going forward for the chief statistician working with these advisory panel alone. I think that in and itself is a good measure to take, and I too look forward to this bill going to committee and the committee working on being able to make sure that that this bill has the proper amendments in place to make sure that it serves Canadians as it should. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Commentaire on la députée de
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. I'd like to ask another question to my colleague, because earlier I was a little bit concerned by the answer that I got from her colleague when we were talking about Mr. Smith, the chief statistician. The parliamentary secretary said that he had been consulted, not on everything, but he had been consulted. He didn't agree with anything, but he'd been consulted. But can we hope that the committee will hear from him, or is this a Liberal government decision that says, oh, we've consulted and that's enough? So we're hoping that Mr. Smith will be able to appear at the committee.
For Brampton North.
Thank you for that question. I'm a little bit, don't know if I fully understood the question, but when it comes to the council or the committee that this bill is going to go before, the committee, the parliamentary committee. I believe it would be up to the parliamentary committee, of course, to decide those experts that they wish to hear from. And as we know, our committee consists of members from all parties, so I can only have faith that the committee will make good decisions when choosing the witnesses to come before it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to echo some of the comments that were made earlier today about the tragic murders in Quebec. I did not think I would ever see the day when people would be murdered at worship in Canada, and so our hearts go out to them, our prayers are with them, certainly. That said, I want to say how nice it is to be back in the House of Commons and to welcome all my colleagues back. And what a delight to be discussing an issue that is near and dear to my heart. I may be one of the few, but I'll try to keep this lively for you. I'm rising to speak on the subject of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for the work that he put into the bill and for recognizing the importance of meaningful, accurate statistics. I do know a little bit about the subject of statistics. As a chemical engineer, I did study statistics at Queen's University. Later in my career, I was fortunate to receive a degree in statistics from the University of Tennessee as part of Dow Chemical's implementation of Deming's quality practices. I was then certified as a black belt and master black belt under GE's Six Sigma statistics program, and I served as a statistical specialist to a global business for several years. And so I do know a little bit about the subject. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this bill would amend the role of the chief statistician, making that person more independent, and it would also change the way that the information provided by those who answer the census is archived, and it would modify penalties for those who do not respect the law. This bill would also modify the terminology used in the Statistics Act to modernize the language that is used and also to align the French with the English. In addition, this bill would replace the National Statistics Council by a Canadian Statistics Advisory Council.
First of all, I would like to outline some of the principles that I think should apply to this discussion. I think that Canadians need to be able to trust the data that comes from Statistics Canada. I think the government needs to support the work that Statistics Canada does. And I think the government needs to be accountable to Canadians to strike the right balance between protecting their privacy rights and collecting good quality data. Now, I'm going to highlight some of the things I like about the bill, and then I'll highlight some of my concerns. First of all, it has been very concerning to me to have had two chief statisticians quit their job over issues that I believe have now been addressed in this bill. The first issue was the long-form census. I have been clear that I support a long-form census and that the only correct statistical method for a census is the mandatory one. When I first took the role of science critic, I made my census position known in my party and in this House. And I believe that Canadians, through one of the best participation rates in history, have also shown that they value the census and the statistics it collects. They know that many organizations use this information to make plans to improve our country. To be better able to provide for Canadians, we need to understand the Canadian makeup, including age, gender, region, and culture. From a wider scope, having data on economic, social, and regional variables in Canada is also invaluable for legislators as well as for our countless researchers. However, I do want to say that with the implementation of the long-form census, there were quite a number of problems, which I did highlight to the minister as soon as they were brought to my attention. Many people were unable to log on. There was a huge overload on the system. Some people did not receive their login IDs properly, and there were really long wait times on the line. So if you were phoning in to address a concern, those are things that we would want to see fixed in the go forward. Now, one of the questions I had personally was that I received a form at my apartment in Ottawa and the same one also at my home in Sarnia. And so I filled both of them out, but no one seemed able to answer whether that would result in double counting or not. So that would be very fundamentally important from a data integrity point of view. When it comes to the responsibility of the chief statistician, I am happy to see that the responsibility to select statistical methods and the data to be collected is now under this bill to be the responsibility of the chief statistician, as it should be. I believe the autonomies provided to this role under the bill will ensure good science aligned to world statistical language, and good practices will result. As chair for the Standing Committee on Status of Women, I have seen countless witnesses, both inside and outside the government departments and agencies, testify that there simply isn't the data available to answer certain vital questions. More specifically, segregated data is lacking to continue much-needed research in the fields of women in the Canadian economy, or more broadly, on the subject of violence against women. Now, for all of you who took your gender-based analysis training, and I believe there were 1,000 parliamentarians and their staff that did so, you will know from your training that segregated data is very important in making sure that we can see that all of the legislation we're putting forward is fair for all. And so, again, we need to have the correct data. I look forward to having a chief statistician who, upon receiving the requests for data which is needed to address, based on good science, the difficult issues of our time, has the autonomy to act. The term of office being 5 years with good behavior seems reasonable, but there's no definition of what constitutes the cause that the governor and council could remove him or her on. I'm assuming that it must be the standard government employee criteria, otherwise it needs to be clarified in this bill. I also don't see where the qualifications required for a chief statistician are defined. I would expect as a minimum that someone serving in this capacity would have training in statistics, but I'm not familiar with the credentials the current chief brings, and the parliamentary secretary was unable to comment. So I would like to see, as a minimum, a university statistics training as a requirement. You can imagine that in order to apply methods, define data collection, and interpret the data, you do actually need to know something about statistics, or you can get yourself into trouble. We've all heard the saying, lies, lies, and statistics. One thing that was not clear to me in the bill was how the budget for Statistics Canada will be proposed and approved. One would expect that if the chief statistician has the ability to determine what data Statistics Canada will be collecting and to have control of the operations, the hiring of temporary, contract, and full-time employees, that he or she would be in the best position to propose a budget that the minister would submit for approval. But what will happen if the finance minister decides not to adequately fund Statistics Canada? This then limits the ability of the chief statistician to really have autonomy over the department. And what if then he's fired for the cause of not achieving his goals because he was underfunded? Monsieur le Président, ce projet...
Mr. Speaker, this bill is intended to modernize language used in the Statistics Act in order to reflect linguistic standards and modern methodological standards, and as well as to align both the English and French. It is important to ensure that we say the same thing in both official languages. There have been leaders who have said different things when they were speaking in English compared to when they were speaking French. We do not want that to be the case in the field of statistics. With the constant evolution of both the collection and analysis of data in Canada, revised legislative language would allow statisticians to use the most effective and updated technologies to understand the population, society, and the Canadian economy.
Glad to see some ability for the chief statistician to ensure that data is kept secure and tamper-free. This would address the concern of protecting the independence of Statistics Canada from decisions made by shared services that could be detrimental to the operation of Statistics Canada. One concern I do have is that with this ability to choose data storage solutions that may not align to shared services, we must also add protections to ensure that our data is not stored with a third party that could lead to security concerns. You can imagine, for example, if the data was outsourced to a company with any linkages to terrorists or other organizations that would be interested in having the private information of Canadians, that would not be a good thing. Having already had the Chinese hacking into our systems, and with the government currently allowing the Chinese to buy an IT technology firm in Canada against the recommendation of CSIS, we certainly need to have Canadian interests top of mind. You can be aware that this IT technology firm that is being allowed to be purchased by the Chinese did research into anti-hacking with specific recommendations around the Canadian systems. And so that's a real area of concern for me. We've seen in the past where the Canadian Revenue Agency had leaks, and so certainly protecting the data security, this is very private information of Canadians, is top of mind. One of the other mandatory census items I wanted to discuss is that of the agriculture census, and we heard something about it earlier from one of my colleagues. I strongly support the need for this census, but I will share with you some concerns I've heard from farmers on this subject. Many farmers are telling me that they receive a call at the worst possible time while they're in the fields from Statistics Canada, not a form or an email survey, and several have been in their tractors when they get the call, and they begin to be asked about specific facts and figures regarding their agricultural operations. When they inform StatsCan that they would rather check their numbers and call back when they're in their office, they are told to just guess or estimate the numbers, and that they cannot do the call later when they're in the office. This calls into question the integrity of the numbers And so I would definitely like to see an amendment to the method of collection for the agricultural census to be along the same lines as the long-form census, with a deadline to complete, and hopefully at a different time than right when they're in the fields. I think there's an opportunity to improve the efficiency and reduce the cost of data collection. A large percentage of the population are computer savvy and are quite capable to complete information online, thus making it much less costly to collate the data. Wherever possible, we should move in that direction, since in very short order, everyone will be computer literate. I know there have been improvements from the 2011 census, which 60% of people responded electronically, to an even better time, but we need to continue to move in that direction. This bill also proposes the creation of an advisory council. Le rôle du Conseil consultatif.
The role of the Canadian Statistics Advisory Council would be to advise the minister and the statistician, the chief statistician rather, on a number of different subjects, including the overall quality of the national statistical system, including the relevance, accuracy, accessibility, and timeliness of its data, and to do so in a transparent way. The Council would also be responsible to make public an annual report on the state of the national statistical system. Personally, I am pleased to have an annual report on the state of Statistics Canada, because I then see the value of the statistics that are detailed and well analyzed. I think that an annual report would reveal the annual progress made by Statistics Canada and would emphasize sectors where progress is still required. One must not neglect the importance of quality statistics and ensuring that our statisticians have the feedback and support of the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a concern about this new council. The previous National Statistics Council had 13 members, one from each province, to ensure that geographic representation existed. The new council will have 10 members appointed by the Liberals. I worry that we will lose the geographic representation, and just in case the Liberals appoint their buddies to the council as a plum appointment, there would be a partisan interference potential, which has no place in science and statistics. I've also indicated that I think it's important for people in this kind of advisory role to actually have some background in statistics, and I also don't see that requirement for any of those people on the council. In terms of the terms of office specified for everyone, the chief statistician, 5 years with a chance for second 5, others 5 and 3, I think that is fine. But if someone is doing a great job, then why limit them? I think if you get people in these roles and they are experienced, it can be an efficiency and reduce the waste of turnover. In addition, there's another aspect of this bill that might be controversial. Bill C-36 would make it so that Statistics Canada would no longer require the express consent of the respondent to transfer information to the Library and Archives Canada after 92 years. Personally, I don't have an issue with this. Once my 7 years of tax records required by CRA are taken care of, they could archive any of my other information and it wouldn't matter to me. However, there are those Canadians who are more sensitive on the issues of privacy, and so perhaps a checkbox on info collected that grants permission to archive after 92 years would be a good amendment. I do realize, though, that even if you filled out your first information at age 18 and 92 years later it was archived, you would be 110. So I think it may not be such a huge concern. This bill would eliminate the penalty of imprisonment for any offense committed by a respondent. And I think we've heard today that everybody is happy to see that, because it's ridiculous that you would go to jail for not filling out a form. I think the financial penalty that remains is an adequate control. And if we look at history, there have been very few instances, in fact I could find none, where people were imprisoned for not filling out the census. I think there were several that went to court but weren't pursued. So I believe the controls outlined for ensuring information is forthcoming from corporations and other organizations is also adequate and appropriate. And so, Mr. Speaker, in summary, I believe the bill addresses the need for more autonomy for the chief statistician, but I would like to see additional protection for data storage that recognizes potential security threats. I believe mechanisms to allow ministerial intervention are adequate. I believe penalties for not providing data are appropriate. I would ask that the archiving of info without consent be revisited for those Canadians who may have a concern. And while I support the mandatory census for agriculture, I would ask for enhancements to ensure the responses received reflect the best data integrity possible. And I would ask that the National Statistics Council be maintained with its geographic representation of all provinces and territories and with nonpartisan appointments. Je voudrais encore une fois remercier.
Once again, I would like to thank the Minister for his bill and thank all of the other members who took the time to speak to this matter this afternoon. As a statistician, engineer, and parliamentarian, I understand the true value of statistics that are well collected and precise for our country.
Reflect the Canadian population. The closer that reflection is to reality, the more closely the government can respond through well-informed and well-thought-out legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
The comments or concluding remarks in terms of just how statistics should reflect the population, and I think that overall, Statistics Canada has done such an incredible job in terms of making sure that they're about as aligned as possible, especially if you draw in comparison to how we do as a nation versus other organizations, and even within Canada, where other groups attempt to try to get an understanding of the different demographics and different needs of different communities. So I think that all members of this House do owe a great deal of gratitude for those public servants who have, in fact, done such an incredible job over at Stats Canada. My question to the member is just specifically related to one of the general gists of this legislation is to move it forward in the sense of having a more independent Stats Can. And that is in good part done through the chief statistician. And I'm wondering if she would, at the very least, maybe acknowledge that this would be a positive thing for StatsCan to see it a little bit more independent of government, allowing those that have the ability, the knowledge, to be able to make sure that whether it's the types of questions or whatever else it might be, that there's that more discretion, that they have the authority to do so. Would she see that as a good thing?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary House Leader for his comments. Definitely, I want to thank Statistics Canada for the work that they do, because it is so important. And I do see that this bill moves us in the right direction in terms of giving more independence to Statistics Canada. I think there's the right balance in the bill in terms of the minister still having the ability to overrule if there was something. That provision still exists. But I think you've got here the chief statistician determining the methods and what data is going to be collected. And it's so important to have somebody that really understands the difference. Otherwise, you can take a decision and you may be well-meaning, but you may get yourself into a problem where voluntary data, for example, is skewed in a way that you can't know how it's skewed because you can't determine why people don't return the survey. So I think we're moving in the right direction with the right balance of independence of StatsCan, with a bit of oversight from the minister, a little bit of independence from having to go with whatever shared services is going to dictate, because keep in mind this is very confidential information. There are different criteria, and so I think if we put some extra protections in there to make sure that the data is secure and doesn't go to interests that might not be friendly to us, that would be a good thing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, because we've seen how competent she is in this subject matter and that she is also very generous in terms of her contribution to the parliamentary system. So thank you very much. I'm learning a great deal. I would like to verify with her. I think we can agree that this is a step in the right direction, but this is incomplete, that there are other details to deal with. Does she have confidence in the committee process which will examine this bill? Does she have confidence that the process will achieve results in the best interest of Canadians? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Cool.
Thank you very much for the question.
Although the government is well-intentioned with respect to trying to address all of the things. Really the detail is important. And, if I look at the other things that I've seen the government do, I think there's a high potential for the getting my buddy involved and having a partisan influence in this system, especially with the Statistics Council that's being proposed. So I must say that gives me concern, and also the concern about taking the data and maybe letting the data storage be done by a third party. That would be a Chinese third party, because there seems to be a lot of goodwill to try to create business there. And I think that could be a very dangerous thing from a security point of view. So I would hope that the committee would get it, but my experience is that they will not get the detail and it will fall through the cracks.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention, the speech. I've been sitting here all day listening to the different members speak on their views on this piece of legislation, but I wanted to bring it back to the National Statistics Council that's basically being dismissed, essentially. It's what I heard from the Minister of Innovation this morning. On this council, however, we had provosts of universities, we had senior professors with decades of experience in statistics and economics and social affairs. We also had journalists on this council, which may not be the case going forward because it's being restricted down to 10. And I've never heard a complaint about this particular council from any constituent ever. In fact, it was very difficult to find who the members of this council were. So moving towards a GIC model might serve the government well in this one particular area, but restricting it down to 10 might actually limit the amount of expertise that the chief statistician will have available. So I'd like to hear the members' thoughts on what this restricting of the membership down to 10 and appointments by GIC. Will it truly be open and transparent? And can then the chief statistician have the requisite amount of human capital, human knowledge from all these individuals from different parts of the country?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent question. Certainly, if you go from having representation from all the provinces and territories down to 10, you're not going to be able to get that geographic representation for sure. And I think the point is well made that those that are on the existing council, nobody's heard anything bad about them. Certainly, we have enough problems to fix in government where there really is something wrong, that we don't need to throw things out that don't have anything wrong with them. I think the balance of expertise on the committee, in addition to the amount of time they've spent, some of the people that are academics that actually do have an appreciation of statistics. And hey, journalists, this could be the one time I say something nice about journalists in the House of Commons, the fact that they will bring that transparency, because if something is awry, you can be sure that they would bring it to the attention of Canadians. So I like the balance we have with the existing one. I don't see anything wrong with it, and therefore I really don't understand why the government is changing it and worry.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly enjoyed my colleague's speech, and it's really refreshing to hear, her belief in statistics and, of course, her mastery of background involved in that, and so on. As I pointed out before, the previous chief statistician, Wayne Smith, resigned because of what he thought was unnecessary interference by Shared Services Canada. And, he felt that basically having to meet its expectations compromised the integrity of the agency he was trying to head. And he really tried to fight for the, complete independence of the agency to make sure that it really was doing its job. And I would just like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. I know that this bill doesn't specifically address that, but I think it's important in this debate that we not only address the legislation before us, but the context and the environment in which it's being formulated. So I'd love to hear her thoughts on the former chief statistician's resignation and what she thinks the government should be doing to make sure that doesn't happen in the future.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for a great question there, too. I think when we talk about the concerns that Wayne Smith had, the concern that he had with shared services had to do with the data storage component, which I think has been addressed by what they're saying here in terms of giving the chief statistician the autonomy to determine, how that should be done and the criteria for that. I think also he was not happy about the interference that he perceived from folks that knew less about the subject than he did. So I believe that with the chief statistician being in charge of the methodology and what data will be collected and being in charge of the operation of the department, that really gives I think the right amount of direction for him. Does it solve all of the problems that he brought up? No, I think there are probably other issues that aren't addressed, but I think in the main it moves in the direction of good, so I think that's fine.
Time for one more question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to apologize to our honourable colleague as I missed a portion of her speech, so I'm going to ask if, and I'll apologize now if she addressed this, but over the course of the answering the questions and the debate, I'm confused by some of the answers. She is a good colleague of mine. I have a lot of respect for her. I have concern, and I think Canadians should have concern, when you have a single source in control of all of our data and our private information, Canadians' information, and I think that Canadians' information should be kept private. That being said as well, too, that a single source shouldn't have the ability to, I guess, farm out the storage of our data to a third party. And I think in some of the comments we've heard that there is a concern that this could be done. And I think, to my honourable colleague, through you, Mr. Speaker, I think in her earlier answer she said, i.e. China, another source. We hear day in, day out about cyber threats and attacks and the stealing of personal data. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like our honourable colleague to clarify her point that she is absolutely against the third-party storing Canadians' data, and that indeed going to a single source or a single group, a chief statistician, with all-encompassing power, we indeed could see this, and it could spell doom for a lot of what we collect. Thanks.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and I forgive him for missing my riveting speech. Definitely, you did get the main point, though. I'm very concerned about Canadians' private information. There are a lot of people in the world with ill intent that would love to have Canadians' private information, and I think that the government has a responsibility to protect that information. We've seen in the past where we had hacking into the Canada Revenue Agency. There's been other rumors of Chinese hacking happening. I would say that we have to make sure that the data storage is secure, and in my experience, that means not to give it to a third party.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House and this late in the day after hearing so many contributions to the debate. One thing I will say, unlike the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, I'm not happy to be back. I'd much rather spend more time with my family, probably like some members here. I like you all, but not enough to lose that time with my family. So on C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, is an interesting subject to bring up on a Monday. And like I always do, I do have a Yiddish proverb today. It's more of a saying. When you have two bundles, a bundle of books and a pouch of gold, and you drop both of them, the saying is that first you go and you pick up your bundle of books. The knowledge that it represents is far more valuable than the gold that you would lose in that pouch of gold. So in that theme, I think it speaks to how much we as a society, as communities working together, how much we value knowledge first and foremost. We pay for knowledge. It's that very often companies, individuals will pay large sums of money sometimes to obtain information that they consider that is of value to them, both either for market purposes as they're expanding a company, or for personal genealogical reasons. Perhaps they're interested in their family past, and you have lots of large companies which profit from this sharing of information, producing information for persons who will either want it or need it for a purpose of their own design. And I think this Yiddish saying speaks to that, the worth of knowledge and how much value we place on it. In Canada, we place so much value on it that we have an entire agency in the government devoted to the collection of information and to then the dissemination of information across civic society, to community organizations, to businesses, and to government officials, so we can make better decisions on behalf of Canadians. this act purports to modernize Statistics Canada in the legislation. There are certain sections I want to go through and just kind of lay out what I think is opportunities lost, or I have some questions for some sections on how they work with others. I haven't yet taken a positive or negative stance on this. Mostly, I want to go through the legislation with members of this House to just mention some concerns that I have and things I'd like to know more about. So under duties, the Chief Statistician has laid out about 4 points, 3 to 4 points of what he or she must do in order to fulfill the requirements or obligations under the legislation. And under 5B, you have advise on matters pertaining to statistical programs of the departments and agencies of the Government of Canada and confer with those departments and agencies to that end. Now I wonder, will these be made public? I know the government has made a big deal out of being open and transparent, so I'm wondering if in the future they will be making that type of information, those discussions between departments and the Chief Statistician, public, whether they will share that information with Canadians on the conversations departments are having on how they are using, sharing, distributing, disseminating the private information of Canadians they've collated together. I think that's, in this day and age, it's a concern that many Canadians have, Canadian businesses as well. So how is the information we are providing to government being, one, protected, and two, how is it being used? And I think it would be great if this was perhaps clarified for us in this House by either the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary on whether they intend to share this information with the public. Now there's another section here, Directives on Methods, Procedures and Operations, 4.1, which says directives on any methods, procedures and operations may only be issued to the Chief Statistician by the Governor and Council by order on the recommendations of the Minister. And there's a bunch of commas in there make it really unclear what the purpose of this wording is, and it's actually quite broad. It's not quite clear whether the Chief Statistician will be told what to do in certain circumstances on their operations of a particular survey program, or whether it's, in fact, the Minister, upon the recommendation, will be passing ideas that a Chief Statistician believes to be right. And in general, they haven't worked before with statistical data for a professional association in Alberta. The Chief Executive Officer that I was responsible to, I also had a board of directors that I was responsible to. Like any CEO or head of an agency, what you don't want is to be micromanaged by your board of directors. You want to be given a mandate. Part of it will be here under the duties, and then just be given a broad mandate in the contract that you sign, in this case with the government, to then go forth and fulfill your mandate. The last thing you want to have is by directives being told you will do it a certain way or not another way. So I'm just wondering, this section 4.1, exactly how it will be applied and whether this is the clarity level that the government wishes to have. Another section I'm interested in is 4.2. If the independence is to be assured, then why does this particular section exist? It says the Minister may issue directives to the Chief Statistician on the statistical programs that aim to collect, compile, analyze, abstract, and publish statistics on all or any of the matters referred to in Section 22. Again, it's a pure question. More information available would help us understand exactly how is this section going to be applied to the Chief Statistician. It's not a value judgment, good or bad. It's more information about how exactly is it going to work in the day-to-day life of the Chief Statistician. So the points I'm going to be touching on is mostly, the replacement of this existing National Statistics Council with a new council, the technological issues that have been in the news, that have been covered by national media, that talk about the delay in the release of economic reports that depend on the collection by Statistics Canada, and as well some of the IT problems that Statistics Canada, Chief Statistician, the previous one, have kind of laid out for us, and potential delays that may happen if information is shared or not shared on a timely manner. As well, I wanted to just touch upon the influence that Shared Services Canada can have and the substantial control they may be able to exercise on Statistics Canada's work, whether good or bad. I've worked, again, for a professional association in my previous professional life that was going through a major software upgrade. So there are always issues with it. There's always a question, well, where is our data actually being stored? Who has control of the data? How can we change it, not change it? And then a lot of those questions can be resolved pretty quickly with just more information. So again, it's not a values judgment. It's just a more question, more information would be of interest to us. And again, can the Minister still issue directives to the Chief Statistician on statistical programs? I mentioned those two sections. It's not quite clear how those will work. So on Shared Services Canada, We know that Statistics Canada will be made to use shared services. And there was a recent report entitled The Heightened Program Risks at Statistics Canada that enumerated the challenges in terms of reliability, timeliness, effectiveness, and affordability that are being experienced according to the Director General of the StatsCan Informatics Branch. And again, the report was going through some of the issues they could see down the road potentially happening. And according to a CBC article from July 2016, Statistics Canada had put $38 million towards SSC, so Shared Services Canada, and a quote, with the promise to upgrade IT infrastructure. And it was told that then Statistics Canada would have to cover the cost of migrating all information to new data centers. And in general, my thoughts on this is to move forward carefully with an agency such as Statistics Canada, again with experience of past life at a Chamber of Commerce and with a professional association. It's just being careful about how data is being transferred different places. The last thing you want to do is go from an older system to a new system and figure out that you've lost 20% of the data that you used to have for historical purposes. You'd always want to keep it. And a lot of the historical data is very good for graphing trends. And trends is the most important thing that businesses are interested on. One data point doesn't tell the whole story. A trend tells a story. It's how you sell products. It's how you convince people to take policy decision A versus policy decision B. And you need that historical data to make the case both to individuals in business and to charities and whatever type of environment that you're in. So another thing I want to mention is a recurring theme that surfaced in the report, again, that Shared Services Canada had, that can't or won't meet StatsCan's IT requirements because it refuses to upgrade computer infrastructure. It goes back to the point that you don't want to be losing data potentially or having constriction to the type of data you can collect because you're moving from one type of software to another. Now, just want to quote here that from, again, an analysis of the report, having to delay the release would be unprecedented and will impact the ability of key users, the Bank of Canada, Department of Finance, commercial banks, of making timely decisions, translating into considerable embarrassment to the government of Canada. Of course, we want to avoid that, situations where you can't release a Department of Finance document because you're missing valuable Statistics Canada tables that you may want to use for a release. And I want to mention a Reuters article with the headline, Canada to make Statistics Canada agency independent amid data concerns. And again, just one mention here, says the agency was criticized earlier this year for technological issues that delayed the release of some economic reports on its website. Again, going back to my time working for a previous government, worked for the Alberta government, when we were upgrading the tax system, the licensing system at the time. It was TELUS that was responsible for an analog system. We're moving it online. Large IT infrastructure projects like this, the data that you own, the historical data that you have is very, very valuable for the organization you're with, and retention of the data, production of the data, transferring the data is all important points, especially when it's a government agency like this one, where the Government of Canada has collected large volumes of very personal information. You want to make sure that the businesses and individuals affected don't somehow have that data compromised during that transition from different systems. Another Canadian Press article, this time in December 2016, with the headline, Liberals move to end political interference at Statistics Canada. In the background here, it says that ministers retain the right to decide on the scope of the statistical program or what information Statistics Canada collects. The government will also be able to make changes to methodological or operational matters, which includes how data is collected through a cabinet order, should the government deem it to be in the national interest. Again, I'd like to know how the government will be defining that national interest. I couldn't find it in the legislation. I'm just curious to know how that will be defined and what will be the conditions under which Cabinet will be able to order Statistics Canada to produce or not produce certain data or in a certain form, and what those national security, national interest grounds would be. Again, it's not in the legislation. Interested to know how that would work, whether that will be perhaps published online somewhere, or whether the government intends to bring in another piece of legislation. It's an open question. Don't really know. And we know that we had a resignation. One of the chief statisticians of Canada resigned, Wayne Smith. And at the time he mentioned that in his view, I'm just going to quote him here, it is my view that the Shared Services Canada model does not respect the provisions of the Statistics Canada Act, which does not permit that such information to be in the hands of anyone who is not meaningfully an employee of Statistics Canada. Again, I'm wondering how the changes, amendments to the Act here will address the concerns that Wayne Smith had that he expressed at committee, and whether this fully addresses his concerns, I haven't heard from him in particular. So again, I don't know whether it fully addresses all the concerns we have, but some of the sections I mentioned earlier, section 4 and 4.1, it kind of indicates that perhaps there won't be that independence. I also want to take a moment, highlight section I do like, section 31, that removes the jail time for non-completion of the censuses or the survey work that Statistics Canada produces. We know that in 2011, StatsCan received 13 million completed census forms at 98% response rate, not necessarily completion rate. And as well, in 2016 survey had 98% and 14 million households complete the national census, 96% for the long form. It had 330 refusals back in 2011, and overall it being Statistics Canada referred 54 people at the time for prosecution for failing to complete the mandatory census form. And, we've known this, people could face a fine of $500 at the time or 3 months in jail. 3 people I want to highlight that actually went to court on this are Janet Sherman, 79, who refused to fill out the mandatory census, was handed a conditional discharge, which means that she will have no permanent criminal record after she completes her sentence of 50 hours of community service within a year. Audrey Tobias, 89, was a peace activist who refused to fill out the census because of its link to a U.S. military contractor whose name has been mentioned before in debate, who was found not guilty of violating the Statistics Canada Act. That was a decision of a Toronto judge at the time. And Sandra Finley, 61, was found not guilty of not filling out her long-form census in 2006. Again, she appealed her census case in which she received an absolute discharge. After losing an appeal of her conviction for not filling out the federal form in 2006, again, she received a conditional discharge. And now I see the government has moved away from this kind of jail time, the potential, the hanging over you, kind of like the sword of Damocles, the dagger of Damocles over you. But I do want to ask questions, though, on why they've kept the $500 and $1,000 penalty. So we know here that they're kept in Section 32 that by summary conviction, you're liable of up to $1,000 fine. They've also kept a $500 fine. For refusal to grant access to records, it's $1,000. Now, I just want to compare it to some other fines you may face from different provincial municipal governments. If I'm caught speeding in Alberta and I speed 30 kilometers over the limit set by the government, I could face a $253 to $474 fine from the peace officer. That is by summary conviction. Now, I think speeding 30 over the limit is far more dangerous than me not filling out a census or a survey from the government, just in comparison here. Now, say I run a red light. A red light violation carries a fine of $287 in Alberta. And speed on green infractions is on a sliding scale. So again, $287 if I run a red light with a camera present there taking a picture of my license plate, and a potential $500 fine if I don't fill out a survey because I may have lost it, I may have moved, might have gone on vacation, I might have shredded it for whatever reason. Again, it's just how much are we fining people and why are we fining them? So another one is, say I run a red light, I'm actually stopped by a peace officer. That carries a $488 fine back in my home of Alberta. Failing to stop at a signal or a crosswalk or advancing into an intersection controlled by a flashing red light in an unsafe manner is $233. I think that's far more dangerous than not filling out a survey or not being willing to release information in case of a business, where I could be fined $1,000. Now, in 2015, by comparison, a man was fined $1,400 for selling fur animals without a license in Alberta. Off-leashing your dog in a provincial park in Alberta could set you back $1,000 by court order. Building and cleaning an illegal bike path in a provincial park, Bow Valley, does happen, is a $400 fine plus penalties assigned to you by the court. Now, and as a father of 3 kids, all of them using car seats, I know this one very well because I double-check all my car seats. If I'm stopped by a police officer and they check my car seats, it's a $155 fine. Now, I think that's a far more egregious violation of the law. There's danger, there's safety concerns for small kids. Far more dangerous than me not filling out a census form and being fined $500, or me being a business not willing to release proprietary information being fined $1,000. And again, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the former MP for Elgin, Middlesex, London, Joe Preston, who tabled Private Members Bill C-625, the removal of imprisonment in relation to mandatory surveys that received unanimous support and moved on to committee. Now, this is just a concern of mine, and I have a question, just open questions here for the government to consider. Do the fines outlined in the legislation fit with other similar federal legislation? Was there an assessment done on whether these fines and administration of and the collection would pay for levying the fine? Now, did the government undertake any work on how much or how many fines they expect to receive? If the fine levied is actually higher than the cost to government of collecting, then why are we doing this? And just again, maybe more tongue-in-cheek, is do they expect the use of these fines to fill the government coffers to pay for perhaps some of the $30 billion deficit they've managed to run up in this year? Because the 14 million households of Canadians, I think we'd all have to stop taking the census for several years in order to pay off the deficit. So again, just open questions, wondering what the government's doing. And this is not the first time I've asked. I've actually tabled an order of paper question, Q255, way back in last year, and did not receive an answer regarding exactly who is being referred for prosecution by Statistics Canada. We heard earlier today from the Minister of Innovation as well, said that the National Statistics Council will be replaced by Canadian Statistics Advisory Council under Section 8.1. And again, what will happen to the previous members? The understanding I had from his speech in the House was that they were all going to be dismissed. They're all going to be removed from the council. And I just wonder, why are we reducing it? Why are we reducing from 13 to 10, which was my understanding of how many members there were before? And what did these particular individuals do that was so egregious that they should be removed? I have heard no complaints in my constituency office on the work they were doing. And judging from the members that have served there in 2010, there were provosts, university professors, very senior members of the academic community, as well as journalists who were serving on this group. So I just think it's perhaps arbitrary to move in this direction, but perhaps there is a great reason for it. I just didn't hear it from the minister on exactly why they were going to move in this direction. Again, from the advisory site on Statistics Canada's website, the mandate was to advise the Chief Statistician on the full range of Statistics Canada's activities, particularly on overall program priorities. And we know from the legislation that they've proposed here that they're moving to a smaller group of people. Perhaps this is the right way to go, but they haven't really explained the rationale for it and why these changes are done. And perhaps they will be keeping some members of the previous group as they go forward. Again, there is no rationale. We're just asking an open question here. And then we know that also Statistics Canada uses professional advisory committees in major subject areas. They have bilateral relationships with federal departments. They have federal, provincial, territorial consultative councils on statistical policy with focus on health, education, and justice. Now, Statistics Canada already broadly collaborates with civic society, with organizations like the Canada West Foundation and universities and others. So I'm just wondering, how will that knowledge be used? And how will it be disseminated? And how will these relationships be leveraged? Because I don't see that really in the legislation. And one last thing, because you're giving me notice, Mr. Speaker, I'm running out of time. How does Section 8.1b fit with Section 6? In one section, it talks about being forced to table an annual report with the annual report of the minister. And then in Section 6, it talks about tabling a different report on statistical policy in Canada. One for the council, one for the chief statistician. And the two don't really match, because one will be tabled here in Parliament with the minister's tabling of his annual report, and another one will be perhaps tabled publicly. It's not very clear whether the council has to table with Parliament, does have to table with the chief statistician, or whether it tables with the minister's report. So again, these are all open questions I had. The tabling of new reports is nice, but I just want to know exactly what direction they are going in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just pick up on the point. It's encouraging the member is appears to be supporting the legislation, at least maybe possibly to go into the committee stage. At least that's what I somewhat decipher from his comments. And one of the reasons why it appears that they're supporting is because we are taking away the imprisonment element, which is a good thing. I think that the consensus would be to do just that. I don't know if I agree with the member's assessment in regards to comparing paying traffic tickets or red light tickets or camera flash tickets to Census Canada. I don't know if that's a fair analysis. But what makes me curious is to what degree does the member opposite across the way believe that there needs to be some sort of an incentive for people to that might not necessarily be inclined to fill out the form, recognizing how important it is that we do get these forms returned. That's what enables us as national government or other levels of government, and as I talked about earlier, private sector, nonprofit groups. In order to make good, sound policy decisions, we need to get people filling in these forms. So it's in the collective best interest to get them in. What would he suggest that those fines be?
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. Obviously, over the winter break, his deciphering has gotten a little worse. By no means have I indicated whether I'm going to vote for or against. Again, I'm asking open questions. Once I have the answers, I'll be able to make a decision. But on fines, I don't think it's right to levy a punitive fine on a family that perhaps both bread earners are out of work. I think it's actually punitive to levy a fine on a family where everybody's unemployed, where they're looking for work, being told you must fill out the census or we will levy a $500 fine. I think it is a fair comparison across governments because these are Canadians paying the fines to say, comparatively speaking, what's the public policy goal of levying this fine? Is it in order to compel a person to provide information, or is it to compel someone to drive more responsibly to avoid hurting someone else? I think those are perfectly reasonable questions to ask, with the purpose behind levying a fine being what is the goal at the end of the day? And we should be, again, prioritizing the safety of Canadians over perhaps raising of revenue through a punitive fine.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After listening to my colleague's speech, I went into the bill and I looked up at Section 31, the specific section of the bill that deals with the fines. And it should be important for every member of this House to note that, if people are found guilty of an offence, the fine shall be not more than $500. So that could be the maximum, but it could be anywhere from $0 to $500, and it's at the judge's discretion. Furthermore, if that person has a lawful excuse, if they were moving, didn't get their mail, of course, there's going to be leniency applied. So we shouldn't be too worried about the draconian measures in this bill because I think there are enough escape clauses. So, that being said, and I realize that he's going to withhold his judgment on this particular bill, but following up on the member for Winnipeg North's question about what incentives we put forward to Canadians to make sure we're getting the data, because it's been shown that when voluntary surveys are put forward, the information that comes back leaves huge information gaps. Certain sectors of society are more likely to fill the data out. Some parts of Canada may not get any responses, and therefore you're going to have local city councils, provincial governments acting with a complete information vacuum. So I would just like to know the member's thoughts on specifically a long-form census being mandatory. Does he believe it should be mandatory? Does he not? Surely he has given some thought to that, and he can inform this House of his personal views on that specific question. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'd like to thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker. It's an interesting one. In my previous life, again, I was the registrar for the human resources profession. The human resources professional deal with large volumes of very personal information. And as registrar, I was also responsible for making sure our 6,000 members in the province of Alberta were doing their due diligence when dealing with their employees' private information. What I would say is, what type of incentives do you want? We used to run, and we started when I was there, an Alberta HR Human Resources Trends Survey all across the province with 6,000 of our members, and we didn't need punitive fines. We actually offered other incentives, saying, if all 6,000 of you fill out a survey, we'll have better data, so there's some self-interest at play in there for people to fill it out correctly. And the other part of it, too, is we put them all into a random lottery draw, and that was our way of enticing people to fill out the survey. I'm not saying Statistics Canada should go this route, but in a not-for-profit private sector example, that's what we did. And our response rate was nearly 20%, which is well above what most people expect to get in a public information survey or a public policy poll that you do. We were getting steady 20% responses through and through over the lifetime of this survey that we were doing. Another example, that survey has now expanded to all of the Western Canadian provinces, called the Western HR Trend Survey. Every single professional association from British Columbia all the way to Manitoba is now participating in this. Well over 10,000 members filling out a survey without having to levy any type of fine. There's some self-interest in knowing more about their particular field, and I think the same applies for Canadians. Canadians are interested to know about Canadian society, and businesses are the same way. That valuable information, I don't believe necessarily you need to levy a fine. In some cases you may have to, but not all the time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such a curious experience to hear the Conservative Party debating Bill C-36. The restoration of data and evidence and the restoration of a long-form mandatory census. It's another universe we're in now. I was elected to local government at the time that the mandatory long-form census was removed from the federal government, and I was part of the movement of elected people that were deeply alarmed at the lack of data, the brokenness of our access to data, whatever it is that we were measuring, trying to measure success, whether it was environmental protection, whether it was delivery of service, and then the alarm that went through every local government convention around how are we going to actually know that we've got the data that's going to point where our federal and provincial spending dollars should go to support the social safety net. Very alarming, and so we're glad to see this move back. I'm curious whether the member wants to update the House on whether he shares the view of the former, or the former views, at least, of the member for Parry Sound Muskoka, who said the value of the data is not worth the intrusion of privacy rights, and that's why the Harper Conservative government removed the mandatory long-form census. I'd love to hear the member say that he now recognizes the importance around service delivery and the strengthening of our social safety net.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I think, firstly, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify the long-form census was made voluntary. It didn't just vanish. And speaking as a member who used to be in the private sector before, my association, my board of directors saw it as an opportunity. We created labor market information with our members. We actually started an entirely new product and service line because we saw a gap that we could fill privately and then sell to other organizations with the permission of our members, and was information that was much more malleable and flexible that responded to our members' needs. So not all information coming from the government is either necessary or has, value to everybody that's using it. And also, I'll put an asterisk to that. When I worked for the Calgary Chamber of Commerce, I used Statistics Canada data on a daily basis when we wrote reports, either Aboriginal Business Connection Series, Métis labor reports, and why I value what Statistics Canada produce in terms of information. It's not the only source of available information. There are private sources, not-for-profits and charities that produce very valuable, high-quality information that we should all be using.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague sitting beside me for his excellent speech and comments. I have a few items for him. I guess I could just ask him, but I'd like his comments on the record. First of all, I'm hoping the City Council of Edmonton is not watching CPAC right now. I'd hate to have them get the idea there's upward movement available on traffic fines. Two items I have for my colleague. First of all, when Wayne Smith, the former head of StatsCan, quit, he made it very clear it was an independence issue. And it's a bit ironic that we're hearing this is all about independence for Canada or for StatsCan when the past head, who gave up a 35-year career, walked away from it over a disagreement with the government about shared services. He stated specifically that the relationship with shared services is inconsistent with internationally recognized principles of independence of national statistics offices, something that this government endorsed but walked away from. We've asked repeatedly from the government today, will you stick with shared services or is it going to go to a private server? We haven't had an answer, although it does appear it will stay with shared services. I'm curious if my associate here shares my same concerns that the government is not looking into this fully about this issue with shared services.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'd like to thank my colleague and thank him also for allowing me to put this on the record. I share his concern. I am interested to know how the information that Statistics Canada will hold within its agency and whether it will be transferred to shared services to others or whether there'll be a private server. A lot of Canadians, this is something I get emails on in my constituency, I get phone calls on this too, is there's a lot of concern out there how private information is used by government, and there are other members in this House that have mentioned this. We do hear about cases both with our government and governments in the United States and our allies in Europe where they have problems retaining and protecting the private information of citizens. And I think the previous chief statistician of Statistics Canada had a very valid point when he raised that there's maybe some independence issues that might arise. Now, perhaps the government has resolved all of these issues, and they have a method to do it, but they haven't tabled it before the House. And without it, we're unable to know whether they've resolved all the issues within government or whether Wayne Smith does have a point.
Go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford. I'll let him know that there are only about 3 minutes remaining in the time for government orders this afternoon, but we'll get started just the same, and he'll have the rest of his time, of course, when the House next resumes debate on the question. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by saying that I'm going to be splitting my time. Before I start speaking about Bill C-36, on this day I felt it's very important just to add my voice to all of the honourable members who have spoken before me, to express my condolences for the family and friends of those victims in Quebec City, and to say that I stand here in support of my Muslim brothers and sisters against racism, xenophobia, fear and intolerance, and that everyone in this House stands with you today and tonight later at the vigil.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, today we have been debating Bill C-36, an act to amend the Statistics Act, and from the preamble of the bill we know that this bill's aim is to strengthen the independence of Statistics Canada. It assigns to the Chief Statistician powers related to the methods, the procedures, and the operations of Statistics Canada. It repeals imprisonment as a penalty for any offence committed by a respondent, and it also modernizes the language of the Act to better reflect the current methods of collecting statistical information. These are all changes that New Democrats agree with, and we, of course, will be supporting this bill at second reading because we believe it deserves to go to committee so that we can call forth witnesses to give the expert testimony and feedback to see if there are ways that we can make this bill an even better one. We have long stood for the transparency and independence of data from Statistics Canada because we know how important that data is to public policy and to all of the various levels of government and civil society that depend on it. And I'd like to give a shout out, Mr. Speaker, to the hardworking men and women who work at Statistics Canada because we, as elected representatives, I don't think we often give acknowledgement to those hardworking men and women and the data that they supply us because it's their data that allows us to make the policy decisions that best reflect the needs of Canadians. So I want to extend a personal thank you to all of those hardworking members of Statistics Canada. They provide statistics that help Canadians better understand their country, whether it's their population, resources, the economy, society, and culture, just to name a few. And in addition to the census that's held every 5 years, there are an additional 350 active surveys on all aspects of Canadian life. And, in their words, objective statistical information is vital to an open and democratic society. And I'd love to carry on this point at a later date. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up, so I appreciate the opportunity to open up on this bill. Thank you.
And, rest assured, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford will indeed have another 7.5 minutes for his remarks when the House next returns to debate on the question. It being 5:55 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.